guys that got trapped like that.
Yes.
Yeah, they were like really good guys. Remember that one guy in Chicago? What was Larry Reed?
Larry Reed.
Remember Larry Reed? He was a guy like that, like a really solid national act, but he was so Chicago. He kind of stayed around there mostly. It was like every now and then you find towns like that. You had like one murderer that lived in the town.
Bob Marley.
Yeah. So I mean, Bob Marley was the murderer of Maine. And Robert Schimmel was Arizona.
I love Robert Schimmel.
Yeah, he was the best. He was such a good guy. But he lived in Phoenix, and it was somewhere in that area. I think it was Phoenix. But for him, it was easier to get around the country that way. He didn't want to be a part of it. He was like one of the first guys that was like, oh, you could like be a big time comic and not have to leave your state. Like you get to a point where you could live in Oklahoma, like Larry the Cable Guy does, probably. Where does he live? He lives in like somewhere like Georgia or something like that.
I don't know. The country.
Where does he live? Is that where he lives though? I don't want to give up his. I'm not trying to dox or anything on the radio, but I think he's definitely from there. I just don't know if he lives there. We probably shouldn't say where he lives. But that dude is he could be anywhere. It doesn't matter. Like you could just go anywhere.
I just see his face when I go to El Paso comic strip, and all of the dudes are talking about, they were all there.
Dude, I remember Josh Wolf showed me a picture that he took when he was on stage, and they were doing, it was like 60,000 people. So Larry the Cable Guy was doing like 60,000 people. Looks like that camera was like moving around on stage. That is the craziest fucking thing I've ever seen. That crowd is so insane. That's how big that guy got.
1,000 people, man.
And he was another dude that I hated on for no reason other than his success. It was like, for some reason, everybody couldn't believe that you could say offensive things as a joke in a character all of a sudden. And it had so coincidentally happened at the same time as him getting super huge. It's like, you guys are fucking haters.
That's crazy how when they start hating the character and not the person.
Well, that's the nice thing.
Yeah, right? It's like the guy with they have that puppet in New York.
Oh, Adam George.
Yeah. Ray Toronto, when I opened for him back in the day, back in Addison Improv, he told me that he would say the nastiest shit, that puppet. And this lady threw shit at the puppet, but not at Otto.
Bro, we were talking about it Tuesday night in the green room. We were talking about how that puppet was kind of possessed. And I'm not even bullshit. You know, Otto was out there.
Yeah.
Otto was out there. I mean, he was out there. Everybody, that dude partied. He went hard. And he was a genius comedian. But he would get rides to gigs and say, pull over. I got to check on George. And he would, in the fucking side of the highway, he would pull over, pop the trunk, and check on the dummy.
Wow, he's funny.
Weird.
Someone
stabbed that dummy once at Dangerfields. Some Puerto Rican guy. The dummy was saying Puerto Rican jokes to this guy. And the guy fucking stabbed the dummy. Stabbed the dummy.
With a knife or a sharp bed spring?
Knife.
Or a sharp bed spring, bro.
Something, anything. Whatever you got to be polished down to a point.
You ever watched the Fabulous Miss Maisel?
What's that?
The Fabulous Miss Maisel is about a female comedy growing up in the 50s on Amazon.
No. Oh, Fabulous Mrs. Maisel.
Mrs. Maisel. Oh, she's Mrs., all right?
I thought you were saying something in Spanish. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. I literally thought you were talking about a completely different show.
Do you remember the ventriloquist that did the 1 minute?
Yeah. Well, so like ventriloquist now, it's like, it's one of those things like with Carrot Top, he's like so successful with props that no one does props anymore. But when we first started out, everybody did props. There was like 10 guys on a lineup of 20 guys that had props they bring with them on stage. Because sometimes it was really funny.
Rusty Dooley.
Yeah, Rusty Dooley was great. But it's like, he owned that for whatever reason. Because Carrot Top got so big using props, he's the only guy that still does it, that he kind of owns that. And then with Jeff Dunham, he got so big at being a ventriloquist. They're like, there's no ventriloquist anymore. Like when we were kids, there was always comedy ventriloquists. There was like Willie Tyler and Lester.
Yes.
Remember? It was like it was a fun thing. You could get the dummy to say fucked up shit, and then you go, I can't believe you could say that in front of these nice people. And then George would be like, fuck these people. He would tell everybody to suck his cock. I was like, it was crazy.
What's another one? Woody in the Hood.
Yeah. Well, with Otto and George, it was a little different, man. Because I think Otto believed that George was alive. I think Otto believed there was something about George that was different than him. Like, he was not Otto and George. He was just Otto. And George only existed when George was there. And it seemed like there was something going on with that. And it might be because he fucking fried his brain to the point where he was connecting with, all kinds of energy that wasn't even there. He might have been out. He was out there. But the combination together. Or if they smoke crack together, yeah, he probably made George smoke it. Yeah. His famous Otto crack stories. That guy was gone. He was also brilliant. Really funny, man. Fucking funny. And in a comic book, we would all sit in the back of the room to watch when he was on stage. But so there's a lot of those guys that are like real genius, but they're real eccentric. And for whatever reason, the general public doesn't find out about it. There's not like a good vehicle, at least there wasn't, for them to get out to the general public. Like today, I would say an example of that is like Brian Holtzman.
Yes.
Right? Like Brian Holtzman, we've known forever. He's always been a guy we all watched. He was always the guy that at the end of the night, especially if something fucked up happened, like there's a plane crash, or like someone got eaten by a lion.
That's funny you mentioned a plane crash because I was there when they did that joke. I was in the back of the car. Comedy store. He said, American Airlines is hiring. And then he said, and I remember who survived that airline. And he said, fuck that. Everybody says, how come they don't build a plane out of a black box or sleeping next to the black box? Sleeping next to a fucking baby. Baby survived. Give me hold of that baby, bitch. On the way down. Yeah, baby survived an airline at the flight one time, and he said, oh, I want to hold that baby. I want to hold somebody's baby in the airplane, just in case it goes down. And then a baby survived, I'll let it survive.
You have to see him say it. I don't think we're doing it justice.
I'm fucking it all up.
My favorite one was when Susan Smith got arrested for drowning her kids. He goes, I heard those were bad kids. I heard they sat that close to the TV. They didn't put away their blocks. Those kids will not be missed. The fun thing about Brian is if you know him, like in real life, he's like the sweetest guy on earth. Mm-hmm. He's such a sweetheart of a guy. Like super friendly to everybody, loves everybody. Like he doesn't even have an enemy. Like Brian Holtzman has no enemies. He's always sweet and friendly. And then he gets on stage, and it's like he becomes like his version of George.
Yeah. I hung out with Brian Holtzman. I hung out with Brian Holtzman and his mom in San Antonio, Texas.
Oh, wow.
And we were doing the Latino Laugh Festival.
Oh, wow.
And he was the only non-Latino on the show, him and Devin Carter. And, bro, they was all Latinos, bro. Everybody was getting shit. Johnny Sanchez pronounced his name like an American, and somebody yelled out, it's Sanchez, fucker.
How did they say it?
I don't know. He said, I don't know, my name is Johnny Sanchez. And then somebody said, no, it's Sanchez with 5 A's. Sanchez. Oh, so he got heckled. So,
he got heckled for saying his name in a non-Mexican way?
Yes. And then Brian Holtzman goes up there.
Bro, it's rough out in those kids.
And Brian Holtzman goes up there, he said, he goes, this is not a comedy show. Close all the doors. He said, I love because Border Patrol's going to come here to take care of everybody. This is after we were doing this taping, and Sia shows up to the guest spot on our taping and goes long, really long, like Jeff Valdez looking around. But then that's when Barry Holtzman goes up. Where is it? He goes, man, I gotta figure out how to this immigration problem, man. We got a bunch of U-Haul trucks. We go around to every Home Depot. We ask these people, yeah, we're hiring, bro. This is not a job. Muchos trabajos. Come on. Get in the trucks. We fucking take these trucks. We drop them off in Tijuana, Mexico.
Yeah. You have to see him say it.
He starts screaming and shit.
But it's also like he's playing this bizarre psychotic character that only comes out when he's on stage. He's the most different when he's on stage.
And he had his job too. When he had a job.
Oh, he always had a job. That was the problem.
Guy.
That was the problem. He never hit the road. He stuck around the store because, like I was saying, there's not like a path for those guys. Like nobody wanted Brian Holtzman to open for them. That's too weird.
No.
He belonged at the store, and now he's found a crowd at the mothership.
Mm-hmm.
It shows at the mothership that's just all sold out. Like he's hilarious. People come to see him, and he didn't have a path before. It's like there was like, he's too weird to put on a television show. It's like you really want to be in the room. That's what it is.
Yeah.
There's like if anybody is way funnier in the room, it's Brian Holtzman. The discomfort, the weirdness, the way he works around it when you're in the room is so fun.
And every show's different.
Every show's different. And he's always talking about new things. He's like, it's really like he channels this fucking character. It's like he should be two different people. He should be Brian Holtzman, the super nice guy, and then whatever the fuck his name is when he's on stage. It's almost like he needs a second name. Mitzi should have done that a long time ago. Mitzi used to call Joey Fat Baby. You remember those days?
Yeah.
Someone has one of the lineups that they got from Jeff Scott and on the lineup. It just got everybody's name. And then, 15 minutes and it says Fat Baby, Fat Baby. She wanted him to be called Fat Baby.
Weird advice sometimes that the managers give you.
Terrible advice. Can't listen to any of them.
I know, man.
What good advice?
I was bummed out one time because you have to go back and forth, so they make you a regular. And I was trying at the Laugh Factory, and one time Jay Masala, he told me, "I don't see you making it, man, for another 6 to 8 years."
Oh boy!
And then when I finally got Last Comic Standing, I looked at him and said, "Jamie, you're a guy that was full of shit. This is fucking 12. It's just 12. That stinks." But I was bummed out when he told me that. I was like bummed out. You get bummed out, like you realize putting all this work in, like, you can't be a regular here. So you gotta go back to these other rooms. I talked to Brad Williams, and he said, fuck that advice, bro. You know what he told me? He said, he told me that you get all the little people I can find in Hollywood. All of them, all the little bitches, all the little persons, and bring them to the Laugh Factory. And Jamie said, you can have the biggest little person show in all of Hollywood. That was his advice for Brad. So I thought I was not feeling so bad after that. Then I talked to Alonzo Bowden, and he told Alonzo Bowden that he should put on shoulder pads and be a football comic. So, after hearing that, I don't want to cry anymore.
Oh my God. He had some terrible advice. I think he was giving advice. I think he was giving his advice to Todd Parker. He was telling him, it was either Todd Parker or Robbie Prince, two guys that I knew from Boston. One of them, he's telling him, I think it's Todd, you've got to be Generation X guy. This is what you're going to be, buddy. You're going to be Generation X guy. So from Generation X, this is how I see the world, buddy. Like, everything was as a Generation X guy. Like, he's like, that's the worst advice I've ever heard in my life. Like, why would I do that? But people have like schemes for you. But the thing is that they're just trying to help. Yeah. But no one knows how to do it other than you. You got to figure it out. No one can tell you.
Yeah, they're like outdated too.
Like, who would have told Mitch Hedberg, wear sunglasses and sometimes turn your back to the crowd?
No one.
No one. Mitch Hedberg would be killing with his back to the crowd, high on heroin. All non sequiturs for like an hour and a half.
They have stage fright?
It was just crazy. You know,
Really?
I met him. I didn't know him well, but I knew him enough that it was a bummer when he died. I remember I was with Stanhope. We were filming something, and we found out that he had gangrene. He got admitted to a hospital and had gangrene. Like, gangrene fucking kills people. Like, this is fucking scary. And he just had a problem. He just let that heroin. He didn't want to stop. People wanted to clean him up. He did not want to be cleaned up. So I'm not interested.
I did heroin one time, but I didn't show up. I just smoked it, but I was absolutely down.
Dude, it doesn't seem like anybody has a great old time with the rest of their life once they start doing heroin.
Yeah.
It's like cocaine. It's the same thing. It's like, I think there's probably moments of brilliance that have come out of heroin, though. I definitely do, and I think about 1960s music. I think heroin and LSD affected a lot of rock and roll in the 1960s, and cannabis for sure too, and probably mushrooms. But the thing that it always kills you. Like, everybody it always ruins everything. They all died young. Everybody like Morrison 27, Hendrix 27. Although there is a wild conspiracy about Hendrix.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What'd you hear?
That he was killed by his manager. The conspiracy theory. There was one of his bodyguards, right? Is that what it was, Jamie? That wrote this book?
How did he die?
I think he died of asphyxiation from throwing up, which is one thing that can happen to people that are doing drugs. But the bodyguard, I believe this, don't hold me to this, but I believe the story was Hendrix was going to leave his manager. His manager was mobbed up. His manager was a scary guy. And his manager was making a lot of money with Hendrix. Hendrix was trying to leave. And he's got the rights to the Hendrix catalog, and he kills Hendrix. So his former roadie. So the thing that's compelling about this is shortly after this, his girlfriend committed suicide, air quotes, by being thrown off a roof. So they got rid of Hendrix and they got rid of his girlfriend, if that's what really happened. So he was the benefactor, allegedly, of the guitarist's $2 million life insurance policy. $2 million. Okay, worth around $1.2 million in 1970. According to Wright, Jeffrey told him about the crime in 1971, a year after the 27-year-old Hendrix was found dead in a London hotel. He said, "I had to do it, Tappy." Wright claims the manager said, "You understand, don't you? I had to do it. You know damn well what I'm talking about." We went round to his hotel room, got a handful of pills, stuffed them into his mouth, and poured a few bottles of red wine deep into his windpipes. Hendrix is found dead at the Samarkand Hotel on 18th of September 1970. The cause of death was reported as barbiturate intoxication and inhalation of vomit. I can still hear the conversation Wright wrote of Jeffrey's confession. "He's a man I've known for so much of my life, his face pale, hand clutching at his glass in sudden rage." Hendrix's manager died in a plane crash in 73. So this guy's dead. They supposedly did this. Listen, man, they did that back then. They were gangsters. There was gangsters running everything. If there was a lot of money to be made, scary people moved in, and it became a real problem.
Yeah, man, that's doing a lot of stuff that a lot of people wouldn't want to hold, like gay club.
Yeah.
Like in LA, they owned all the gay clubs. They were not rated because they were paying.
This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. People like to throw around all these red flags, things someone says or does that you don't like, which is fine. But instead of focusing on the negative all the time, why don't we focus on the positive? If you're looking for a romantic partner, think about what traits you'd like to see in a person. If you like to work out and stay in shape, you might want to find someone who's also health conscious. Or if you like to travel, you probably want to find someone who's just as adventurous. Now, once you're in a relationship, it's a whole different ballgame, and things aren't always going to be perfect. But that's what therapy is for. Therapy is an excellent way to work through any problems, even the small ones, like you have been fighting a lot lately, but you still really want to make things work. Therapy can serve as a mediator. It can help you identify the problem and teach you positive ways to address it. If you're new to therapy or want to try something different, BetterHelp is a great place to start. It's convenient and affordable since everything is done online. It's already helped over 5 million people worldwide connect with a credentialed therapist. Discover your relationship green flags with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/JRE to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/JRE. But if you want to talk about something like that, like would a manager kill a client for a life insurance policy back then? Yeah,
I read
they didn't have DNA back then, man.
I read that, right? It's like crazy, right? My mom didn't like Elvis, she had the Beatles, right? And I was like, "Mom, you don't like fucking Elvis? He's badass too." Oh, because Elvis said that I'd rather have kiss a dog than a Mexican woman. And I said, "When did he say that?" And he said it. And I found out later on when I went a rabbit hole, it was a colonel. The colonel spread that.
The colonel spread that.
Because he wanted to keep him in America and not tour like anywhere.
The colonel was an evil dude, man.
Yeah.
That, by the way, that Tom Hanks performance is fucking fantastic. In that Elvis movie where he plays the colonel,
yeah,
is when you see it, like we appreciate how a guy can really like become a different person. Like he becomes this creepy manager guy, this manipulative, gambling, creepy manager guy. I mean, it's fucking genius, man. It's so good. Like you're really, that's what's crazy. Like you forget that's Tom Hanks. You're like, oh, and you really got a sense of the relationship that Elvis had with this dude. Because those guys that get crazy. Look, there's famous, and then there's Elvis famous in the 1960s, and you don't even understand what that means. No one understands what that means. And he was the first one to be like that. Imagine that.
I know, man. I didn't walk into a room and go, what it is.
Just imagine just trying to navigate life as a human being, and you're literally the most desired person to be around a lot. Like you can't walk down the street. People scream and they cheer and they run at you. Women faint, they cry. And there's never been someone like that before. That's what's crazy, because this is the first time you've seen a guy on television. and he's on television shaking his hips. And so they go crazy.
No one's ever done that, huh?
No, you ever had a pop star on TV shaking his hips like he's fucking? Yeah, there's too much.
Was he covering up the first time?
I think
On the fellow show?
they did something where they were upset at him because they didn't know he was going to do it. I think it was like, I think he was actually going to get fined in some places. Like, you weren't allowed to shake your hips like that. Like, this is how crazy being Elvis was.
There's this one video or picture of Elvis that I like besides the one you have here, the arrested. When he's playing outside, an outside event, and he's wearing all black, and he's fucking young as hell, and the pompadour looking good, the blue other shine, he's like, bro. And everybody fainting.
And there was no Elvis before Elvis. That's what's crazy. So he's like this one guy that becomes way more famous than any entertainer ever. And then he's got an evil manager. And then he's doing pills. And then he's living in paranoia. And the whole world don't make any sense. Nothing makes any sense. It can't make any sense. You have no peers. You have no one around you that's like you. No one around you that can understand you. And you're being protected by some guy who's like siphoning money from you.
He was doing shit to the kids, right? Like, who leaves to do like a 2-hour show and leave to go 2-hour show somewhere else?
Well, I think he got into a financial bind, right? Wasn't that a part of the movie? And then he got that Vegas residency. Bro, the Vegas residency is probably convenient because you don't have to go anywhere. You know where you live, you know where the gig is. Like Carrot Top's his life, but I don't think that guy can do that.
People do this shit, bro. Like, that would be great.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But even, like, comics can do it. A lot of comics do it. You know, I just don't know about living in Vegas.
I lose my mind being in the same place 7 days a week, 14 shows.
The people who live outside of Vegas love it, though. If you live, like, in, like, Henderson or some of those places, like, they're very, very nice places. But you're still connected to this place where people go to get psychotic. Like, you know, there's some weird energy about that. Listen, this is not a knock on Vegas. I love Vegas. I love New York City. Already fucking love New York City. I can't live in New York City. I can't handle all that. I gotta eat the fuck away. Some people love it. Everybody love everything, but it just seems like that. It's like Vegas is a uniquely crazy place. People go there specifically, like, where's that? Like, it's in the title of the state means craziness.
I know, man.
Vegas.
Every day, like 50,000 people show up.
It's every day, and then you got rodeos coming into town, and UFC fights coming into town, and fucking concerts.
Raider fans.
It's a fucking wild ass town. I love being there. I just don't know if I can live there. It seems like it's almost a little too big for me. Ed Sullivan Show, 1956. This is the first time the hips show up on the screen. It's 10 minutes into this. Yeah, he was wiggling his dick too much. That's all he was doing, though. That's a lot, Jamie. What do you mean? That's all he was doing. That's offensive. After this aired, they said they wouldn't air him from the waist down anymore. Isn't that crazy? But they all do it. It's barely showed. It's so crazy. Bro, he probably had his big old dick keeps slapping out his jacket. That's what it is. Look, if you see that side, back it up a little bit. That's what the problem is, Jimmy. Look at that jacket popping up and down from his big old Elvis dick. Look at it.
He didn't simple with it.
Bro, he's making his jacket pop with his dick. I'm with the censors. I'm with the censors. Of course he had a big dick. He had everything. He had everything. He had voice, talent, beautiful. You think he's going to have a little dick? Hell no. All those gifts?
How tall is he?
I don't know. He's probably 20 years old. 21. Wow. How can you manage that? How can you navigate that at 21 years old? It's him, man. Bro, it's him and Michael Jackson. These are the two case studies and people that got too famous.
Sometimes I wonder, man, like, how would I handle that much success at that early age?
Bro, you wouldn't.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
You would go crazy.
How about you?
Crazy. You would go crazy.
I would be seeing with a big fucking gold sword.
Yeah, dude, I got lucky. My fame ascent was a slow drip, you know, like over time.
Oh, bro.
A slow drip.
Mine was like a little mountain guy on The Price is Right. And then stopping along the way. Bunch of haters. Fighting with other comics. Coke here.
Yeah.
El Compadre's too long with tortillas.
Yeah. El Compadre's is a spot. 64 years ago today, more than 60 million people watched Elvis Presley perform on the Ed Sullivan Show. 60 million, that's so crazy. But that's how it used to be, man. And that's why losing control of that is so devastating to mainstream media. That was what it was. When I was a kid, there was 3 channels, dude. There was NBC, ABC, and CBS, and that was it. And then all of a sudden there was Fox, and we were crazy.
Jim, you have all other channels too, though, in your neighborhood?
Yeah, we definitely did. Especially, everyone has local channels. So you always have like the local NBC network, which
somebody got a lot of movies.
Yeah, we didn't even have cable. Like, it didn't exist. We had, like, you have to realize how nuts the world was when everything you watched on television was just television. That's all you ever saw. Like, there's no cable. So you have 4 channels. And you felt so lucky to have that 4th channel. You got The Simpsons, Married with Children came on that channel. Changed the whole living color. Yeah. Changed the whole, like, feeling of what a channel was. It's crazy that Fox is now connected to, like, conservative Republicans according to news. Fox, when we were kids, was Married with Children. It was, it was like the Renegade shows. It was The Simpsons. It was, there was a bunch of, like, fun shows that were on Fox.
Living Single.
Yeah, but In Living Color, to this day, I say, is one of there's 2 of the greatest comedy. Like, Saturday Night Live always gets it for longevity because it's crazy. They've been around so long.
SCTV.
Like, for, like, pure funny. For me, it's like In Living Color and Chappelle Show. Yeah, and I feel like you don't get Chappelle Show unless you have In Living Color first. I feel like I feel like In Living Color broke open the door for chaotic sketches that were like really funny, man, wildly offensive, really funny to this day. Like, there's a lot of shit on In Living Color that if you tried to do like in the height of wokeness, like 3 or 4 years ago, bro, they would fucking call for your censorship.
Yeah, man.
They would come for you.
Especially when Never Wins and they were doing Men on Film. The episode where the camera falls. Yeah, the camera falls on David Wayne and he becomes heterosexual all of a sudden. And then they were like real touching him. Look at that away from me, man. That episode.
How about when he played Handyman? He played mentally retarded.
I love that.
Oh my god.
That's my favorite movie.
Yeah, a handicapped superhero. It was
a superhero movie.
Oh my god.
Handyman. He was flying like this.
Yeah. Dude, this show wildly offensive, but so funny.
Even Fire Marshal Bill, bro.
I was just gonna bring that up. Tell you something. The kid's fucking whole face is burned up. Jesus Christ.
My daughter's a bird victim, by the way.
That's harsh, bro.
That's what you'll get.
Yeah. It's wild that shows like that.
Bro. Ahead of time.
Oh, wait a minute. We were just talking about that. Ace Ventura. Ace Ventura.
Yeah.
Yes. When you find out that she's a trans person and the dick comes out and everybody starts throwing up. First of all, I don't buy it. Even if she had it turned into that photo again, that's Sean Young, right?
That's Sean Young, yeah.
Yeah, when she was. What? So even if she had a dick, there's a lot of guys who are like, listen, nobody needs to know about that dick. Nobody needs to know about that, man. That dick is for you and me. And
I remember one time it happened to me, bro. I just looked at him for a while. The big ass skin tag guy right there.
Skin tag. Cool. Yeah, all those shows, like, I mean, what are the other great sketch shows? Mad TV had some bangers.
Mad TV.
There's some bangers on Mad TV. But it's another show.
Second City TV.
I watched so many Kids in the Hall.
Kids in the Hall.
Kids in the Hall. Kids in the Hall was fantastic. That was great. You know, I was a Kids in the Hall fan. I didn't really start watching it, like really get into it until after I met Dave. Like, I didn't know much about Kids in the Hall. I knew it was funny. I knew everybody said it was funny, but I don't think I'd ever even watched a sketch. And then I became friends with Dave on his radio. And then I started really getting into it. Oh, that guy had a very unique, or still does, have a very, very unique sense of humor. He rewrote, like, I don't know what percentage, 40% of, like, the lines he's reading. Like, on the set.
Yeah.
And rewrites things all the time, and he was always like coming up with a better way to do something. Always had like a sense of like a pacing. That's a totally different thing than when you're making sketches. Like sketches are like to be able to do that and do a lot of like really funny scenarios that are unique. That's a very.
It's hard, right? The stand up because you want to end it up.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a totally different way of thinking. Gillian Keys is another fantastic one. That to this day, like the problem with that show is like it's got this amazing core fan base, but it doesn't. It's way funnier than the amount of people that have seen it. It's way funnier, which is crazy because Shane Gillis is one of the biggest comics in the world.
Yes.
And he's one of the biggest comics on earth. Like, he's selling out arenas everywhere.
Yes.
But yet, people don't realize how good Gillian Keys is. Like, there's the one where they do the OnlyFans dad. It's one of the hardest I've ever laughed in my fucking life. It's so funny. It's so funny. It's so crazy. And because no one's telling them what to do, they're just doing what's funny. And that's what got fucked up. There was so many fucking nannies around everybody, telling everybody what you can and can't say, and so many subjects you can and can't cover. Like, you gotta stay out of the way, just like the managers in the early days.
Yeah.
Telling you need braids.
Yeah.
Braids, bro, with beads, and you talk about the beads when you're on stage. Like, what?
You don't wear a suit.
Shut the fuck up. Get out of here.
Or one time, bro, they told me wear a suit, and I wear it, and I saw Joe Diaz wearing a suit, and I said, bro, you look ridiculous, huh? You were wearing a beanie. I remember I called him the Coca-Cola man. Got that.
Suits are a weird move, but they're sometimes fun. I've worn suits on stage before. It makes you feel different. It does.
Do you feel like you gotta like change your posture, or
no? You just feel like a bit more of a motherfucking professional. Bitch, look at this. And a well-tailored suit is what you really want. The kind of like modern suits that you can move in. Like they have like stretch to them, which is different than when I was a kid. I thought of suits. I thought of like your handcuffs, but you can't move good.
Yeah,
like you can't kick someone with fucking suit pants on. You can't move well.
No, look, I always see Johnny Carson in his suits.
Yeah,
those suits look tight as hell.
Well, it's just the fabrics suck back then. Especially if you're a bigger person, if you lift weights or something like that, you have muscles. Everything's going to be constricted and tight and all fucked up. It's not going to fit good. So suits now, if you get a good one, like I got mine made by David August. They do them for the UFC.
Yeah.
I've had them make a bunch of suits for me. They're amazing. And they do it to your actual shape. So everything I do,
I mean, I don't want to tell the other guys, but you're a Dowsy. You're a big muscle guy, but you look like you're coming out of that suit when you wear it. Real good on you.
Yes, because they make it to your shape. So it's real
false doors, man. They're about to just come out and they look like fucking orangutan, bro. They're like Mr. Hyde.
Well, a lot of those dudes are bigger than me anyway. There's a certain size that you get, like when you put the Rock in a suit, it still looks ridiculous. It's like, what the fuck are you made out of, dude? First time I met him backstage at the UFC, and he had cowboy boots on. Right, so he's cowboy boots. Yeah, he don't even seem like a real person. Like when you meet him in real life, you're like, what the fuck are you? He's like a superhero. Yeah, like you see him like a real live superhero. And a super nice guy, man. He came and worked out with us. We all worked out. Tony Hinchcliffe, Derek, Hassan. We all fucking lifted weights together, hung out, got in the sauna. Shane Gillis. We're all just chilling with the Rock, working out with him. Like no cameras, no nothing. I was like, we don't have to go post this. Let's just have some fun. It's like, fuck yeah. He was cool as shit. Cool as shit, man.
Wow, that's amazing, man.
It was fun. I enjoyed talking to him. He's a good guy.
I was in the airport at Delta, and I saw Jason Momoa.
Oh, he's another one.
And I said,
a little too handsome for me.
I just said, what's up? No, I don't know how to meet people. I always people are like, Jason. He's like, that Jason. What's up? And then I know that we were sitting almost close together on the airplane. Then he saw me again, bro. Then I said, what's up? Then I felt like I creeped him out again, man. My wife was recording him, bro. Recording him. On my phone. He thought I was recording him, but
I met him in a Whole Foods parking lot. In Woodland Hills. I was going to pick up some groceries, and he was there too. I was like, "What's up, man? How you doing? What's going on?" We're talking. I think that was before he did Conan, which I still say to this day, the movie's not good. Like the Conan movie, it's kind of falls apart, but the way it looked was amazing. And he played Conan, and he's the perfect Conan. Like that's what Conan would have looked like. He wouldn't look like a bodybuilder. No disrespect to Arnold, he looked amazing. But it's like Conan was just a big giant warrior. And when he played that guy, who was the guy who played in Game of Thrones?
Crackle or something like that.
I can't remember. He was fucking incredible at that.
He played it
like that's Conan. Man.
Yeah.
That's Conan. Someone needs to do a good Conan the Barbarian. Go back and read the Robert E. Howard books. The books are great. It's this super depressed dude in like the 1930s writes about this barbarian. Yeah. Khal Drago, that's right.
Two people are mistaken by it.
Bro, get a photo of him when he was Conan. Jason Momoa as Conan. Bro, he's the perfect Conan, right there. That's what Conan's supposed to look like.
That's how it's supposed to look.
That's the perfect Conan. That's the Conan you believe is real. That's a guy throwing a sword around his whole life, fighting off dragons. He's not a bodybuilder. He looks like that. That's what it looks like in the book. But that's fucking Conan. That's Conan. I mean, the guy's still capable of playing this character. Someone, please. I wish Quentin Tarantino was in the Conan. Quentin, if you're hearing me, please read the books. Quentin Tarantino doing Conan would be the most epic thing of all time. Could you imagine? He would do it right.
Or Beastmaster.
If he was into it, he would have to be into it. I have no idea if he's into it. But if he was into it,
if Quentin Tarantino might do it,
somebody should do it.
Start with the ending. It'll be at the ending of the movie, the beginning. They're confused.
Somebody should do this. But the books are great, man, because it's all from the mind of this tortured, depressed dude who winds up killing himself.
It'll be the fact that you see a Conan movie with everybody saying the N word over and over.
I don't think they had that word back then. I think if you want to do it right,
they'll make one.
I think if they really wanted to do it right, they should probably do it the way like Mel Gibson did Apocalypto.
That was a badass fucking movie. When you felt that movie.
But you know what I'm saying? Like hearing the people say it, and the same thing he did with The Passion of the Christ. They spoke in the language, and it was all subtitles. Like they spoke in the language, so you were transmitted exactly how these people were saying. You felt like it was real. Like Apocalypto, you felt like it was real. Like there was no English in that movie. That is a blockbuster movie. That is a wild action adventure movie.
That was a hardcore, man. Passion of the Christ.
Yes. There's something about being sucked into hearing the actual language of the people that would be doing this. It's so much better than, because like whenever they do like Game of Thrones or something like that in another country, all of a sudden everybody has an English accent.
Yes.
That's how they do it. Instead of talking like an American, you can't talk like us because that would just throw people off. So you have to have some sort of a proper way.
The Exorcist, man. Like if the Exorcist, the devil would have had like an Irish accent, it would be a totally different movie. But the Latin accent, the whatever language, Latin language,
right.
Yeah. Exactly. If you don't know what the language is, but you're fucking scared.
Right, it has to be exotic. You can't have the devil going, "Hey, you fucking piece of shit, I'm gonna fuck your eyeballs.
You better get in my marriage."
Yeah, you can't have the devil talking like Jerry Seinfeld.
I speak in absolutes.
Yeah, you can't have the devil with a whitey voice.
Or a Boston accent.
That was the scariest thing about Mike Tyson. Seeing his voice, that was so easy to make fun of, and he fucking murdered everybody. It was almost like he was begging you to make fun of his voice.
Dangerous dudes.
Yeah, it was almost like he was like begging.
You're like you, bro. You're like one of those guys. You're like someone that doesn't know you personally. You're like, try me.
No, I'm not like that at all. No,
if I didn't know you and that's why I wanted to speak and you're not Joe Rogan, I'd be like, okay, man, this guy's good fight. He's healthy. Stay away from him.
I'm friendly. That's what we all need, my friend. Need friend.
But you've been friendly since day one, though. I was talking to the driver, Rebel, about when you gave me that solo pipe.
Mm-hmm.
And then they stopped using it because of butane.
Yeah.
And I remember I was telling you that the reason it's called solo flight because you're supposed to do it by yourself. And I remember I told everybody you gave it to me, and everybody wanted to hit it. And by the time I got it back, it was fucking hot.
Yeah, I remember those things. I try to stay up. Like, I think if you're smoking a cigar, like butane is the way to go. You know, you burn the end of it, but you don't want to like keep doing it. You want to. I feel like a certain amount of this is a chemical, no matter what. Look, that's a chemical. You only want so much of that. You really should probably have matches if you're gonna light. If you're gonna smoke a cigar, matches. Yeah, you should really probably have matches. But I think if you're like a super cigar nerd, they do it even further. They take cedar and they light cedar strips and they use that to light their cigar. Those are super nerds.
Cedar strips?
What is that? Strips, dog. Pieces of wood. They light little strips of wood, and then they light from pure wood. Then they light their cigar. They're super nerds when it comes to cigars, but they get it.
Oh, that's what that guy said in New York. Give me some ember.
Give me some ember.
Ember? Oh, that what is ember? Fire? Oh.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Yeah, so these guys, they take little cedar strips and they light them on fire, and they light their cigar from the cedar strips. So this way you're not getting any of the butane fumes. I don't even know how much you would get. I don't, you know.
You better later?
Yeah, sure. I don't work it. No, isn't that? We're probably going to find out.
Okay.
Every time you burn a lighter near you, you inhale like 10 times more than you're ever supposed to in your life. We'll probably find something like that out someday. It can't be so good how convenient fire. Like, fire that quickly means like you get some funky gases that you're burning. You're burning some funky gases. Yeah.
Oh, horrible. I don't know what lighting a match when you get the ugly ass.
You know what's real bad?
What?
Scented candles. Scented candles apparently are not healthy. Jamie, Google that. Maybe I should say some scented candles. Maybe there's a way to do it organically. We should find out if that's true too. That would be good to know. Because I think there's some things in some scented candles that you're not supposed to inhale. And when you're a person that likes to have candles, who doesn't? They're cool. You want to have candles in your house? That's dope. Like candlelight dinner with a bunch of friends is dope. Right? But I think it's the scented ones. The ones that are made from paraffin are the problem. It's a cheap byproduct primarily sourced from the refinement of petroleum. So you're burning petroleum. Paraffin is the most used candle wax worldwide, according to the National Candle Association, the major trade association representing U.S. candle manufacturers and their suppliers. So it's all candles made from paraffin. However, few studies on candle emissions or their potential effects on human health exist, and conclusions from the research are mixed. There is no overall conclusion that paraffin candles will either will or won't harm your health, says pulmonologist Dr. Sobia Farouk, a clinical assistant professor at the Cleveland Clinic Werner College of Medicine. But the risk may also depend on various factors, including candle type and quality, how often and how long you're burning it, the airflow and space where you're burning it, your health status, and more. Well, either it's not good for you or it's fine. These are the options. It seems to me like there's a little gaslighting going on here. Like, how can it be good for you to have petroleum burning in your house? I want you to show me a study that's like measure the fucking air in the room when you have 3 candles. Measure the air in the room when you have 4 candles. Keep going. Tell me when I'm gonna get lung cancer from this shit. Because, wow, yeah, benzene, a known carcinogen, is another VOC released by paraffin candles. Hawk added, long-term exposure to this chemical has been linked to blood disorders such as leukemia. When inhaled, benzene can also be a respiratory irritant, which means it could probably, fuck. So people think candles are cool. It's like, yeah. But what is a candle that you can use? Like, there's got to be candles that are not bad.
I hope all those candles that I've got in a massage parlor were safe.
New candle. Oh, now candles made from soy wax, beeswax, or stearin, coconut oil, or animal fats are often considered healthier, but anything that is burned emits harmful particulates or chemicals, Evan said. So these candles also release VOCs into the air. It's just that paraffin wax is usually more polluting, according to great. So they all suck. The risk of toxic emissions is greater when candles are scented or dyed, which is another reason why paraffin-free candles aren't immediately in the clear. This is because artificial fragrances have VOCs, including phthalates, which have been linked to learning and behavior problems, obesity, hair development of the reproductive system, and more. Evan said the unscented candle in the 2015 research also caused concerning concentrations of toxins, but had the lowest amount compared with its scented counterparts. Yeah, by what ratio? I wonder how much lower. The National Candle Association maintains that candles are safe for use in the home, a spokesperson said in a statement. First of all, you can't totally say anything's safe. Because I was dating a girl once and she burned her fucking house down with candles. That's exaggerating. She burnt a wall in her house.
What was she doing?
She just let her candles burn down and something caught fire. And it like lit the side of her fucking bedroom wall. Like her wall was on fire. She liked candles. So they're not totally safe. It's fire. Fire's not totally safe. Fucking lighters aren't totally safe. You can't say it's safe. Like, you could definitely do something stupid with it. Like, you know what's safe? Marshmallows. Marshmallows are safe. It's not good to eat. They're bad for your body, but they're fucking safe. They're not gonna kill you.
Unless you burn them to make some more with the lighter and a fork.
You know what's supposed to be really bad for you? Paper straws. Paper straws have those forever chemicals in them. See if that's true. Otherwise, we'll have to cut this out without getting sued by the paper straw industry. Oh, speaking of straws, right? Everybody knows that paper straws came around because everybody saw that video of that turtle, that straw discussed. That's the only reason why we started looking at paper straws different than everything else, right? Remember that? Plastic.
Oh, okay.
Plastic straws came about. What did I say, paper? Plastic straws came about because of that video of that turtle with the plastic straw in his nose, right? Remember that?
Yeah.
That was
in their nose, right?
Yeah, deep in the turtle's nose. New studies found that 90% of paper straws tested contain forever chemicals, or PFAS, compared to 75% of plastic straws. So even plastic straws have those fucking chemicals in it, but it's even worse for you to use paper straws. Paper straws assessed by researchers at the University of Antwerp, Belgium, were found to contain more forever chemicals per polyfluoroalkyl. How do you say that? Give it a shot, Felipe.
Polyfluoroalkyl.
Yeah, substances or PFAS than plastic, but all are bad for you. What it's basically saying is that even straws, 75% of plastic straws have tested that they contain forever chemicals. That's not good. So all of it's bad. We should probably abandon the idea of straws.
I like McDonald's straws, the big fat one.
Here's what you don't want: a metal straw and a Stanley, and then fall in your face. Okay, people have done that.
Idiots.
Well, listen, I've fallen before. No, but I've fallen before. I'm
With a straw?
No, I haven't, but I imagine it's like just because you fall with straw doesn't mean you're an idiot. But people got to be aware that that's basically a metal shank that's going to go right through your face if you trip. You got to carry that thing if you're like clumsy, like as if you're carrying a knife. Like move it away from your body. Don't catch your body with it if you fall down and stab yourself.
I know, but you would let your baby hold that. Why are you holding it?
Yeah. Why are you holding that? You're not ready for that yet.
Anyway.
Well, especially if you're clumsy. Clumsy people should really know they're clumsy and be super careful with what they're carrying. Are you clumsy?
Yeah, man.
Don't carry a ring.
I was outside over there I was holding the baseball, and I'm thinking, I don't want that baseball, and I'm thinking that's the werewolf, and I'm thinking of my wife. I'm trying to talk about boy, make it right the fuck get out. Werewolf, fuck something upside down.
Yeah, don't fuck up my werewolf, bro. That's one of my prized possessions. And even if you get hit, what does that prove? I don't want to break the werewolf to you. What are you trying to prove, Felipe?
That's to the alcohol.
Were you a good baseball player?
Hell no.
No? Were you had a good knuckleball? Or no?
No, I was good at playing street ball with a tennis ball, and I had a good jump on a tennis ball. And we would throw it like a regular fastball.
Yeah.
Not to make that shit. Man, that was good.
Dude, we used to play stickball on the street. That was fun. We were kids.
I don't get that game. We competed the other day to learn how to play because they have like a stickball tournament in New York last week when I was there. Yeah, that's the video I saw.
Yeah.
They were having a tournament. All the veterans that used to play stickball in New York showed up to play.
Oh, we slid on
yes, bro.
bro.
But I never knew the game because in LA we played over the line.
That's a good way to get staph infection. You see
Yeah.
that sliding on concrete? Good way. They're getting pumped. That looks like a guy who plays really good stickball.
That's why.
Yeah, it's a city thing.
A roof thing, right?
When I lived in Jamaica playing, it's a place outside of Boston, we played that. We should play stickball on the street. Just people get mad at you, hit their car with a tennis ball. It was stupid. But kids are just always looking for something to do back then. Now they're all online.
I used to play crazy games growing up, bro. I'm pretty sure kids don't play that anymore. I used to play this game called Huevos. It's called eggs. We used to put like a bunch of holes on the floor with your name on it, and then somebody would throw a tennis ball. And wherever the ball lands in that hole, that person has to grab that ball and fuck somebody up in the back before they make it to the wall. And that person you hit has to grab that ball and then hit people on the way back before they get to the other side of the wall. And if you miss everybody, you get an egg on your little hole. And once you get 4 of them, we all take turns fucking you up with a tennis ball, but you just stand there like this.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, there was no cable back then. And we didn't want to join gangs.
I think you did.
And we didn't want to read.
You guys had a softcore gang.
We didn't have no Boy Scouts.
That's a crazy way to make friends.
You ever play suicide though?
I don't remember. How's it go?
It's a handball court, a wall, you throw a ball, and there's 5 kids, and you catch it. But if you miss it, everybody starts fucking you up.
No, never.
So you beat it to the wall.
No, I never played
Suicide.
Never played.
I'll tell you, everybody stand by the wall and you throw the ball against the wall. You try to catch it. And if you miss, they fucking jump you till you get to the wall with the ball.
Fuck that.
That's why.
You got videos of it too?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Requires at least 2 players. Give as many as can be accommodated by the playing area. This is funny when they take a game like this and they break it down. Like, these are the rules. We did play wall ball. We played a wall ball. You played wall ball?
Shoot like that? It was honestly, yes. If you fucked up, you'd have to stay on the wall. People could throw the ball.
There it is. Right there.
Yeah. They're
Wall
open.
ball.
Until the player touches the wall, they're open to be pegged, struck hard with a thrown ball by the player who caught it. If a player comes into contact with the ball but fails to catch it, they are also open to be pegged. That's what it is. That's a tough word to use. That's what it is. Getting hit by a tennis ball is a good thing to get hit by, though, right? It's like if someone's throwing it, it sucks. But it's not going to kill you.
There's always an asshole kid that didn't like that kid that was going to get hit. And they'll put that fucking ball in a shitload of water and mud.
Oh, that's a problem. He's cheating. He can't cheat.
Also, remember, if that person that's supposed to get hit by the ball runs home, we'll fucking chase him home or beat him up in front of his mom.
Boy. That's why cable's important.
Yes,
That's why internet's important. YouTube. You got to keep people pacified.
TikTok saved your life.
Imagine if it did. Imagine if it saved a few lives. People just at home scrolling instead of out gagging. I mean, everybody gets addicted to it. If you just don't go out and do terrible things, because you just scroll and stare at your TikTok.
I know, man. I wonder if kids do shoplifting for fun.
I bet they do. There's been like famous people that have been caught shoplifting. I think a lot of people shop. You shop? No. You were hungry? No. I was just dumb and young. And I got caught.
You don't do it now, right? No. You see it opportunity.
No. I did it like a couple of times ever. It was like candy bars and shit. When I was just hanging around with a bunch of mad kids, and we would do that. We would go. It was a thrill. You go to a
I don't do it anymore. But
I felt
sometimes
so stupid.
I know. But sometimes I'm walking around and I see like a pack of donuts, but they're far from where the donuts are.
Right.
Like they're by the shoe and they're open. And I'm like, I'm all high looking for donut. I'm like, that, you're lost.
Joey Diaz used to swipe lighters from 7-Eleven just to stay sharp. He would swipe lighters just to stay on his toes.
How you doing, brother? And I saw him. I saw him do that while he's talking to the guy.
Yeah, he's got some hand movements to distract you.
I think that was a game, man, that Road Cummings would do, bro, on the way to a gig. We could shoplift the bullshit out of the gas station.
That's not good for our reputation. That's not good for our reputation.
You get power bars.
Travelers, entertainers.
Power bars.
The gas station food, man. Those times you got broken, all you're eating is garbage.
Hell yeah, man. You gotta buy a real cheese there and put pork rinds in it for the package.
You gotta take a chance with the bean and cheese burrito that you microwave. You have to like open that strip of plastic.
Those were good, though. Those were good. Ramonas.
Every now and then you got like good food at a gas station. You're like, why doesn't everybody do this? Sometimes you go to a gas station that's like a gas station, but it's also like a taco spot. Fried chicken, cheeseburgers. You're like, damn, those are a legit fucking cheeseburger. Okay.
What happened? It's dangerous here.
You would make more money, right? That's what Bucky's figured out. One, we got it. We got barbecue, pickled dicks. Let's go. We got eggs, cheese, milk. You can buy a house. You can buy a fucking sled. What do you need? Fishing poles.
You need a mini hamburger. What else?
Yeti cooler and a Traeger grill. We got those.
We got a shower in the back if you want to shower.
Bucky's is gonna have rides. You know, there's a lawsuit going on with Bucky's. They're claiming that these people copied their logo.
Chucky's?
No, there's another spot that has like another kind of an animal.
Yeah, they do that with all. That's knockoff. They knock off. Wherever that is, they knock off all sorts of stuff.
Is it in another country? Oh, I thought it was in America. Oh, interesting. Oh, Mexico loves it.
This was fake.
Oh, I've seen that. No, I've seen that. That's not it. That's the fake Bucky's. Put that picture up again. Put that picture up
Oh
again.
my god. That's what fake in and out in Mexico too.
Oh, that's so funny, man.
And there's a fake in and out in California.
Yeah, I've seen the fake in and out of Mexico. There's a fake one in California?
Yeah, it's called Easy Takeout. And I think they used to same uniforms, same stamp, same burgers. They just added a breakfast burger. It's called Easy Takeout in West Covina.
Wow. So they copied the logo.
It's very similar here.
Oh, it's Lucky's. Oh, it's Lucky's.
What the lawsuit's about. Same city.
Oh, yeah, they even got a little gap in between it. Bucky's knockout. Lucky spotted.
He's looking at that.
That's the one in Mexico, right? Check what they both. I told you they both both. I don't think this other one is
Lucky's
in Mexico. I might be wrong, but
Once they go, Bucky's taking the glass and it's actually on the show.
the one that came up. Oh, okay. Well, what was that animal? That was like the Bucky's is the bean, right? So what was that other animal? Who was the Lucky? Who's Lucky? Was Lucky a rabbit? Like, who's Lucky? Okay.
Oh my god.
Oh,
We don't understand. Get the Pompadour, though, right?
Where's Lucky's? What a bunch of dumbasses. Oh my god, it is a beaver. What is it?
They went up some. Oh, he's a raccoon.
Oh, it's a raccoon. Oh, okay. No, you can't do that.
With a mask, like the bandito.
Why can't you do that, though? Why can't you have Harry's? Or how about George's and have Curious George? They could, get together, little franchise. Curious George, everyone loves Curious George.
Oh, yeah,
Would that be okay? Like if they have George's? Or they get sued?
over the weekend.
There is a different lawsuit.
Feels trademark infringement.
Could you imagine if, like, the owners, whoever owns the whoa! That's it. That's what I saw. Super. So they're saying it's because it's got a smiling animal.
And the red hat.
See, I don't know. I'm not on board with that one. I can't think that you could own the idea of having any kind of cute animal as part of your logo. That seems kind of ridiculous. I don't understand copyright law, but doesn't that seem like a little ridiculous to you?
Yeah.
Like, what if it's a cat and you make it kitties, and you have a cute little cat? Are you telling me that I can't make a business called Kitties? That depends where your business at and how much of a copyright you have. Like, is it nationwide? Do you have an international copyright, which is really tough? Right, but is that a copyright infringement if you have kitties? Depends on what. If you know what I'm saying? Imagine someone has a copyright to the ability. I don't understand any of this stuff, so. Clearly, I'm talking out of my ass. But imagine if somebody has a copyright to just owning the ability to use a cartoon character in your logo. That seems completely insane, doesn't it?
Yeah. But what's his name? There's a comedy club in Tommy T's. He used to have the Lauren Hardy, the what you call it, the Lauren Hardy logos.
Lauren Hardy?
Yeah, and for his comedy club. And he got sued by Bozo the Clown. He owned
Bozo owned Laurel and Hardy?
Yeah, the cartoon. Anything that you put cartoon on it with Laurel Hardy's face.
Imagine going back, watching Laurel Hardy. Imagine showing somebody that had no idea about American culture at all.
Yes.
Going back and you show them Laurel Hardy, and then right after you show them Chappelle's show when Dave plays the blind white supremacist.
Yes.
Black.
Yeah, that guy.
But imagine seeing like what this is what comedy started out as, and this is comedy later. But that is a wild ride.
Yes, man.
That's a wild ride. The ride from like Abbott and Costello.
Yes.
Who's on first?
Who's on for Eddie Cantor, bro? Eddie Cantor was the first comedian to do radio, and he was. I have a history for Fool's podcast, so I learned about the history of stand-up comedy. Plus, I read the documentary, but he was one of the first guys. But he was very clean, bro. He sang, and
we hear some of this.
He was getting paid $500 for 5-minute shows. Yeah, he was the first white guy to have a radio comedy show.
What is it? I'm trying to hear what he's saying. What is he saying?
He's thinking some audio nonsense.
Dumb ones.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. The dumb ones know how to make love. That sounds like something Theo would say on stage.
And
I like it dumb.
You'll be in the radio, bro, talking, and then he'll pinch the chicks in their butts.
Oh, God.
Yeah, and then they wouldn't say nothing. They finally a woman said something, Mr. Cantor. And he had a fire.
Well, you gotta remember, like, people back then were basically barbarians.
Yeah.
1920s people?
Bro, back then it was
World War I, bro.
Back then, for a stand-up comedian, like when I found out was, imagine you do a gig, $200 back then, right? And the promoter says, I'm not going to put the gangsters, I'm not going to pay you. And as you don't get paid, and they go call a cop. He has a couple of 3 vagrants walking around downtown. And then you're 3 comedians walking around town with no hotel, no pay, and they're going to pick you up for being a hobo now.
Yeah, you could get stiffed, for sure.
But that was back then.
Yeah.
Hard time. Imagine from then to now.
Well, I think there's probably still shit bars like that out there for a lot of guys that are coming up. But it's just now there's more real kids.
Yeah, better gigs.
Well, it's comedy's more accessible, you know, because of YouTube and everything. Comedy's just way up into everywhere. You know, like your special. Oh, tell everybody.
Oh, I have a special right now.
What a second.
Yeah, I have a special right now on Netflix, Raging Fool. We shot it at the Crest Theater in Sacramento, 2 shows. My wife directed it and
Nice.
executive produced. She produced all my specials. But we shot it with our own money, and we paid everybody, and then we sold it to Netflix. We made like a 2-year deal.
Oh, that's awesome.
So we
So
owned
you
it.
did great. I love the tracksuit.
Yes, because a Raging Bull,
Yeah,
Raging Bull.
I love the tracksuit. It's dope.
Because I was watching that movie Raging Bull,
Yeah.
and I was thinking that when Jake LaMotta had nothing left to do in his life, he had nothing how to make money.
Right.
He said, "You know what? I'm gonna be a comedian." So, and I thought, wow, he had nothing else to do in his life, so he figured out that I'm gonna do stand-up comedy. Because that was the last thing for us, and that's the first thing.
Well, that happens with actors sometimes
Yeah.
too. When their careers kind of dwindle, they start doing stand up. That happens.
And he had like, you saw the movie, right? He's going
Oh,
to stand up, and he's at a bar called Jimmy's Corner Bar, and that bar's still there.
You know, Stanhope was friends with him.
Really?
Yeah, because that guy lived down in Arizona where Stanhope lived.
Oh, that's cool, man.
Yeah, he's like got photos of him hanging out with his house and shit. Yeah. And Jake LaMotta was Stanhope's boy. And that's a real story, man. Jake LaMotta was a character.
Yeah.
He was a wild fella. A wild, crazy fella. And goddamn, Robert De Niro fucking nailed it.
Nailed it, huh?
I mean, nailed it. Like, he looked like an animal when he was Jake LaMotta, like the younger Jake LaMotta.
Did you fuck my wife?
Yeah, oh, Jesus Christ, he was so scary. He was so scary because he was just out of his fucking mind and so dangerous. And it was based on a real guy. And the movie is real close to how that guy was, Jake LaMotta, when he was in his prime. He's a fucking monster, man.
I like when he looks at his hands, and he looks like he don't like his hands, so they're not big at the end. He goes, "I can never be a heavyweight."
Yeah. Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
Crazy.
That's crazy. That's a different kind of human, man. And back then, there was a lot of people like that. You got to go back, put your mind into what it must have been like to be Jake LaMotta growing up and like what. So what year was Jake in his prime? What year did he fight Sugar Ray Robinson? Let's ask that. Jake LaMotta versus Sugar Ray Robinson.
62, 59,
42. 42. Okay. Madison Square Garden, 1942. So you gotta imagine.
Wow.
You gotta just put your mind into the type of people that lived back then. I mean, like cars, sewage was new. Like people had been coming over in boats. Criminals were everywhere. Crime was everywhere. Organized crime was the rule, the law, in all the Italian communities, the Irish communities. You know, that was the thing.
42. Wow.
Yeah. This was just the United States. It's like, you ever watch that movie, Gangs of New York?
Yes.
Fucking great movie, right? That's a fucking great movie. And probably pretty accurate.
Yes.
Roughly pretty accurate the way life was back then.
Some of those gangsters that were in that movie were actually real people. I believe it. Like that woman in that movie, I think we talked about it, when they took years to put her in a jar.
Yeah.
Yeah. She was an actual real person. She had a bar where people would just put up a jar full of pickled ears and noses from previous fights. And they'll have fights in the back with a mongoose fighting a dog.
Oh my God. Gangs of New York. So, because we don't think of New York that way. You think of New York as like New York City. Well, it was kind of dangerous in the 70s. That, you know, Giuliani cleaned it up, and you know, it's pretty commercialized in a lot of ways. It's still a beautiful city. But New York, during the time of that, whatever that film was supposed to represent, was a wild, crazy, almost like Wild West type place. Like we think of those kind of scenes when you think of a Wild West movie, right? Right? You think,
the good, bad, and the ugly.
Yeah, you think people get stabbed and shot, but that was happening over there too. It's not like it never happened on the East Coast. They only did it on the West Coast. It was happening in the whole country. Oh, and they had just got. I mean, these people just got done with a fucking civil war, right?
Yeah.
Because back then, you gotta think 1940. You go to like the 1860s, the 1940s. That's not that much time.
No.
That's pretty quick. That's 80 years. Those fuckers are still alive. Yeah.
Same mentality, same craziness.
And then you got more immigrants coming in on boats. No YouTube to watch, just a women of prayer. Someone told them to come.
I always think about that, man. Like when
Jesus.
I always
The hair, I suppose.
she was Maggie, Hellcat Maggie.
Jesus.
I think about when the Irish are coming in at the same time as when that movie's happening, and they told them, "You want a free meal? You want to fight for your country?" And they give them a uniform, and their families go off to New York, and they go off to fight the South.
Jesus Christ.
Imagine coming out of the boy, somebody hands you a gun and a piece of bread, and you go fight for America. And I think about that, like, wow, some hardcore people out there, man.
You want, yeah, hardcore.
And different times, man.
Desperate.
And if people look older than they do now,
oh yeah, they will go quick.
Yeah, like you got a person's photo, and you go, how old is that kid? He looks like 70. A 25-year-old kid working in coal mine.
Yeah. Working in coal mines, those people all got sick. They all got fucked up. I mean, that's environmental pollution that you're signing up for. Like, you're going to go breathe coal dust no matter what. Yeah, everyone gets, they all get horrible. What is that, black lung?
Black lung.
That's terrifying. And then got people that just live around coal. They're breathing that shit, and they're a part of that business.
I know, man. Like Brooks Bar, Pennsylvania.
Bro, there's a place that we showed a video once. It was it Indiana, Jamie? Yeah. So there's like 3 coal plants near this city, and these people can wipe their windshield, and they have black soot on their fingers. It just falls
Here in
from the
America.
sky. Yeah, it's in America. So these people are for sure breathing that shit in.
So the Pittsburgh,
Indiana.
Oh, Indiana.
Yeah. That's scary. That's scary. And that's a fraction of what's going on in China, bro.
Oh yeah, because when I was in Seattle, and I was crossing waiting for the car to pass. I was going to my show, and I saw it was like a 2-mile train, and it was all coal, real black coal from Minnesota, and I asked the cop that was standing there, I didn't know we still mine coal, and he goes, well, no, we don't use it, but it's all going to China. Yeah, like it was like a mile, bro, of coal, and it had no cover on it. And it was just funny. They say that I don't know how much coal flies. I don't know shit about coal. I just know what the guy told me. There was a mile train of coal coming from Minnesota on that one line, and there was a boat. I can see the boat where it was going.
Wow. And it's all going to China.
Yeah,
they're full steam ahead with coal. Someone should check to see if maybe they know something we don't.
I know, man. What are they producing with that coal?
They're doing a lot. I mean, they produce so many of the things that we need, which is one of the craziest things we all found out when everything got locked down. Is you couldn't get anything. So much of what you wanted was made in China. Like, oh my God, or made in Russia, or made in anywhere where they had a ship. You know, like that became a real fucking problem.
I thought it was made in Akron, Ohio.
In comparison to what we consume way more probably outcast than any country of a similar size. And dog, still rocking the Samsung. I love it. I love when a comic holds out and doesn't go iPhone.
Oh no, man! I like the bigger phone. It has a little pen.
You like the pen? One of those guys. Which one is that? Is that the S24?
Yeah, that one. That
S24 Ultra?
Yes.
Yeah. Is that the newest one or the one right before?
Right before.
There's a new one that just came out.
Pretty dope. A year and a half ago.
No, yeah, that's the old one. That's the S24 Ultra. I have that one. That one's sick. It does a lot of cool shit.
Good videos, right?
Yeah, it's great at a lot of stuff, but the interesting thing is the AI. So what I like about it is I go to a website, and if I open it up in the Samsung browser, and then I can say summarize, and it'll summarize the website for me.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so if there's something that's taking forever for you to get to the point, you want me to keep scrolling while you show ads all over the place, that's trap. So it'll just tell you, oh, there's an asteroid that might hit Earth within the next, fucking 60 years. Like, oh, great, there's a 3%. What is it, percent chance? Thank you. Only 1.5%.
I think I take a picture like I take a picture of you, right, and then do that one screen. Yeah, and a circle it, and it'll find a sweater for me.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's really cool. But that's I think that's available on all phones now. I think the new iPhone update has that as well, where you can Google search a thing and it'll show you where to buy it.
That's my wife only wanted. She wanted like to have it where you watch your television and you pop with your finger and make a circle and then it just shifts to your house.
You know when people are going to be fed up with that thing? When, first of all, you can only buy so much shit. But second of all, like, what happens? Like, you know those glasses that they wear now, those meta glasses? You see this Harvard kid?
The one that we recorded?
Yeah.
I guess.
Some Harvard kid figured out how to use facial recognition software with that. So he sees you, gets a photo of you, immediately gets a Wikipedia on you or whatever the fuck is available online, sees your Instagram page, finds your address, and it was wild. Like, wait, hit the brakes.
Sound like the T-1000 Terminator.
Yeah, it's like, hit the brakes. But I don't think they can.
Was there a movie like that?
Yeah, it's been much better.
The one with Roddy Piper was like that.
They live.
They live.
Glasses.
Yes.
Right. That was Alien.
I think about that when something when you have a gas or whatever. He's talking about those glasses from Roddy Piper.
Similar. I think the Roddy Piper glasses, you put them on, you could see what everybody really looked like. You could see through the whatever energy field they were projecting.
Yeah.
These alien creatures that were pretending to be people. And there's a lot of people that believe that now. I'm less inclined to believe that, but I'm open. I wouldn't want to get tricked. I mean, if there really are people that are actually aliens that are amongst us that look like people and behave like people, this is the guy who figured it out. Probably say his name.
Taik.
What's the first one? Right there. Try that.
Oh, it's Anthony.
I think.
I
don't think they say Nui. I think they say Gwen. Right. There's been a few fighters in the UFC, Vietnamese fighters, that have that same spelling, and I think they say it as. Can you find out how they say it, Jen?
So it's Alpha Gwen, okay? I can see it. Little Dutch there.
And Kane Artifio. So they figured out how to do this.
My name is
Can you scroll so we can explain how it's possible to do it today? How to remove your information? Oh, jeez. Literally, instructions. So just showing how to remove your face from search engines, which you're not going to be able to do eventually. It's getting weird out there for me.
Black face, green face, bro.
I had a friend of mine who came in here the other day and he's down to a flip phone. And his flip phone was interesting because it has Android on it. His flip phone, you actually get text messages on it. Tiny ass screen on the flip phone where you can kind of clumsily type your way through a sentence. So you don't have to do it with like a full keyboard like an iPhone or an iPhone, but you also, it's inconvenient. So you don't text as much. You don't go on these long-winded diatribes like a lot of people do. Just real simple.
The whole screen is rounded, but you gotta navigate all the way around to read everything.
Yeah,
I remember those.
It's a tiny little ass screen.
Yeah.
It's got regular buttons to make phone calls, and then on this little tiny ass screen is a tiny ass keyboard about that big. And you get in there with a tiny ass keyboard, and you try to type a text message, and you can push send. And so it's inconvenient. So you don't go on Twitter and get things out. You just get your text messages. If you do other stuff, if you absolutely fucking need it to. But Olivia, life, bitch. It's like, yeah, that seems cool. But I don't watch it.
That sounds like the Larry Bubbles Brown from San Francisco.
Yeah.
He used to have a flip phone.
David Tell.
Wow.
David Tell's football. Yeah, you should see him text me.
And then that's hilarious. They both have the original phone numbers when you first met them.
No, they've all changed numbers. You have to change every now and then. It's, you gotta purge. Gotta keep moving.
I still have the same phone number for the last 20 years.
Damn. What of those dudes? It's a holdout.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's good, but it gets annoying sometimes. It's all in, you gotta manage.
You change your phone number a lot?
You gotta manage your time.
Yeah.
the thing about a guy like you is like you're headlining, you're on the road, dudes want to open up for you, you get the Netflix special, they're going to hang out with you. So you got to manage your time because you can't give your time away to everybody. Like, there's a certain amount of time you need for yourself. If you don't have that time you need for yourself, you go off the rails.
Yeah.
You gotta take time for yourself all the time, all the time. And if you're constantly getting this and that, you're constantly interacting, you're never alone, you never
Fighting with people.
Yeah. I get in the sauna and I stretch out every day. I get down there, I fucking stretch everything out. I'm doing that. You can't do anything else. Can't be scrolling on TikTok and stretching. You gotta just go through your routine. And then that clears my mind. And I feel like if you don't make room for that, you're gonna fuck your life up. And I know that there's only so many people that I can entertain and help with stuff. There's so many people that are just, it's a transactional kind of a conversation to have with. It's not fun. It's not like, what's up, dude? Hey, what's up? Those are great.
Yeah.
But then there's a lot of, could you do this? Would you do that? Will you fly here? And do, hey. I know. You know? So you gotta like know when to change it up.
What time you get up?
It depends. Most days 8. Goes up at 8.
8 is good. I'll tell you like my bro. I get up at 5 every day.
Yeah, I don't think that's necessary. There's the thing that people always want to do where they want to show themselves that they have the discipline to get up. I respect that. Like Jocko does that. You know Jocko Bill? No, he isn't. Jocko is he's amazing dude. He's a former Navy SEAL who is one of the most inspirational guys I know. And he writes books on leadership, just brilliant guys, excellent podcast, solid dude, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. And he, like, every morning he takes a photo of his watch. It says 4:30 a.m. I want to see that guy. This is every morning when he's waking up. Yeah. Get his shitty Iron Man. I shouldn't say shitty because they're fucking drill as fuck. His little Iron Man triathlon watches. Oh, it looks like you got a new watch. That's a new watch, Jocko. You can't fool me. I know your old watch. Go back to the old watch pictures. Look, so it's every day, 4:30. His fucking watch. Sometimes 4:14. Takes a photo of it and then he works out. He's just a legit dude.
Wow, that's dedication.
So that's him, though. He likes doing that. But he's not a comedian. You know what I'm saying? I think like for a comedian, you can't be that rich. You get a little psychotic. You can't be that rich. You gotta have discipline, but you also gotta have fun. So I don't get up at 4:30. Fuck out of here. First of all, I'm up till at least midnight, almost every night.
Me too.
I get like most of my best like writing done, my best ideas. Everyone in the house is asleep. So when everyone in my house is asleep and I'm up, I like that. It's like, oh, cool. Nobody needs my attention. Now I can concentrate. And I can't concentrate when people are in the house. I feel like I should be hanging out and having fun and being with everybody. I don't want to lock myself up in my office. But that's the only way to write. But for me, it's like late at night is where it's at. Because everybody's asleep and the world feels creepy. You know, at night the world feels kind of dangerous and fucked up and stupid. It's like, when you worry about war in the middle of the night, it's like 1 o'clock in the morning, you're in front of your computer and you're writing something on Microsoft Word, you're genuinely worried about war.
Yeah.
Genuinely worried that decisions that people are making in this country are going to one day come down on us with holy terror. One day, just in the middle of the city, just boom, some fucking thermonuclear device that levels a place 4 times the size of Hiroshima instantaneously. I think about that kind of shit late at night.
Either way, how do you make that fun?
I don't sometimes. Some of it's not fun. But there's funny things attached to it. There's funny things attached to just the way we behave. There's nothing funny about the potential for complete annihilation of the human race. But there is something funny about this desire that we have to keep doing the same things we've always done and hope that somehow or another we get it right this time.
Yeah.
We're on the verge of war all the time, and there's got to be some way to stop that other than funding more war. There's got to be a better way to stop
it. It's funny you said the virtual war, and when you first started doing stand-up comedy, how many did you get a lot of movies of real wars? Huh?
Yeah, the first war when I was. So when was Desert Storm? Was that
Another Shield.
Which one was which? We had this conversation.
Desert Shield was Norman Forshoff.
So that's Iraq, and that's like 2003.
Yeah.
Right. The one I'm talking about is Desert Storm, which was like 1990. Was it 1990, Jam?
What did it say?
Oh, yeah, but the first invasion before we pulled out with George W. Bush in Iraq.
Iraq invaded Kuwait on August 20th.
Yes, I remember that one. Yes.
Okay. So when Iraq invaded Kuwait in 1990, then we went to war with Iraq, and I was living with my friend Jimmy, and we were sitting, Jimmy Tillio, shout out to Jimmy, we were sitting in our apartment in the living room, and the war was on TV, and we're like, holy shit, man, we're at war. I remember thinking, this can't even be real.
It happened at night, right? We started watching the air raids.
It started as Desert Shield, and then when we started going after like cameras, Desert Storm.
Yeah.
And what year was that? So Desert Shield was to protect, and Desert Storm was to destroy. It was dropping off. Bill Hicks had the best material about that. Oh my god, his material about the war is great. But they have such sophisticated weapons. How do you know? We got the receipts. We love to arm puppet dictators and then fuck them up. You know, it's like, like Clint Eastwood movie. Pick up the gun. It's like Dirty Harry.
I tell you, I know you think
Yeah.
fire for tell you the truth.
I kind of forgot myself.
But for one, they'll forgive it, man, when they can't cry because they kill somebody. You know, that's what happened to each other, man. You take away all he ever wanted and all he ever had. And
That movie was the best Western movie, I think, ever. Like of that kind of Clint Eastwood genre. That was almost like he was coming back to update it. Because he had all the bangers, Good, the Bad, the Ugly, Fistful of Dollars, like incredible.
Outlaw Josie Wells.
Yeah. Oh, Outlaw Josie Wells that was another level too. But then it's like Unforgiven was the one where it like really gave you a sense of what it must have been like living in the Wild West. It was just the people were more real.
Yeah.
It was more updated to like the movies of that era, like Morgan Freeman character. It's a fucking great movie. That's a great like Western movie, just a hard story.
That's that line when you go there to get those people that killed Morgan Freeman. You just shot an unarmed man. Yeah, he shot armed himself.
Yeah.
If he's gonna decorate his place with a friend of mine.
Yeah, that was a hardcore movie. That was a hardcore movie.
You saw
Isn't it funny that we always want to think about that kind of shit happening out west? We don't want to believe that kind of same shit was happening out east.
yeah.
Animals everywhere. Animals. People were animals back then. They were barely
Hang them high.
Can you imagine if we had to do fucking stand up in 1820? You imagine, first of all, you're getting sick everywhere because there's no sewage. So everybody's just got shit in the streets. Everywhere you go, you're breathing shit fumes. You're stepping in shit everywhere.
That's what I'm thinking about now. When I watch those movies now, like Gang in New York,
Yeah.
I look for somebody bad for pockets.
Oh,
Out there, people are like knowing the fucking thing. There's a rotting body right there.
it was so rank. They didn't have anywhere to get rid of their shit.
That's it. And then to print that the little napkin that they had the big white people, the little handkerchief that they would just carry, bro, just to have perfume in it, they would put in their nose so they would have to smell like poor people.
Well, it wasn't just that, man. It was the shit because they didn't have cars. They had horses. The horses would shit all over the roads.
And nobody had a job picking it up yet.
Oh, dude.
One job is put down like a handkerchief so you can walk over there.
Oh! Just fucking clean it up, you lazy bitch. And throwing like shit water out of a pan. Look at this.
Imagine breathing that every day. There's no way that's good for you. Think scented candles? in New York. Look, there was a poop pipe that would go right down the street. Jesus Christ.
Oh man, when I was at my grandma's house in Mexico, they still had a outhouse. They didn't have no plumbing.
Bro, isn't it interesting? Because this is a terrible way to live that people insisted on doing it this way.
I think the day that they figured it out, oh my God, what the?
But imagine, because you had to figure it out to get to where it is now, right? So people had to go through that to get to Manhattan of today, where it's all super sophisticated, amazing hotels, amazing restaurants. But why would you stick around? If you're breathing in shit every day, you go live on a farm. I'd be like, fuck this experiment. This is terrible. This is not for us. This is for the benefit of people in the future. We're destroying
Soil man who carted away American waste.
Bro, you know how sick people must have been back then? No antibiotics. Everybody's breathing in shit. You fall, you slip, you skin your knee gets infected with staph, you die.
Oh man,
you got shit in your knee. What is that?
People were gagging as this car walked by.
Oh, God! On a summer day in 1873, a cart stood on 6th Avenue in New York City, filled to the brink with raw human waste. The cart was uncovered, its contents exposed to the air and to the passers-by who retched and gagged as they scurried away. Excrement tipped off the sides of the cart, and the sidewalks and gutters were smeared with the stuff. The stench was so strong that it could be smelled from more than a block away. It was another day in pre-sewer America. Bro! And here's the thing, now, this is after the Civil War.
Yeah.
This is 1873.
You're an entity reading books talking about the streets are made of gold.
Yes,
Nice soil.
Yeah, they used it for they used it for compost, right?
Oh, so just
It was the name euphemistically given to human waste because it was removed from the privies under the cloak of darkness so that polite society would be spared from confronting its own feces as the men carted the crap away, leaving a trail of stench in their wake. Every year in cities across the country, thousands of carts brimming with excrement rattled through the night streets. There was an antiquated solution to a modern problem. America's cities were full of crap. So the people were just throwing the shit in the streets. Yes.
Oh, how much was that?
It's not
Shitty.
possible. It's shitty. They got paid shitty.
what a shitty job.
Yeah, you remember you mentioned me at a bar?
Imagine smoking them in.
You get a horse-pulled wagon filled with shit. That is so crazy. So living back then was hell, bro. We're so lucky. And that's how they're going to look at us. These future beings that no longer have war, that no longer have greed or anger, these future beings that are connected to the hive mind, they're going to look back at us like, oh, yeah, Joe, we're looking like idiots.
Get breath dumped, I bet.
One of the dumping grounds was a field near the White House where a marsh of Washingtonian waste putrefied under the president's nose. This suggests this may have been a contributing factor to President Harris's untimely death in 1841, since the White House water source was a mere 7 blocks downstream. The shit water killed the president with shit water. Oh my God!
Dysentery.
Bro, this is why you can't trust that the experts are looking out for your health. They didn't even protect the president. Somebody concocted this idea, and they never even thought about the potential for ruining all the water that people drink. They just said, this is a good place to dump all this. Oh, nasty. People are so nasty.
Oh man, I also think about
So nasty.
and cargoes back then were probably still sheep's wool, right?
Sheepskin.
Sheepskin.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I saw a movie where a woman she was washing the contraceptive.
Yeah.
Right after this white wave guy threw it at her face.
Wow.
So she's using the same one for every man.
Oh, Christ.
So they didn't have, even by 1880s, 2/3 of flushing toilets still just went into a backyard cesspool.
The overflowing privy is a sight to behold. James McCabe's 1882 account of New York street life. He described one man's yard in which the privy's contents drained down into a street sewer, forming a miniature loathsome Niagara of night soil. The cascading sewage flowed right by the window, so that a man sitting on a chair at the window would not have only the odor, but also the views of this loathsome matter circulating at his feet in the pool below. Yeah, see, this is why everybody was so sick. This is
why they started the plague.
Well, also, there's no one's clean.
Or outbreak 1849.
Yeah, I'd say that is the biggest breakthrough ever in the controlling diseases. The biggest breakthrough is sanitation.
I was just thinking about using these words dumping grounds in this time period. This is the same type as bones were dumped in these river windows.
Yeah, there's not enough vaccines in the world to protect you when you're living like that. You know? Imagine the pharmaceutical drug companies try to sell you if you were living like that, and they figured out how to counteract all the different things that you're inhaling in the air from human shit.
That's so nasty.
So nasty. Look, don't kill the president, bro.
Wow, imagine waking up in the morning. Good morning, everybody.
I'm glad you just said that about dumping bodies, because this is a thing I need to send you, Jamie. I'm so glad you brought that up, because I read this. I don't want to fuck this up. I want to figure out what the fuck this actually means. Here, I'm going to send this to you. It's about liquid human remains.
Liquid human remains?
Yeah. So, with this article saying, whoa, it's like an Instagram thing. That being fed back to the population via fertilizer on crops. That.
So they make it more
solid. I hope it's not true.
Making the noodle with people or what?
I don't know. It sounded like they were using it for fertilizer, using people for fertilizer, and using people for supplements somehow or another. Like, how they're saying you're boiling down a human body compensating the family. I don't know. But also, there's no DNA. So what did you need body for? Like, the whole body's DNA. Saying there's no DNA, so what, you broke it down to chemicals, and now it's okay? So you broke the human body, the container of a soul, down to chemicals, and you're going to pour it on your flowers and that kind of thing? That seems made up. It seems weird. Like, how the fuck? We should find out how the fuck they do it. Is there a video we can watch on them doing it?
Well, what kind of? Another they put fire with hot water.
It's in hot water and something else. They added some other stuff too. But whatever, man. What the fuck? Is this it? Oh my god. The most eco. No.
Do they put it in there alive?
No. They just cook them. Cooking them up nice. And that's what they get, like little bones and pieces.
Well, I want to be cremated, but if that's an option.
Yeah, but you don't want your body being resold as fertilizer. It's just weird to pour dead people on top of your fucking carrots so they grow better.
Sprinkle me.
What are they breaking it down to? What are they breaking the human body down to that's valuable? Like, what is the stuff they're looking for? Let's find that out. First of all, we don't even know if it's true. Yeah, no, I wouldn't even believe that. How would this? Can you Google and see if there's other stories that say that? Okay, I'm not pushing. I gotta read. Oh, I understand. Whatever it is, it seems like you're supposed to leave people alone. Okay, we're supposed to be different than everything else on the planet. We love each other more than we love anything else. You can use monkeys for experiments.
Some snakes allow for making liquid with its peptides, sugars, amino acids that capture carbon to be reclaimed and repurposed as fertilizer.
Yo.
They're turning. Do they have to tell you, like, how they have to tell you if you're going to buy a haunted house? There's a house where someone killed his whole family in it.
Yeah.
They have to tell you that. You see that old tree?
That's Joe Diaz, by the way.
What?
No, they're making it up to soil, right? So.
Oh, right.
See that old tree right there?
Please, the Joe Diaz.
But you do it particles. That's what I thought.
You think they have to tell you that you're buying dead people fertilizer, or are they just considered chemicals at that point? How do they get away with selling you dead people? Because it seems like if you had the option, hey, do you want like manure?
That's in 1888.
Whoa!
That's in 1888.
They've been boiling people and turning them into fertilizers since the 1800s.
So we have that machine, but not no fucking sewage.
Wow. The scary thing is with them saying that they use it for calcium deficiencies, because that means you're feeding people other people's bones so they can get a source of calcium.
But they got vegans, so don't give it to him.
Maybe it's okay because the person consented.
That's true.
Huh. So body plus 95% water, 5% alkaline, basic chemicals, either potassium hydroxide or sodium hydroxide, or a combo, sterile effluent, water, salt, sugars, amino acids, peptides, bone fragments, calcium phosphate. So that's what they get out of it. So they boil it down in this solution and they get out all these different things: water, salt, sugar, amino acids, peptides, and then calcium phosphate. And then I guess what do they do with the calcium? So if you're buying calcium and you find out it's from dead people, they should probably let you know. You probably should have to let people know.
I dream dead people.
You would sell a lot if you made it from dead people. Sure, like going crossbones on the bottle. There's a lot of assholes who buy that.
But then people thought, looking at that like they look at chick, how was he raised? What kind of parents did he have?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, if you're really
Did he have anxiety problems?
are you really into eating someone? Yeah. What if they were a fucked up person and you take a little bit of their soul inside of you to go insane?
Crazy.
That's got to be what's happening with the cannibals when they get that disease. You know, they get shaky. The prion disease that they get from eating each other.
Did Jeffrey Dahmer have that?
I don't think so. I think you have to eat spinal tissue. You have to eat brain and spinal tissue. And they're called prions. And the thing about prions is you can't even boil them. If you cook them at like 1,000 degrees, I think, for like hours, it doesn't kill them.
If you ever get to invited to a restaurant, they tell you you're just a human being.
No. Why would I eat a person?
Or they tell you after, man, you just ate a decomposed acroline body that we made into chicken.
Yeah, I wouldn't like that. Would you like that food though?
Hell no.
Yeah, it would be weird.
Need more salt, please.
Remember that movie Soylent Green? Remember that one? No. It's an old-timey science fiction movie. But people were being fed Soylent Green, and then this guy figures out that Soylent Green is made out of people. And they're serving people like this fucking protein biscuit that's made out of humans.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. That's the one with the old movie, right? There's people that
do they end with a woman boiling a foot?
Oh, I don't remember that. Maybe. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. I just remember the premise of the movie. I probably haven't seen that movie twice.
I saw one where a guy was called a microwave massacre.
Microwave massacre?
And this guy murdered his wife.
In a microwave?
And no, he cuts off a piece of it and microwaves the body and makes lunches. And he takes them to work every day. And
wait, this is a real guy?
Real movie.
Wait a minute, a real movie or a real person?
It's a real movie called Microwave Massacre, but based on a real guy. And he would take food that he made from people he murdered. They would eat it at work, and then when they finally caught him, everybody at work was throwing up.
I think there was a woman who got caught eating her husband and serving him to the neighbors.
Wow.
How much did you have to serve them to you? How much do you hate your neighbors? So I'm going to watch these motherfuckers eat my husband. I'm going to cook it up nice. Cook up that ass cheek. Turn
I hear you really like my husband.
You're going to love this dish. This is his favorite. Jesus Christ.
I'm in a consomme for him, too.
Consomme. A nice bone broth. Good for the soul. Yeah, so that's where that shit comes from. Prions. It's they're scary. That's mad cow disease. That's what cannibals get. The very sketchy disease. And there's another one right now that deers have. It's called chronic wasting disease. Same kind of deal. It's a prion disease, and deers are getting it, and they froth at the mouth and drool, and their body shrivels up. Very creepy, man.
You can eat those?
You can, because there's no crossover to people, but I wouldn't suggest it. I wouldn't recommend it. I mean, I wouldn't. The thing is, you can test and you can find out if your deer's okay. Like you can shoot them and then test them, and then you know you're good to go to feed the deer. But if it tests positive, it hasn't jumped from animal to people. It's only an animal. But what it does to animals is so great. Why would you take that chance? This is not how I feel. Why would you take a chance of consuming an animal literally has the plague inside of it? Because for deer, that's the plague. These deer, they're not even, see the thing like with people, a disease is spread like wild, right? With deer, they're out in these big, giant open areas, and yet still it's spreading from their saliva onto leaves, and then other deer pick it up. Yeah. It's super fucking contagious, and it kills the shit out of them. And if that jumps to people, that's a real problem. That's a real fucking problem. Because I don't know if they have medication that combats in deer. I don't know what research they've done and trying to figure it out. But I know it's such a problem that there's a lot of places where they're killing extra deer just to try to keep the populations lower so they don't interact with each other as much and so they don't catch it from giving it back and forth to each other. So people have this right now. No humans have it yet. But I think chronic wasting disease has been, it used to be one type of deer. I'm not sure what deer it started out with. It might have been mule deer. But it's in a lot of white-tailed deer in America, and apparently it's made its way into other ungulates. Like, I think it's in elk. I think they might have even found it in moose. It's scary shit, man. It's basically a zombie virus. It turns you into a fucking skeleton, waste away. Yeah, it's horrific. And it's probably some of it came from farms because they think that that's one of the ways that it's spread. Like, there's a lot of deer farms that do a great job. They're very ethical. So if you wanted a property and you wanted your own private hunting property and you wanted to put a high fence up, take care of the ground, put food plots in there for the animals, this is how you got 1,000 acres, you want to fence it all in. But you can do that in Texas, and you can buy deer. So you say, okay, I want to buy, like 20 white-tailed deer and let them loose on my property. You got this 1,000-acre spot or whatever you're at. If you get a deer that is from a farm that's unethical, they're all going to be stacked next to each other just like pigs. You watch fucking factory farming for pigs. They're going to be corralled and shit. Most of them don't do this, but you're always going to have people that are unethical. And when people do things where diseases start getting spread and they kind of cover it up or lie about it because they don't want to lose money, and then they're sending deer around. So, there's a lot of regulations now on how you can move deer across state lines because of these diseases. If you have bad deer meat,
can you cover it up with a bunch of good deer meat where that bad meat disappears?
What do you mean?
She's saying because I remember myself cooking, and I had I spilled a shitload of garlic on my oatmeal for 15 motherfuckers in rehab. So I just started putting in more oatmeal, and more milk to hide the garlic smell. But in the end, everybody was farting anyway, so they still got it. But do people do that? That what you're saying? That people do that with deer meat? That they cover it up?
Do that. You can make sausage.
Unethical, they hide it.
No. So what we're talking about chronic wasting disease that's different. Right? It probably wouldn't even affect the taste of the animal. They'd probably be very lean because there's not much left of them. Or they could have just gotten it and they could be healthy looking, and they still have this disease. They still test positive for it. My fear would be about what that disease is going to do if it jumps to human beings. And if you're consuming it, are we sure that it just goes out of your system, or is it just inert? If it doesn't work in your system, could it work eventually? Is it something that has an incubation period that maybe not now? Maybe we'll have one in 5 years from now or 10 years from now. Maybe the version of chronic wasting disease that evolves and changes is going to be making the jump to humans. That's a scary fucking disease to make the jump to humans. There's a bunch of those out there. That you can yeah, man. And then there's the ones that we make. No, like COVID. They fucking made that shit in a lab. They made it in a lab. It's spread across the whole world. They made AIDS in a lab? Did you say like AIDS?
Like AIDS. Somebody I read that's the word. Somebody said, they make all that shit in labs.
Well,
wouldn't it part of chemical warfare, right?
That is part of chemical warfare.
Like putting disease black natives, and
well, they've done a bunch of fucking studies. Like that's the big
no,
conspiracy theory about viruses.
influence of like what they had.
Oh yeah, no. That was smallpox.
Yo,
Smallpox.
Pam, how are you, baby?
That's it.
What's good? Oh, I'm living life, kicking and sticking in. Do you know who I am? Oh, absolutely. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so on YouTube for more than 3.5 years. I just started 2 weeks ago on Twitter Spaces, doing it 24 hours. Do you see my camera? Excellent. I have more data online than any person in global history. I do this for world peace. I want to end world hunger through the use of technology, things like agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I want to end world thirst. Sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter, Obama Sonic 10 email, and it's worth over $100 million. We've built wells in Nigeria. Continue doing good deeds like that. And additionally, I'm a major advocate of the Life Share program. And additionally, I think that desalination, essentially pumping Earth's seawater onto land, is a major opportunity for the world to end world thirst. Other things we talk about are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, ufology, things like faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Scientific has found they've made it their goal within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using African elephant surrogates, which I think is some mind-blowing technology. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they were reintroduced the Tasmanian tiger. However, if you're wondering, what else we talked about, things like life extension technology. Data is Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data online than any method, which made me feel a very influential person. And if that happens, I'm going to make sure that you're able to take care of your family and your friends with this type of technology and life extension, like things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, things like ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapy, to extend your life expectancy from age 80 to age 100, 120. But then you may say, Rabbi, 120 years old, my body's starting to break down. What's next? The next type of technology is with your consent, and only with your consent, we can scan your brain using a technology known as mind uploading technology into a computer with a CAT scanner and MRI for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, cybernetic, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being. We would know where every molecule is in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, allowing you to perhaps achieve a digital immortality. What do you Mariana 1? Oh, wow, this is news to me. So here's what I do in these cases. Whenever I have something like this that maybe I'm not as familiar with, I go to ChatGPT and get a quick summary. Yo, Doc, can you please tell me about Microsoft Project Mariana 1 about antimatter, something like that? And then we'll see what it says. Project Mariana is an experimental initiative that explores the future of foreign exchange, trading, and settlement in the world where reciprocal conflicts. It's called Mariana 1. Mariana 1. And it's from Microsoft. How do you spell Marana one? Like what? Okay, spell. Maior. Yes. Okay, well, I can't find too much on this. Tell me about it. Maiorana. Let me Google it. So tell me about it. What do you know about it? About Majorana. I mean, you say that. So tell me about what you know about it because I'm not finding a lot about it. Okay. Uh, okay. So this is 5 days ago. Okay. So the reason why I couldn't find it, it's not. At least it's called. I mean, I get it. Majorana. Okay. So Microsoft unveiled Majorana One, its first quantum chip, which represents a significant advancement in quantum computing technology. This chip is based on a new topological core architecture that leverages a breakthrough material called a Taik conductor, which can control and observe Majorana particles to create more reliable and scalable qubits. Majorana 1 or Majorana 1 is designed to fit up to 1 million qubits on a single chip the size of a palm, which is a critical milestone in addressing large industrial and scientific problems. The chip's architecture offers a clear path to scalability and stability, addressing one of the biggest challenges to quantum computing, the fragility and error-proneness of traditional qubits. If I may ask, what is it? This is very cool. We'll continue to talk about it. What does this have to do with antimatter? So you're saying this particle is its own antimatter? Very interesting. Okay, so now let's find out all about that as we get this going. Yeah, CERN said essentially. That's okay, we get it. So, so in terms of Majorana fermions and antimatter, Majorana, Majorana fermions, the Majorana fermion is a hypothetical particle that is its own antiparticle. The concept was first proposed by the physicist Ettore Majorana in 1937. It's, in simpler terms, most particles have corresponding antiparticles. For example, an electron has a positron. Majorana fermions would be their own antiparticles. The idea is particularly significant in fields like quantum computing and topological quantum computing because these particles have potentially be used to create stable quantum qubits that are resistant to certain types of quantum noise, making them ideal for quantum computers, while Majorana fermions haven't been conclusively detected yet. Some experiments are in condensed matter physics, especially involving topological superconductors, have shown promising results. Referring to the form of matter using antiparticles, which are counterparts to the particles that make up regular matter. Okay, very cool. So you were trying to think of with CERN and the Large Hadron Collider. What in particular about that? Like a dome, you said? Okay, so the annihilation of antimatter at CERN involves the collision of particles and antiparticles when they annihilate each other, releasing energy in the process. Here's a breakdown of what happens. Creation of antimatter. At certain high-energy particle accelerators known as the Large Hadron Collider, are used to accelerate particles to nearly the speed of light. When these particles collide, they produce various particles, including antimatter. For example, when a high-energy proton collides with another proton or a target, it can produce an antiproton, the antimatter counterpart to the proton, and a positron, the antimatter counterpart to an electron. However, creating and trapping antimatter is extremely challenging due to its tendency to annihilate when it comes in contact with normal matter, which we are made of. Annihilation. When the matter like a proton or electron meets its antimatter counterpart, like an antiproton positron, they annihilate each other in the process of releasing energy in the form of high-energy photons. This annihilation process is highly efficient, as the mass of the particle is completely converted to energy, according to Einstein's famous equation E equals mc squared. In particle collision concern, protons and antiprotons can collide, leading to annihilation, producing high energy gamma rays, and sometimes additional particles like mesons. Electrons and positrons also annihilate each other, typically producing two gamma photons with equal energy. Detection and study. Certain scientists are interested in studying antimatter for several reasons. Understanding the universe's composition, the standard model of particle physics predicts when the universe was created in the Big Bang, matter and antimatter should have been producing equal amounts. However, the universe we observe today is one that is made of matter. Understanding antimatter and how it behaves might provide clues to this matter-antimatter asymmetry. Applications of antimatter. The study of antimatter also has potential future applications in medicine, like in PET scans and energy research. At certain antimatter is producing extremely small amounts and studied in particle detectors like ALICE, a large ion collider experiment, or ATLAS, a toroidal LHC apparatus. These detectors can capture the annihilation event and measure the energy released during particle-antiparticle interactions. Challenges and goals: producing enough antimatter to observe its effects, or use in practical applications such as for energy storage or propulsion is a huge challenge. For instance, it costs a significant amount of energy to create Currently, CERN and other research facilities can only produce tiny amounts of antimatter, enough to observe its fundamental properties, but not nearly enough for the practical uses like energy generation or propulsion. So the annihilation of antimatter at CERN is not just about destruction, it's about understanding fundamental laws of physics and exploring possible applications for antimatter in science and technology. How's that sound? Did you find the phrase you were looking for? Go ahead. The reverse of information is pre-production. What are your thoughts? Why don't we have an equal amount of matter and antimatter in the universe? Why does it seem like there's more matter? That's an excellent point. So that there could be some antimatter in the unobserved. And then do you think it would be exactly 50-50? That, I like the way that's true. I mean, that's kind of the beauty of the universe. Yeah, Doug, what are your thoughts on aliens? Basically, any non-Earth, yeah, any that's an alien, yeah, absolutely. And then you get into intelligent life. Yes. Um, well, I think that aliens have come to Earth because there's a lot of evidence of them being here, and perhaps we were. I mean, no, I mean, yeah, that I think was probably made likely by humans, but I'm talking like there's evidence of people who just see UFOs on a daily basis on Twitter and Reddit and Google and YouTube, and so I mean we've seen these saucers. They come every single day. Um, I think additionally now people may say, well, that could be a bird or it could be a plane or whatever. But even if one of them can't be explained, then there's some interest to it. Now, I think that the United States government did this through something over the course of some time known as Project Blue Book, and they found that even like 5% of them can be explained by traditional means like swamp gas or perhaps another planet or something like that. Then we have alien abductions. We have the Betty and Barney Hill abduction, the first major one that occurred on September 19th, 1961, where a couple was driving in New Hampshire their abduction on their car and on their physical body. There was high amounts of radiation on their car that couldn't be explained. Um, and then we have the Travis Walton abduction that takes place on November 5th, 1975, where a logger in northern Arizona essentially was abducted for some time and didn't return to the public for 5 days, and they actually were going to charge his friends with murder because he had disappeared. These are major events that have happened. And then we just have, through history, we have Roswell that occurs in July of 1947. And perhaps the device that I'm talking to you on may be reverse engineering alien technology. I mean, I'm talking just like smartphones, computers, and things like that. If you look at the development of humanity, for 2,000 years, we went from probably the most advanced way of transportation, which was like perhaps the chariot, then getting to the carriage. I mean, in 2,000 years, we went from the chariot to the carriage, and then all of a sudden, with the Industrial Revolution and with the birth of aviation, we get into stealth bombers and bullet trains and such. All of this may have been influenced by the crash retrievals that have occurred. Then we get into just even earlier history. We have in biblical times, Hezekiah or Ezekiel's wheel. We have certain sightings of wood carvings in medieval Germany. We have it in Renaissance paintings, just crafts in the sky. We even have it in hieroglyphics. There's a lot of evidence that aliens have been here for a long time. And if you ask many of these alien abductees who have allegedly had some type of communication with higher intelligent beings, that Earth is essentially a zoo, essentially an experiment, and that we were seated here. And then you get into like more modern discussions. Bob Lazar, who was worked at Area S4, Area 51 in Nevada, and his story is that, at least in his briefing from the United States government, that these aliens have done at least 64 major evolutionary changes to our DNA to make us what we are today, specifically the size of our brain and in terms of our intelligence. So, I mean, if you look at the evidence that's available, there's a lot of evidence that exists. I mean, even the New York Times talks about this in 2018. Just for a moment. Please tell me about the New York Times disclosure of UFO technology. The New York Times, so this was December 16, 2017. Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, ATIP, revelation. The Times published an article revealing that the existence of ATIP, a secret U.S. Department of Defense program dedicated to investigating UFOs. The program operated from 2007 to 2012 with a budget of $22.5 million over 5 years. The disclosure marks a significant shift in public awareness regarding the U.S. government's interest in UFOs. That's from Wikipedia. May 14th, 2020, the Navy UFO. The Times reported the official Navy records detailing encounters between military pilots and unexplained flying objects. These records included descriptions from pilots and objects exhibiting flight characteristics beyond current technological capabilities, further fueling public interest and debate on the subject. June 5th, 2023, claims of non-human craft retrieval. In a more recent development, the New York Times published a report by Ralph Blumenthal and Leslie Keene featuring claims of former Air Force officer David Rush. Rush asserted that the U.S. was in possession of a secret program with multiple vehicles of non-human origin and records of deceased pilots. This disclosure had intensified discussions about the nature of UFOs and the extent of government knowledge regarding them. These articles have significantly contributed to the ongoing disclosure of UFOs prompting increasing transparency and public interest in the subject. So that's the New York Times. That is the most trusted media outlet in the United States that is talking about these things. So, I mean, it's kind of obvious to me that they exist here today. What are your thoughts on that? That's okay if you don't know. Do you have Discord, by the way? That's okay. If you did, I would ask you to join my Discord, but if you don't, I'm not going to force you to do it. But you should know, you can watch what I'm watching in Discord. You can also watch it behind the Joe Rogan experience. Yeah, do you like Joe Rogan? Excellent. Dog, absolutely, that's what I watch all the time. All the time, man. So, you should know that I'm always, and the issue that occurs with me, especially on Twitter just instituted AI as its basic first line of defense for moderation, and it keeps banning my accounts. I'm not the only person. If you go on Reddit, there's like a huge subreddit dedicated to people who have just keep getting banned from Reddit or from Twitter, and they just give up on it. And but but if I ever get banned, I just create another account and just start streaming my life again. But I'm always live on YouTube. I'm live on 16 different YouTube channels right now. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show? That's okay. It's from the 1990s. It stars Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey essentially is the main character. His entire life is on camera, and he doesn't know it. The only difference is that my entire life is on camera, but I do know it. So I do this with my own consent. But basically, you can watch my life every single moment of every single day, going back to the pandemic, more than 3.5 years, which is a huge undertaking. It's more data than any person's ever uploaded as an individual to the internet, and I do it because I think people will be able to learn from it in the future. Yeah, just go to the account that says not the main account here. I mean, that works too. It's just as you can just go to discord.me/rabbi, and that will give you the link. If you want the actual link, I've got two accounts in here, the red ones. Go to the one that says Rabbi Rothschild. The one that says please read my expanded profile has the link as well. But if you want a direct link, it's in the name of the other account that says Rabbi Rothschild. It's discord.me/rabbi. And you can see I've got 1,600 people in here, at least who have joined. I've got the Joe Rogan experience on there. You can see the whole screen. I got it in multiple languages. I've got like 500 different channels, and you can always connect with me in there. Now, I always do my best and always have a Twitter space going, but if you ever just want to always be able to connect with me, probably hear me better and see me better, you can do it from my Discord. And the Discord address, if you see it in the name there, it should say like discord.gg/p something. And if you just put that into Discord, you will see I am live right now, and you also see me from different angles. Oh, that's cool too. And then as well, if you see the links that I have, I know they say like you have to be cautious of clicking links on the internet, and so I get that. If you just type Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and filter by live, you'll see I'm live on 16 different platforms right now. There's 16 different cameras right now. So it's like the whole world can watch me at any given time. But when it comes to Discord, me/Rabbi, and you have to do like a captcha, and then it gives you the link, and you can see I'm live right now, and just watching the Joe Rogan Experience. So type Rabbi Rothschild, my name. Type Rabbi Rothschild, which is my name, into YouTube, and then filter by live. Yeah, that's one of them. I've got 16 of them though, so make sure to filter by live. Yeah. So if you filter by live, you'll see I'm live on like 16 different streams right now, which normally any creator doesn't have more than one going simultaneously, let alone 16. The reason why I have 16 is because I want to essentially be cancelable. If ever I get a copyright strike or whatever, they take down one of my accounts, I have backups and redundant backups of all my streams. Copyright infringement, like I streamed the Super Bowl, or I streamed the Olympics, or I've streamed 3 Super Bowls, I've streamed 3 Olympic Games, I've streamed the World Cup, I've streamed the Women's World Cup, and when you do that enough, you get enough copyright strikes and they just take down your account. No way. Did he get fired? Yeah. Oh, that's really cool. Wait. Twitter media? No. What is that? Oh, very cool. Very cool. Did you have to pay for it? That's really cool. Did you get a chance to put Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and filter by live? That's great for subscribing. But filter by live, I want you to see all 16 of my streams. So you can see this conversation happening from multiple angles. Yeah. And then what you want to do is type into Discord or type into your search bar discord.me/Rabbi. And that will give you the link to my Discord. And then you can see we can interact with Discord. Additionally, I've created robots on Twitter that basically have me in a lot of different Twitter spaces simultaneously. So if you ever see my little profile picture in other people's Discords, you're gonna know like, oh, this is one of Rabbi's robots. The only time I'm really like in those ones is when I'm talking. So then people are like, oh, this is the real Rabbi, one of Rabbi's real accounts. And one of the reasons why they banned me, and I understand why, is I created over 2,000 individual Twitter accounts, which is a huge amount of Twitter accounts. It took me like 6 months to do. And when you subvert their terms and conditions like that, they consider you persona non grata, essentially, someone that don't want on the platform. But I get that. I just create another account, no big deal. And if they ever ban any of my other accounts, then I just create more. I have more grind than they do. Essentially, I have more fortitude than they do. And I do this for world peace. I don't want war anymore. And I do it because I think the discussions that we're having, even the one that we had earlier today, the world doesn't know about quantum computing, and they really should. And we should be able to educate them on it and give people opportunities to learn about life extension and mind uploading and quantum computing and alien exposure. And I think these are all positive things for the world. And then additionally, in the future, people will be able to study me from a biological perspective. I have more data on life than any person ever. Essentially, AI needs modeling. It needs humans to be able to model. And I have the most complete set of data that I've just given to the world of any individual ever. So that made me a very influential person today. Do you see how to join my Discord? Okay, excellent. When you join, you're going to... Oh, yeah, I'm on 16 different YouTubes right now. And I've been live on YouTube for more than 3.5 years, 24/7. I've been live in Discord for like 8 months or so. I'm the #1 streamer all time in Ada Ross's Discord. He's a streamer. #1 streamer all time in Amaranth's Discord. She's a streamer. #1 streamer all time in Aisha Speed's Discord. He's a streamer. And #1 streamer all time in Taik's Discord. He's a streamer. Like basically all the major streamers out there, I'm the #1 streamer in all of their Discords. So they know about me. Their communities know about me. I'm actually friends on Discord with the owner of Kick, the platform. His name's Eddie Craven, and he's a nice person. And so you can check me out. And then, it's nice to be able to connect on Twitter, but the thing is, I can't follow you back, or I'm in danger of getting my account banned. But on Discord, I'm still on good terms, so you can always come into my Discord and check me out and talk with me whenever you want. And were you able to join my Discord? Okay. If you need any help, basically all you have to do is type in discord.me/rabbi into your browser, press return. It will take you to like a CAPTCHA. You do the CAPTCHA, and then it says join Discord. You join Discord, and then it'll take you right into a video call with me that I have live that I'm watching Joe Rogan on. And you'll see me from the side. So you see me right now straight on. You'll see me from the side. And it's a much clearer picture, it's a much bigger picture. And then you can see a lot more of my devices there as well. Great questions. I love talking about ufology. I love talking about world peace. I love talking about futurology. So study of the future, advanced physics, but really like invention. I also like talking about mega projects. I'm a big advocate for something known as the Bering Strait tunnel, essentially a tunnel that would connect Asia to North America, allowing people to take a car perhaps from New York City to Paris, or from Los Angeles to Cairo, or Mexico City to Cape Town. I think this would be really great for the world. Additionally, I'm a major advocate for the building the Darien Gap Highway. If we were able to do that and build the Bering Strait Tunnel, you'd be able to drive from Buenos Aires to Mumbai, able to drive from Rio de Janeiro to Madrid. I think these are amazing opportunities for the world, and I don't think that it's necessarily out of the scope or the realm of possibility over the course of your or my lifetime to be able to see these things. I also like to talk about space a lot, so I'm a major advocate for a space elevator. I am an advocate for space tourism, terraforming of other planets like Mars and perhaps someday Venus, planetoids like Europa and Titan. I am an advocate for interstellar space travel and then eventually intergalactic space travel. I'm fascinated by the idea of aliens. I'm fascinated, and I used to be a huge skeptic on aliens as well, so it's not like I've always thought, no. I have publicly debated people on the lack of evidence towards aliens, but I was convinced after seeing a documentary around the year 2009, known as the Disclosure Project, which took place in 2001, where Dr. Stephen Greer has a panel of a couple dozen whistleblowers from the United States government and other governments around the world saying that this is a real phenomenon and that it's been kept secret since World War II and even France before. And the reason why is because it would have such a major impact on society. If we found out that aliens existed, I mean, perhaps we may come together as a world, but also much of technology would render the petroleum industry perhaps non-existent, or to some extent the coal mining industry. Basically, we could be able to power things through nuclear power, through nuclear fusion, nuclear fission, cold fusion. All of these types of topics would have a major effect on society. And I embrace that. I think we have to have a mature conversation with ourselves and recognize we're not alone. And, so those are the things I like to talk about. I like to talk about world peace. I do my best to stay, I talk about religion and I talk about politics, but I do my best to stay as neutral on the matters in public as much as possible. What you'll be able to see in my Discord note in particular is that I, there are some mundane aspects of my life. I pray every day. I say blessing on food. I eat. I sleep. Those kinds of things. Certainly, maybe not that exciting, but it's basically a lifeline, a connection to me whenever you want. So I get people in there. We play games on a daily basis. I like to play golf. I like to play mini golf, and so we do that. We play chess. I sing a lot, so I sing a lot of karaoke. I like karaoke spaces, which I do quite often. And just all in all, do my best to be just a good human being. How about you? What do you like to discuss? I don't play on chess.com. I do have an account, but I'm somewhat of an intermediate player in general. I play people on Discord, and I feel as if I play on chess.com that I will get a little obsessed with it, and I don't want to, because people do. So I do just play on Discord, choose it easier. How about you? What's yours? Yeah. Wow, that's very good. Do you play chess often? Oh, dude, excellent. So you're talking football or like American football or soccer? Okay, excellent. What else do you like? Excellent. Any other sports? Did you see that Magnus Carlsen was on the Joe Rogan Experience a few days ago? Yeah, it's actually one that we're going to watch next. I could start it up right now if you're interested. But essentially, yeah, I'm sure that's an interesting conversation between perhaps the best current chess player in the world and the biggest podcaster in the world. I also like stand-up comedy. So there's a podcast. It's the largest live podcast in the world. It calls itself that, known as Kill Tony, and it takes place every Monday from the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas. And it's just basically people get a minute to be able to do as much stand-up as possible, or do the best stand-up they can possible within their expertise. I also like the Lex Friedman podcast, so I've watched all of the ones that he has on YouTube, and I've gone through those a couple times, and I look forward to doing that again. So I like to listen to essentially free thinkers, scientists, uh, just people, even politicians at points, people who have an impact on, who can have an impact on society. I like to hear what they have to say. I'm just doing my best to be an open-minded person. Were you able to join my Discord? I don't know if you were able to. Were you able to join my Discord? Yeah. So here's what. It's okay. It's okay. Do you see that there's another account in here with the red square that says Rabbi Rothschild? It says Rabbi Rothschild. It's got a circle, not the square one. Do you see the second account in here? If you click that, in the name, it has the public invite. It says discord.gg/p. Do you see that? That's the link. That's all you have to put in, and then that'll take you right into it. Exactly. I'm in there right now. So if you enter, you'll be able to see me from another angle. You'll also be able to see the full Joe Rogan screen. Exactly. Okay, excellent. Now, join. You see I've got two accounts in the 24/7 live stream. There you are. What's up, big dog? Hello, how are you? Excellent. So we're watching Joe Rogan. You can see it probably better from this angle, and I appreciate you joining. And well, you just left. That's okay. No issue at all. You know how to connect with me, and if you ever need to get a hold of me, probably Discord's the best way. But I'm also on Twitter as well. And unless you have any other questions, we're going to continue watching Joe Rogan. Feel free to watch along, or do whatever you want to do. I want you to know how much I appreciate the opportunity to meet you. And if you ever need anything, I'm here to help you. Okay? Excellent. Well, very cool, man. You're very intelligent. You should know we need more people like you on this earth. All right, here we go.
That's even true, because I don't think they knew how diseases were spread back then. I don't think they knew that you could just put scabs on a blanket and give people smallpox. And if you had smallpox, are you trying to dish out smallpox? Are you trying to catch it so you're handling it and putting it in blankets? It seems like an exaggerated cruelty of what happened. And what happened was Europeans came over here, the Native Americans had, whatever you want to call them, indigenous people, they did not have any immunity to smallpox, and it wiped out 90% of them. Diseases from North Americans or from Europeans, rather, coming to North America, they wiped out everybody with disease. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 90% of the people that were here are gone because of disease. So, when people want to think
I sent
that
you a friend request in Discord just for your knowledge.
there's no way to prepare like a group of human beings that has no immunity in 1492. There's no way to prepare. There's no way to prepare anybody. You're coming in with these stinky European streets filled with shit water, right? Everybody's got some funky parasite, funky disease. They probably fucking stink. They're probably infested with
all that bullet a mile away.
They probably have viruses fighting viruses inside their body, coughing phlegm and blood, and they're drinking whiskey, and they come over to
Probably having sex with each other.
yeah, and it's probably none of it's consensual. It's probably animals biting each other and holding each other down, fucking each other, and then they come to North America and they start slaughtering people. There's this one. We've talked about this before. He was like a bishop or some religious man who chronicled one of Christopher Columbus's early interactions with these people. It's horrific shit, man. Cutting people's arms off, they don't bring back their weight in gold, and dashing babies on rocks in front of their parents. Horrific shit, man. And those are the kind of people that brought those diseases. Like, you want to talk about, that's like a real demon horde. Crazy, huh? A real demon horde of people who come over on a boat stinking, coming in their own shit, breathing diseases on everybody. Everybody's dying, like, so unhealthy.
I know, man. Like, I think about that pirate. I don't know, one of the pirates, Blackbeard, man, he was full of gonorrhea. And he would drop mercury on his penis to cure his diseases on his penis. That's all they had.
But what a good move. Who invented that? What asshole was like,
He probably was. I don't know. I read you somewhere that a voodoo doctor say, man, mercury was in his dick.
Did mercury turn his dick? Yeah. It says when he held prisoners for ransom, such as the governor's son during the week-long Charlestown blockade in 1718, he asked for expensive medical supplies. This included liquid mercury, which, when injected through a urethral syringe, was a common, ineffective treatment for syphilis. Injected through your pee hole with a fucking syringe. Ew. Blackbeard had up to 14 wives in different courts. Wow. Damn. Well, somebody's doing a movie about that guy.
Imagine, man, he had the money to put mercury in his dick. The rest of the crew probably didn't. So they're out there fucking everything, man, fucking shit up.
There's this temple in China that they are afraid to go into. They discovered it, and this emperor, when he died, was such a great emperor that he had this whole field of terracotta statues that were built that look like warriors that are guarding him. But this crazy discovery that they had. They're giant, right? But the ground all around where this temple is tested for high levels of mercury. And the ancient story is that anybody who ever dared open up this tomb, where this emperor is buried, would drown in mercury.
I thought you were going to say that got diarrhea.
No. Imagine drowning in mercury. Imagine like 2,000 years ago, a dude sets up a booby trap for greedy people and sets it up where it just fills the entire tomb up with mercury. First of all, is that even possible? How much mercury would you have to handle, and how many people die from that mercury? Can you imagine, first of all, where did they even get it? Yeah, where did they get mercury in 2,000 plus years ago? You know that story about that emperor and his temple? No, Teotihuacan is Aztec. Yeah, that's probably a common booby trap, I bet. But this one where there's temple in China,
It says temple drowned in mercury refers to the temple.
Can you say temple booby trap with mercury in China? I think think it's like the first emperor of China.
It could have been.
Other.
Yeah, this is the one. So there's one that they have not entered into. I think this is the one with the terracotta statues in front. There's one of them. I think that's a common thing when great people die. They probably made a terracotta army for them. When they find these things, it's like, here it is. That's us talking about it. Crazy story of first emperor of China's tomb. That's me and Schultz talking about it, right? Good. Click on that. So I'll remember. It's not our video. It's my fucking video, bitch.
Somebody else.
No.
Someone else.
Well, that's ridiculous, but it's ours, right?
Yeah, it's funny when.
So when everybody says thing, they would have a copyright on my voice.
I don't want to get into it, but yeah, we probably have the revenue probably come into our thing. But it's not. I'm just saying.
That's why I was bringing it up.
A lot of times I have live talk from other people.
Oh,
I was just saying it's not ours, so I don't know.
Okay, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. But anyway, the point is, there's this tomb in China that's supposedly booby-trapped with tons of liquid mercury. I'm sure Jay will find it. But it's this area around it apparently tests high for mercury. So they think it might be a true story, and they don't want to go in there. They don't want to go in there. Which is wild that this dude set this up, if he did, 2,000 plus years ago. I don't even remember how many thousands of years ago it was, but it was insanely impressive.
Wow, that's amazing. We could do something like that and it works.
Now, where do you think Jacob's living this one? Where the fuck do you think they get mercury, and how much can they get? How much can they have back then?
I've only seen a thermometer.
I know, it's where are they getting it?
We're out into Greece. Remember we were talking about Cinnabar before?
Cinnabar.
It's where they got red and stuff. Also, Cinnabar and antiquity was the source of all mercury.
So how did they do it? In a pool of it? How did they do it? Does it say how they did it?
Extract heat, roast it in air, and burn the sulfur dioxide while the mercury is vapor and then condensed. Mercury boils at 357 Celsius, passes these temperatures all within some kilns. They had those.
Wow. So they just cooked up mercury.
It's hard to do. They did it.
Wow. Well, if they can make a temple like this guy had, they can cook up mercury and fill that temple. That is crazy. Maybe there's going to be a way with new technology where they can pierce into the ground, where they can see into things without having to actually go in there physically. Because I know they're doing the LiDAR stuff. I know they can kind of detect where there used to be agriculture.
Someone digging into is this claim real? And this is that even if
so you know mercury, cinnabar, or as the elemental metal has been found in tombs dating as far back as the 2nd millennium BC. It's not clear why it's put there. Might its toxicity have acted as a deterrent to grave looters? Probably not. The dangers of mercury fumes were not recognized until Han times. If so, it seems there's a lot of mercury in the burial chamber. It's likely to be either a preservative or an anti-theft device. So the big theory is that it's an anti-theft device, and that's why people are terrified of going in there. Here, hold it right there. Based on estimates of mercury production from the Song era and allowing for the imperfections of the earlier refinement process, he thinks the chamber might have contained at most 100 tons of the liquid metal. Holy shit. 100 tons.
How did Blackbeard find this shit?
Whew. Well, that wasn't Blackbeard, that was China.
How did they find mercury back then? Shivery timber.
They probably had a bottle. They have look at that. That was the device they stuck on their deck. Oh my
And that's
god.
the saying, right? Shivery timbers?
I
And
think
they're surprised or shocked.
I think they're saying that just for funsies. Yeah.
I'm missing that rack.
Oh my
Shut
god.
up.
Yeah, mercury.
Syringe for my PP.
Look, it's all rough looking. It's not even polished good.
Man, you probably drawing his map. Don't go over there, man. If you're gonna look at his eye and they take back some mercury,
They all die from that, right?
Syphilis. Look at this. A pump cluster, which would have been to use pump fluid into the rectum, allowing the body to quickly absorb it. They were taking
Like animals, they're both. So they were doing that for drugs? Pump liquid into the rectum. Yeah, liquid into the rectum. Well, aren't people doing that like moonshine? Don't they pour moonshine in their asshole? This is what I heard. They pour coffee down. I heard people take tampons filled with vodka and stuff them in their asshole. And they've been doing it since the pirates. That's not new.
There we go. So the
Bro, what the fuck is wrong with these lights?
severe dehydration, fluid of ass.
People like food,
Also, a bloodletting instrument called a porringer.
I had a buddy of mine, and he did his medical residency in Miami in the 1980s during the cocaine times. And he said, dude, that's where he did his residency. So he was in the emergency room. So it's like every day someone's coming in with something stuffed up their ass. They're coked out of their mind. They got G.I. Joe stuffed up their ass. He found people with light bulbs, those like twisty pine cone looking light bulbs stuck up their ass.
Yeah.
Or all kinds of things stuck up their ass.
I did a show at Lompoc State Penitentiary, and one of the guards told me that some guy made a vibrator out of 7 handballs. One of the boys, and he took them all up. And then what happened? How do you guys know? Because he didn't tie them up too good. They were all stuck in there. So take them all out.
Oh no. He didn't tie him up good?
Yeah, he didn't put them up.
Oh, right.
I guess.
So they go in his butt and get all those balls?
Yeah.
How many were in there?
Like 5. Whatever, how many balls make this? And you thought he was hiding a knife.
That's a hard way to go, too. Sometimes people die that way. You get, toxic shock. Something goes wrong. Tear your rectum, you bleed out internally. Yeah. Stuff things up your ass. Like the Mr. Hand story. You know the Mr. Hand story, right?
No.
There's a whole movie based on it called Zoo. Zoo is a thing called zoophilia, where people are sexually attracted to farm animals. And so these people met up online, and they found out that you're still allowed to fuck animals in Washington State. So they all went to Washington State.
This is a
It's
movie?
Washington State, right? Yeah. It was a movie, a true story.
All right.
And this dude got fucked to death by a horse. They bring him to the emergency room, like, what's going on? Everyone's acting a little shifty, and then they have to tell the whole story. And they find out these people have like hundreds of hours of people getting fucked by donkeys, horses, and shit. And they all did this out on this weird ranch.
Wow.
Yeah. That's how the dude died.
One of the first books, Nature Does Not Sex books when we were kids,
Mm-hmm.
and they were all nasty books about sex.
Yeah.
The first one I ever read was about people having sex with animals.
Oh yeah.
But they were like, the penthouse stories or Playboy stories, but then they were all with animals. And I remember the woman telling this whole story about having sex with a horse. And like just riding that fool.
You never see the Mr. Hands video. There's one video that got leaked online way back in the day. Brian Redband sent it to me. And it's this dude getting railed by the horse. And it's not even the one where he dies, apparently. He dies in another video. But in this video, you see the size of the horse's dick, you see his body, you see his ass, and you're like, there's no way.
How many people have helped him?
One guy grabbed it and just pointed it in the right direction, and the horse was one gigantic thrust of death. The guy makes this horrible sound, and then his friend goes, too much. And then his friend's like, oh, he came, the horse came. And you're like, this is the sickest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. And that's how that guy died. That guy in that video that's getting fucked by that horse was the guy who eventually dies from it.
But the horse was food afterwards.
I don't think so. It's not the horse's fault. Well, fuck the horse do. The horse is gonna, I wouldn't bend over in front of him. He's kind of, right? He's kind of conditioned now. It's not his fault.
They only found out about it because he died.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I said. But it's like,
Was that his first time, or was he traveling ponies first?
no, he had been fucked by a bunch of horses, or a bunch of times by the same horse. But there was apparently many hours this guy get fucked by horses.
That's like that, it's my 4-year-old riding on like an urban legend, like
No.
people say,
The
oh, TJ, it's a donkey show.
You must see it.
You gotta show it.
Yeah. Did you have it? You can still get it, right? I bet you can get it. I bet if you put it up on X. X is one of the few places where it's actually illegal. And maybe you can't have it on X. Because bestiality. Well, it wasn't illegal when they were doing it, though.
Yeah.
There's one.
No, that's called bestiality when you have sex with an animal.
It's called they're fucking gross.
So what's the one when you have sex with dead bodies?
That is
Yeah, right.
Don't look at next one.
yeah. You can't find it next.
Different search result that comes up.
Oh yeah, they probably gained the search results now, right? Yeah.
Well, people have sex with animals, right? Like, since you want to talk about gangs in New York, how ugly it was.
Right.
Those
But they
places
fucked
were
everything that was in front of them.
Found it?
Okay. Oh yeah, there is.
I mean, verify that that's it.
Oh, that's 100% it. Okay, absolutely. Go full screen. And don't show it on screen at all.
Thank you. Mute the sound when we play this?
Nope. Nope, let's hear it. Okay. It's on one side, I guess. Here we go. Here's the sound.
That's a reverse it.
So that's the guy's butt. The horse gets on top of him. And then the guy grabs it. Look at this. Watch this. Look at the distance. Look at the amount of tissue we're talking about here. Watch this.
Like lockdown.
Watch this. This is not a loop. This is repeating. This is repeating. Yeah, this is it's already. The whole thing really only lasts a couple of seconds.
Wow.
That guy died.
The guy has no
The movie is fascinating because the movie is like a documentary sort of recreation of those people. It's not like that. You don't see things, but you just see how fucking bananas the whole
If the
story is.
horse is known for that, or did he just travel all the horse? Because he needs to know what he was doing.
I've been fucking that guy for a long time. If I've been doing, that's what I'm saying. Like it killed him one day, but I think he had
You're
done
not
it a
gonna
bunch
show
of
that, right?
No. We
Peter will come out to it.
yeah, we were just making noises.
That is Mr. with the bananas, Mr.
There's people out there that are out of their fucking minds. They're out of their fucking minds. You get fucked to death by a horse in a grainy video. You know? Like, what is life for you?
That would be crazy.
That's your thing. You get off work at 5, and I think the guy who died was an intelligent guy. Wasn't he an engineer?
Like a Boeing movie.
Bro, he was a Boeing engineer who liked to get fucked to death by a horse. That horse's dick is as long as an arm. Look at how long that dick is.
Oh, like long down
Do you see the size of that
doing
thing?
like 17 and a half inches.
It was gigantic. It's probably bigger than that. When it goes into his body, you're just like, where's the room? Where's the space? How?
How do you warm up to it?
I guess you start with fingers.
A lot
Then you move up to catch your bodies.
the ability to experience certain sensations after a motorcycle accident.
Oh,
So that was the only way you could feel things. Oh god, that's terrifying. That's terrifying. Well, you know what? That also kind of makes sense, right? Because we've talked about this many times now about brain injuries. About people with brain injuries who get very impulsive, they do reckless things. That totally makes sense. This guy had a motorcycle accident that fucked up the way he feels things. He probably got wrecked.
that's crazy.
So he got wrecked. He probably got a brain injury, and he probably turned into a wild man.
I twisted my ankle, man. Now I want to move to fuck in the ass.
You want to get fucked to death by a wild animal.
Oh,
You're the first
man.
guy to get fucked by a bear. Yeah, but you break your brain in that group way. Like for some people, they're just different now.
Yeah, man.
Now they're different. But I've seen it happen to a bunch of dudes when they've been knocked out. Been knocked out really bad.
That's good to get knocked down, the fuck out, and you wake up and goes, is there a horse nearby? Because I'm really horny.
Who knows what's going on with the chemistry of your brain? You just want to see experience. You want to you want to see if you can suck a horse's cock.
That goes back to your old joke, man. The old joke you say, hey, you take a break today.
Yeah, take a day off.
You know what I said? You had that joke about at the Playboy Mansion, and that what's his name? Well, whatever. He would have every once in a while a game of pop there. And then he goes, and then the punchline was, "Oh man, you take a break.
Don't start fucking guys.
Yeah, take a break. Take a break.
Yeah, relax.
Relax. Yeah, you fucking take chase a day. You don't have for a guy. You take a break.
I think for some people with brain issues, though, they get addicted to skydiving, they get addicted to gambling, they get addicted to like really reckless behavior.
You see, was it a head injury, right? Oh bad. What was it?
He looks like he's in an accident. He fell on a motorcycle and hit his head on the curb with no helmet on. Yeah, it was a bad one. So California didn't used to have a helmet law back then.
He could have him though.
Well, I don't know because of him.
English.
Yeah. So it helped it, but I know that people want this. I'm torn on that shit. It's like, yeah, you should have helmet laws because there's 18-year-old boys out there that can have motorcycles, and that's fucking crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, I am so glad that when I was 18, I never got a fucking motorcycle.
What's your thought of a motorcycle like at 70 miles an hour? The helmet is like nothing, right?
It depends on how you fall.
On fall, right?
Yeah, you might slide. If you slide, you probably just keep your skin grip from your body.
Did you survive? Or you have to come to a finish. That's it.
Yeah, but that's the thing, man. If you get really banged, you can have some screwed brainwaves after that. You know, and you can think everyone's out to get you. Like, people get real weird. They get real weird. They feel like extra vulnerable because their brain's not working the same anymore, so they don't know who they are anymore. They don't feel like they used to feel.
Yeah.
They start to feel crazy. You know, and they start thinking no one wants to help them. They start getting real angry, real negative. And then you get fucked by a horse. It's just of all the things that you could be doing, that's how you chose to go out. All these things that you could be doing. You know, you could be seeing the world.
You said, nah, man.
You could be a food blogger.
Nah, homies.
You could be a fashion influencer. Nope.
I want to be Willie Shoemaker.
You want to get taken out by a horse.
I'm a black stallion.
In some dirty barn somewhere. That's where you breathe your last breath. In a dirty barn with horse cheese in your asshole.
What is Fred doing?
I don't know. They freaked out. They brought him to the hospital. They tried to drop him off. And the cops started questioning him, I believe. I'm paraphrasing for sure. But I think that's how they got busted. They brought off the guy who's got a giant hole in his asshole. He's pale like a sheep. Like, what?
Has the same face.
What? Why is the inside of his body missing? Why does he have a fucking telephone
So why couldn't you see his shoes through his mouth?
What is going on with this dude? What did you do? What'd you do? That story about Jimi Hendrix still freaks me out. I think about it the entire time we've been talking. I go back to the idea of just pouring pills down the greatest guitarist of all time's mouth, and then just pouring jugs of wine down, holding him down, and that's how he dies. Motherfucker, that's scary.
His manager.
Motherfucker.
U.S. managers said the story is not true.
Of course. I would say that too. I would say that too. I mean, I don't know if it's true. Who fucking knows? But the idea, and he definitely did. He did die by asphyxiation.
Some people say also like that the CIA did it. Jimi Hendrix.
I haven't heard that one. But if anything happens, people always think the CIA was involved somehow. Anything. By what it is, right?
Yeah,
Pretty much.
they always say that.
Yeah. No, trust nothing.
Secret agent.
Yeah, it's either them, or it's China, or it's Russia. Who's really sending you this text telling me that I'm qualified for the $4,000 in savings? You know those texts you get?
What's this?
You know those texts you get? Like random texts? Hey, congratulations, you received approval for your loan.
Oh, I don't get those.
You don't get them? I get them from a dude named Ray. So Ray had my fucking phone number before I
Ray.
Fucking Ray. Ray must have signed up to every goddamn list. Ray must have put in that number every chance he could. I keep getting these fucking text messages from Ray, and it's all like loans, and you qualify for this, and this is available. We're looking for someone to hire. There's always some weird scams.
Qualify for aluminum sightings.
I don't understand how they can't stop that from happening. It seems weird that you get so many of them. You get so many of these scam things. They get a hold of your phone number, just spam lies.
I think they think you get to a certain age, 50, and they think you're gullible to these tricks now.
Well, I think young people are gullible.
Yeah, they say to 22-year-olds, hey man, fix your home. If you have a home.
If you're dumb when you're 22 and you get something you qualify for 4,000, oh shit, they think this is me. Oh, yeah, I'll take that money. And then, whatever the fuck they do, I don't know what to do.
There was a guy in LA that was calling women at their jobs and telling them they had won something, and he suggested to cut their heels off their shoes.
And he would film it?
No, he was just calling them randomly. Hey, you just won blah 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 blah. All you gotta do is cut your heels off your shoes right now. And women would do that. Caught a bunch of chicks, and they all just fucked up their shoes for that.
Oh, what an asshole. It's funny, but it's
It
also
was me, not with it. But it was somebody.
to relate, especially if it's your favorite shoes. You only have one pair.
Not my red bottoms.
Bro, shoes on. Yeah. Those bitches are expensive, right?
Yeah.
So I'm so lucky we don't have to wear shoes that hurt. Girls wear shoes that hurt. They don't wear it for so long. Like, I can't imagine. I don't even like wearing things other than sneakers.
Yeah.
Or like a comfortable boot. Like, I got a couple pairs of these origin boots. Real comfortable. Easy to walk around in. Like, nice smooth leather.
I think I ever have boots.
Boots are great. But the point is,
I never had cowboy boots. I've had Doc Martin, but not cowboy boots.
the point is they don't hurt to wear. But ladies are always wearing shoes that hurt. What a crazy choice.
5-inch heels. Stilettos.
That's probably why they have better paint tolerance too. They have to give birth and they wear shoes that hurt all the time. So they have to deal with pain. We're so lucky we don't have any stickers to shit. Imagine if we had to wear makeup every day. Imagine what it'd be like. Like Felipe, what have you done to your eyes?
I don't know, man. I put mercury on them.
Yeah, interesting. Like women, most, a lot of women wear makeup every day. Or wake up makeup regularly. On a regular basis, they wear makeup. It's not a very rare occasion. Like most, I don't know what the number is. Want to find out? Let's Google it. So that's probably, a lot of that stuff's probably not healthy for you either, right? What's in those colors? What kind of dyes are they using?
The red dye, huh?
Like, what is all that stuff made out of? Are we sure? I mean, maybe some of it's really good for you. Maybe some of it's terrible for you. Maybe it's just like the scented candle.
The lipstick. Well, I know the lipsticks. The native lipsticks made out of smashed little bugs.
Yeah, that's one of the red dye things.
And the red smashed little bugs, and you put them on hair. It'll be better than a horse up your ass.
So, what percentage? Okay, 43% of U.S. women reported wearing makeup daily or weekly, but doesn't break out the daily portion explicitly. Rewinding to 2019, same source noted a higher share of women wearing makeup daily. Gen Z 18 to 24 at 30%, and millennials 25 to 34 at 35%, suggesting a decline over time. Separate 2023 YouGov poll of 1,000 U.S. women found that 38% wear makeup at least a few times a week or daily, with older women 65 plus being the most likely to wear it daily compared to younger groups. Probably all wore it daily back in the day, right? You gotta keep up your looks, Gladys. Look at that makeup again, please. Another study from 2017 by Statista indicated 41% of U.S. women aged 30 to 59 wear makeup daily.
Yeah, there was a woman back in I don't know if it was the 1800s, 1900s. She was the first woman to make a woman's magazine on clothing and home gardening, how to cook recipes. She was first lady to put recipes in a magazine.
Oh yeah,
kind of like for a homemaker.
right.
And then, yeah, there was a magazine back then. I don't know what the name of the magazine is, but
Jamie, Google is makeup bad for you. With them. Google is makeup toxic.
when I was a kid, my seventh grade teacher thought it was bad. Put on that makeup, little girl.
What are the ingredients in makeup that are toxic?
Oh, that's right. This is green makeup, yes.
Bro, no. Lady with the green makeup, the Wizard of Oz, or the Tin Man Witch. Yeah, they got real sick, man. Yes, some makeup can be toxic. Lead, mercury, and arsenic, heavy metals can be found in cosmetics. Phthalates, common contaminant in cosmetics. Formaldehyde, a chemical found in some makeup.
Yeah, man. Before like community back there started blackface.
Man, that's scary shit. That's scary shit. I wonder if that contributes to a higher incidence of certain issues, health issues that maybe women have that wear use daily.
I wonder how many
I wonder, right?
how about the people that worked the news back then in the 150? They were a shitload of makeup.
Oh yeah, yeah. And what the fuck kind of makeup did they have back then? Well, that's probably all chemicals.
Fake makeup. Make a mountain.
Yeah.
What's that fuck feel dying?
Yeah, man. Like, you don't have to wear that, ladies. We're not that complicated.
See, I gotta wear makeup. You see fights.
No, I don't wear anything. I'm like, are you crazy? I have to go in there with people who really have their head split open. You know, I have to interview people that are soaked in blood, and sometimes the blood is spitting out onto the
Oh my
microphone.
god, I never noticed that happens.
All the time. I get blood on me all the time. Like the idea of me wearing makeup to look better while I'm out there dealing with people that just got their face punched in is crazy. That's ridiculous. I won't do it.
So let's speak to you. When you get a fighter that's real bloody, you know, you can. You're really up close to these guys. What do you see in their eyes after a fight, like when they're also bleeding, man? Do you see like their intensity when you see things like other people don't see when you're interviewing
I'm
them?
sure you see something.
You within the fear they're in a fight right in front of them.
Yeah, I think you're probably going to get more of a sense of how they feel after it's over. Like there's like some historic moments where you can see that when the fighter wins, it's a big fucking deal. And one of my favorite ones was when Israel Adesanya had his second UFC fight against Alex Burr, and he knocks him out, cold, beautiful, clean right hand, and finished him on the ground, and then fires off 3 arrows into his body.
Oh yeah, I remember that guy. Yes.
That was a fucking classic moment. Then he grabs the microphone and gives like one of the most inspirational speeches. Like, pull that speech up, because it's amazing. This is my favorite moment, I think, of anybody after they won a fight, because it's just like this was real in the moment from a guy who's the fucking boogeyman, dude. Alex Pereira is the boogeyman. He's the scariest motherfucker in the sport. He knocked Izzy out twice. He left hook KO'd him in kickboxing, and then he beat him down in the UFC, and then Izzy finally knocked him out. And when he knocked him out, when he fires those arrows into his body, and then see if you find that speech. And when you hear it, man, you're like, wow, that's what makes the whole career worth it. These moments where you reach out and you touch the world.
I hope every one of you can feel this level of happiness just one time in your life. You will never feel this level of happiness if you don't go for something. When they knock you down, when they talk about you, if you stay down, you will never ever get that result. Fortify your mind and feel this level of happiness as you rise. One time in your life, but I'm blessed to be able to feel this again and again and again and again and again.
Amazing. That's like human fuel. You hear someone saying something like that, if you're doing something like that, that can help you all throughout your day. That's human fuel. Amazing.
If you're gonna go all the way or don't even try.
Yeah.
Chocolate custard.
That guy was
If you're gonna go all the way or don't even try, it could mean losing girlfriend, it could mean losing wives, relatives, it could be time spent in jail, lonely nights in the dark, lonely nights by yourself. But in the end, it's all worth it, and all the best.
That's great. Did you ever see the movie they did on both? Were there 2 movies?
There's one with a Matt called Factotum too.
When was that?
That came out like in 2000 something, and he plays there's Barfly and there's Factotum. Factotum, he plays him at that age. And
He's way too handsome.
yeah, but
How dare
he plays him good.
he?
Yeah.
He's way too handsome. That's outrageous. Mickey Rourke made himself look fucked up.
Yeah,
It's to all my fans. You know, you're like,
Yeah. Chocolate custard is actually a Barfly, one of the drugs in the bar.
yeah.
All women in the world are whores. Just mine.
You ever see one of those meetings that he used to do these readings and read from his books with yell and fucking hecklers and shit. Yell out to them. He's just a guy who's constantly drunk with profound.
Yeah, man. When I started reading, I wanted to read books about authors that were Los Angeles, like the 40s and 50s. But this one, and I said I gotta find something that talks about Los Angeles, these streets that I live in. And there was Charles Bukowski. He writes about Los Angeles, and I found out that his inspiration was a guy named what's his name? He writes just like Charles Bukowski. He wrote a book called Ask the Dust and The Adventures of Arturo Bandini. I'm lost of his name, but it's John Fontaine. Hey, yeah, John Fontaine. John Fontaine wrote books in the style of Charles Bukowski, and Charles Bukowski, when he found out about him, he helped him publish all his books again. So that's why I know that John Fontaine exists, because Charles Bukowski, he published all his books for him. Oh, he was dying of diabetes. So after Dust, bro, he talks about Los Angeles during 1932, bro, when Los Angeles had a metro rail and the world of 1932 earthquake in Los Angeles. Wow. So it's all about this guy from Los Angeles. He talks about Armenians and working the docks in 1920s.
Wow. That's a great catch.
And they're alcoholics, bro. This kind of alcoholic and so much trouble costing. These are people that work jobs and still were authors.
Imagine going from those guys to TikTokers at Bubba.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like these guys actually had jobs during the day. Charles Bukowski, he worked at the post office. He never worked. He never quit.
Yeah.
And Antonio Bandini, what's his name? The other guy, he started writing for Hollywood and he just disappeared.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's under contract.
Yeah, man. There's a lot of talented writers who just decide to write for a company. They just kind of give up on the dream.
He was a job. They hired to be a writer and then this stuff for me.
I got a book deal once and I gave them the money back because they had too much input. They wanted to have too much input and then they wanted me to transcribe my stand-up. That was one of their ideas. It's a terrible idea. They're like George Carlin did it. I'm like, well, that's fine. I love George Carlin, but so what? I'm not doing that. That doesn't make any sense to me. Why would I want the worst version of what the ideas are, which is just print? The best version is a live performed version. Second best version is a video. Worst, for sure, is print. Audio is slightly better. But it's like, you don't want to do that. Why would I do that? That's a dumb way to write a book. I just want to write about things that I'm thinking about.
Yeah, why would you write your whole set on a book?
And then I realized if I'm going to write something, I have to want to, and it has to be something that I do. Because I'm controlling the entire thing. And if they like it, they like it. If they don't, they don't. But it's not something that I would ever want to have somebody help me out. Write this article about an article why he did it. With other writers, it's publishers. I agree with
Whoa, I didn't know that. Whoa.
Holy shit. Wow. The financial trend of the publisher hampered the distribution of Ask the Dust.
Yes.
Then put out a short story collection, Dago Red, in 1940. More than a decade would pass before another Bandini novel. Wow.
Yeah, you can't do it.
Bunch of stuff. Not illegal with any offset but listing publisher. That's
Crazy. Insane.
That's crazy. Dude, I'm gonna read that. Is it on audio? Oh, it's on audio book. I'm so lazy. Sitting down next to reading a book right now. It's too daunting. It's too daunting. Felipe, one more time, tell everybody special on Netflix, available right now.
Oh, my Netflix special is available right now. Raging Fool on Netflix. Go check it out. Directed by my wife, Lisa O'Daniel. And I want to give a shout out to my brother-in-law who listens to you religiously with his daughters. Johnny O'Daniel. What's up? Shout out to John in Ohio. All right.
Instagram, all that shit. Was it?
Oh, my Instagram is Felipe Esparza. My website is felipesworld.com. I'll Ottawa and Indianapolis, Helium. But
What are those dates?
I don't know.
Okay.
My
Go to the
website.
website. Go to the website.
April 5th, I'll be in San Diego with Barnes and April 25th, I'll be in San Diego with a bunch of comedians. Beautiful.
All right. Always good to see you, my brother. Thanks for. All right.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train my name. Joe Rogan Podcast my name. All day.
Magnus Carlson. Yeah. North Crawford? No. Killed that brain in Crawford. I'm good with Crawford. I want to keep up. But and of course, Tony Hitchcliffe is here, who's a gigantic chess fan, and just creamed his pants yesterday when I told him you were coming in. And then immediately I said, "You got to come with me." So Tony's here as well. It's an honor to meet you, man. I'm always fascinated by people that are at the top of something that's insanely difficult, like chess. And I'm always wondering, like, how much time is involved? How often do you play? And when did you start? How old were you when you first started playing?
I think my dad is an avid chess player, so I think he thought that I might have some talent, so he taught me pretty early at around 5 years old. But at that time, I wasn't that interested. I was mostly into Legos, and I was into maths and like sports stats, and I had my little flag book with all the countries in the world, their flags and their inhabitants and area and everything. And I sort of that's what I did. Generally, just taking in all the stats. I do also with sports, reading the sports section every day, and I didn't find chess that fun. A couple of years later, my older sister is a year and a half older than me. She did a lot of chess with my dad. I started sitting in on them a bit, and I started liking it. I really, really wanted to meet my sister as well at generally everything. And from there on, it really just became my thing, and it's been my main hobby and eventually work as well since.
Yeah, obviously. It's so funny though. A spark, a competitive spark, with your sister is really what ignited you to keep going with it.
Yeah, the funny thing is she's not competitive at all. So she hated the fact that I wanted to play, especially when I realized that I could beat her. And she liked chess, but she stopped for a while and only started when I had become good enough that there wasn't a competition. So it turned out like my dad was right after all. I just needed that extra weight.
Yeah, what a call! I think you guys from down. What a call!
Grandmaster 12, was it?
13. So actually, the record is 12. But most kids these days, honestly, they start so early. I was at a tournament in India a few months ago, and there's this guy who's like a 1600 rated player, and he's 3 years old. And I'm seeing the games, like they're actually decent. Now there's this one kid from Argentina, like they call him the Messi of chess, who's going to become a grandmaster soon. I think he's only 10, so they're really playing early these days. But it's good to see though, because like information is so easily accessible these days. Like it takes a lot shorter time to get good at something.
Well, it seems like now chess, because of social media, it's like everything else. It's kind of exploding because there's so many fascinating videos out. And then, of course, there was like the big controversy with that young man who you believe is a big old cheater. That guy. I didn't know the anal beads thing. Is that a legitimate theory?
So it actually started in one of my friend's streamer channel that like one random guy said made a comment about anal beads, and he was like, oh, yeah, maybe. And then I think it started taking rounds in Reddit, and then Elon saw it, tweeted about it, and then obviously it blew up. I just spoke to, I think it was Mark Andreessen who said like that would be one way to do it.
Yes.
But I really, really, really don't believe that has happened. Like, I think it has no connection to reality, but it just became a thing of its own.
So unfortunately, this young man, we will explain the Anthony's thing, but this young man is a very talented player, but does have a history of some shenanigans, correct? And even admitted that he did a little bit of cheating in order to move his rating higher so he could play better players.
Yeah, I mean, he's not admitted to nearly the extent of his cheating, but if you sort of take what chess.com say, then yeah, he cheated a bunch online in a certain period of time, partly in tournaments, but mostly in casual games, as he just said himself, to sort of get himself up the standings and play the best player in the world.
But he is a very good player.
I think he has become a very good player. Yeah.
Okay. So what made you convinced that he was cheating in that particular game? And by what method do you think he could possibly have been doing it?
Did you hear something? Was it like burn? Hearing vibrations?
You see his seat shift.
Smelling something? Was there something in the air?
Yeah, I mean that would have been the smoking gun, I suppose. But I think there was a combination of things, though, based on the chess level that I thought that he had, and that I'd seen from his game of playing against him, analyzing a little with him, and looking at his other games. There were a lot of stories back then. The thing is also there's a Netflix documentary coming in a few months that sort of is where I'm telling my side of the story. So I kind of go too deep into everything, but what I can say was that there were a lot of factors that made me very, very suspicious, and I think ever since then he has become better, but there's still something off, both then and now. But
That's so fascinating that as an elite chess player, you'd be able to recognize that something is happening that's outside of his capabilities.
again, I'm not ruling out the factor that chess players are becoming more and more paranoid, because we do have chess engines that basically have perfect chess, right? Like anybody with their phone can, as I think Elon tweeted to Gary once, like my iPhone can beat you at chess, which is the truth. And this means that anybody having access to information it's incredibly dangerous. And I think top level chess has been a lot based on trust. And whenever you have outsiders whom there are these stories about, everybody gets a bit jittery. There's like people who either like they burst onto the scene, then they establish themselves, and people know that they're legit and so on. That it's not a problem. But with him specifically, I don't know. He was. It's just he doesn't seem to be playing, or didn't at that point seem to be playing with a particular style. It seemed that he either played kind of or he just more or less played any position very well in certain games. Like he could just switch from tactical to positional play very easily, and it was it didn't smell good to me. It still doesn't, but to some extent, like he had his lawsuit. We've all kind of moved a little bit on. I think I don't trust him. A lot of other top players still don't trust him. He certainly doesn't trust me or chess.com or Carlo or whomever he felt wronged by. But
The problem is, like, once someone admits that they cheated a game, especially a game that has a lot of trust in it, like chess, you're always going to think cheating. Always. But the question is, what method? Like, what do people do? So if you're sitting there, you have no phone, your pockets are empty, what could you be doing that could possibly be aiding you?
well, first of all, like an invisible earpiece that people use for exams and so on. Like,
But he would have to have a partner.
he would have. That would not have been detected by the security system that they used at that tournament. They amped up the security after the whole thing happened.
Check your ears.
Yeah, they even start checking our ears, and then we had a live tournament in Paris last year where I played him, where there was proper security, where all of these things were picked up, and he didn't play to nearly the same level there. So I think I'm not an expert in all of that, but that's what I've heard from people, that that's like the most obvious thing that that someone could have done, and it wouldn't be really that hard to pull off, considering the kind of security we have at chess tournaments. And this tournament had like a little bit of security. A lot of them, like open tournaments, people are like wandering in and out of the playing hall. There are people in the playing hall, like spectators, with their smartphones on and taking pictures or whatever, like going in and out. Like they could make signals. It's hard. It's a big problem in chess for sure.
Yeah, so the analysts that we're talking about, the theory was that he had vibrating anal beads that would somehow or another, through some sort of code, explain to him the moves. And I've thought about this for a lot longer than I care to admit. Like, what kind of code are you getting from inside your butt that you're like, okay, got it?
Well, it'd be like, C4 or whatever. Like it could tell you right
How inside of your butt?
well, I mean,
Morse
I
code.
don't show you. I'm in right now. No, it would be like it would buzz, right? It would buzz the letters and then the numbers that would indicate where you would move, and there would only be a piece or two.
So like the first three vibrations would be left city, and then okay.
It's just a sort of technological version of ways people have cheated before. There was a scandal back in 2010 where the captain of the French team was helping one of the French players by cheating. He was basically just standing in certain spots around the table to tell him where to move.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
So,
dirty people out there. It's wild. Well, it's such a competitive thing. Whenever you have competitive things, you always have people who just want to win at any cost. Right.
yeah, it's also funny that one of his teammates from that tournament had worked with me for a long time. They told me like this guy was like going out every night, not taking the tournament seriously at all. But he had a good reason. Like he knew it was gonna win. There it is.
So is that the most egregious form of cheating you've ever seen or heard of?
No, I actually played an open tournament in Denmark about 20 years where there was a guy who was playing Grandmaster in the first round. Like, he was not a very good player, and he he came drunk to the table. He was literally pulled out his phone over the chess program, but of course, like he was immediately out. So that wasn't, of course, nearly as nefarious, but yeah,
That's just a moron.
yeah, he was just probably some other issues there.
It's just such a it's such a fascinating game because it's impossible to play if you're dumb. Like there's games that you could just be a savant, like an idiot savant. But chess is like it's the most impressive thing for people to be unbelievably good at.
I don't know. I think it can be. I think it can be dumb and be like fairly good at chess. I think like some intelligence certainly helps, but after all, a lot of chess is about learning patterns, right? And basically anybody can do that. So like applying them at a higher level, learning how to evaluate and so on, that sort of is what sets the really the best players apart from merely good players. But I feel like any become quite decent at the game. But I do love the fact that there are no coincidences. Like there are no outside factors. Well, if you don't talk out of cheating, but it's just you're either outsmarting your opponent or the game outside.
So for a guy like you that excels above all, what is the difference? Preparation? Is it just simply who you are as a person, you think, or is it something about the difference in your preparation without giving away the secrets, obviously?
I'm like known in the chess world for being like a little bit lazy. I think the thing is that I yeah.
What do you mean lazy? Like, how's that possible?
No, because like I've never been the kind of person who wakes up in the morning, works 6-7 hours in chess like a normal job, and then
Because a lot of them study computers.
exactly. Like I think about the game all the time. Like I play online. I look at games. I may read some.
Do you play anonymously?
I used to do that all the time.
What a bloodbath that must be.
But I think I got humbled one time by this Russian grandmaster who asked somebody else asked me like if a certain account on a certain website was me, and I was like, yeah, I don't know, like I don't know who that is, and this guy was like, yes, that is you, and he listed up like 5 other accounts that I thought nobody knew about.
Oh wow!
That were all.
How do we play?
Yeah, I think it's playing strength, playing style. Because I tried to switch up my openings on different accounts to not make it obvious that it's me. I have like a style where I switch that up a lot, so it makes it a bit easier. But I think you can just tell by the playing style. So
That is crazy.
these days I play with my own name. I don't really care about that anymore.
Yeah. So, do most professional players study chess all day long at the highest level?
I think quite a few do. I mean I don't know like people's day-to-day activities, so
We have to talk about it.
not that much. The people that I've worked with, they certainly study chess a lot, but others I'm not quite sure. The thing is that chess has always like still been a bit of a hobby for me. That once it starts to be like work, then it's harder for me. I had a chess coach when I was little. I went to have sessions once a week, which I loved, and then he started giving me homework, and I told him like quickly like I don't like homework, but I would still spend a lot of time like reading books, playing like the things that I still do, but I would do them for fun. And that was the difference between me and the other kids, is that they would go to chess practice, they would maybe even do their homework, but but they weren't living and breathing sort of the game that in the way that I was. Like, I think about it all the time. Like, I'm thinking about the game while I'm sitting on this chair. Like, I'm still analyzing the game that I played today. Like, it never goes completely out of my mind. And I think a lot of very good chess players do that, but like casual chess players, no.
So maybe the thing is discipline versus enthusiasm. Enthusiasm causes obsession and enjoyment, which probably leads to better retention of information. Whereas just pure discipline for the sake of, like, I have to do the work in order to get better, you're missing this enjoyment, you're missing this enthusiasm for it that you have managed to, although absorbing so much information and playing all the time, you've managed to keep playful and fun.
I think so. I think this is definitely the way that works for me. Maybe for others, I think for anybody, like, if you want to be great at something, you have to be obsessed with it.
Yes.
And yeah, it has to come with it. Like, nobody can. Maybe in certain sports you can get that good purely by very, very targeted practice and a lot of hours. But I think for me it's just the way that it works. And I do, like, processing, even though, like, I don't necessarily study, like, I don't deliberately practice all the time. I still process the information, so it's still whatever the method is, it works.
But it's interesting because you've been able to excel above so many, and it makes me wonder, like, I always am fascinated by whether it's a Tiger Woods or whatever the athlete is, or whatever the game they play. What separates the very best from everyone else? Like, I know in martial arts, there's a series of factors that have to do with genetics, training, coaches, sparring partners, and then ultimately discipline and drive. But with chess, it's all mental. It's physical, has nothing to do with it. So do you think it's a genetic thing? Do you think you have a unique mind for chess? Do you think it's this balance that you keep with enthusiasm and obsession? Like, what do you think separates you from everyone else?
I think it has to be a variety of factors. I think there's no doubt that I'm incredibly naturally gifted at the game. Like, otherwise I wouldn't have come this far. And my dad is incredibly good with numbers. He started playing chess quite late, but became decent. Like, my mother was quite smart, and my sisters are very intelligent too. So, like, it's clear that that there are some good genes, and I just I happened to find also an environment early on where I lived near Oslo, which had probably the best chess environment there was in Norway, at the very least, where there were I had access to coaches, and I had access to, like, a little training group of other ambitious kids. After that, I think the most important thing that I've done is that I haven't really listened to people who want me to do things like a certain way, because that's the way things have always been done, especially with the Soviet chess school. That was the dominant one for so many years. So I've always sort of gone my own way, tried to have as much fun. Everything has to be about enjoyment. And yeah, I cannot tell you why, but I just, like, understand the game better than the others. Like, I don't calculate necessarily as far as the other, but my intuition, like, for short lines, constantly evaluating is just better.
It's always just such an interesting thing to analyze, like, high performance. I'm just so wondering, like, what is this high performance? When you say your father started playing late, how old was he?
Oh, I think he started playing about 14, 15, something like that. In chess, yes, that's right. But he never like took it seriously enough
Right.
that he wanted to like he pursued it, but
As a hobby.
as a hobby.
When you say take it seriously, you mean like you do. Yeah. Right? This is what makes me think about epigenetics. Like, we still don't exactly know how much information is transferred between parents to children. And it seems like there's a lot of talents, whether it's like singing talent or sports talent, that you have to wonder, like, is that coming from genes, or is that coming from the environment in which this child grows up, which this person, or is it a combination of all those factors? Like, I wonder if someone gets really good at very person gets very good at chess early on, I wonder if some information or some proclivity for the game gets transferred.
I think the reaction in the chess community, at least with certain people, was more along the lines of how could such a lousy player have such a good son at chess with my dad. And the fact is as well that there are practically no, there are many couples of, like both mother and father are grandmasters in chess, but I don't think any of them have had sons or daughters that are grandmasters. So whereas you see anywhere like in the NBA or the NHL or football or wherever, like it happens all the time. I cannot say exactly why that is, but it does suggest that it's not a given, at least with genetics, that your children are going to.
I have an alternative theory for that. I wonder if you're a child and your parents are absolutely obsessed with a game that is annoying, and you're like, fuck this game. Like, I want to go play in the park, and my parents don't even pay attention to me. This is bullshit. Right? And, like there's a lot of children of alcoholics that will not drink. They won't even try it because they've seen the effects of it. I wonder that. If it's like, you see, because chess is an obsessive game. Like, I remember when Howard Stern was playing, I was just talking about it on the radio, about how he started hiring a coach, and he was playing all the time, and he's improving his ratings, and I was like, oh, this is eating up your mind. Like, it's a game that gets in your bones.
It really does, because like the entry is not so easy, right? Like, you don't like just get it immediately, and you don't necessarily get enjoyment out of it immediately as you start to play. So you have to spend time on it, and then I think when you're trying to do something hard, then it becomes much more rewarding, and it's easy for that to become an obsession when you start to get that reward.
So the good thing about that controversy with cheating was that I think it elevated the profile of chess because it became mainstream news. It was like a big issue. I think there was a positive aspect of it in terms of the publicity of the game. Do you agree with that?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think for any field of that's trying to achieve something, with publicity, there's always going to be a little bit of a negative with what exactly we're connected with, right? Because this is everybody knows chess and cheating, but overall, I think it's been massively positive. Hopefully the Netflix thing coming up in the year, even though like yeah, it's a Netflix Untold documentary. So basically, it's a series of sports documentaries, and they're doing that. It's not something that I wanted to necessarily be part of, but I do recognize the fact that these things raise the profile of game, and you see now like everywhere people like it just showing up in these algorithms on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram everywhere. So it's just like much more inbound because I feel that it used to be.
Yeah, it's certainly showing up on mine. It shows up on mine all over yours, right?
Yeah.
But you've always been a giant chess fan.
Well, it's actually a newer thing, but when I got into it, it was just everything. Now it's what I do right before bed. Fall asleep. Usually, I fall asleep during actual games online on my phone.
You're driving me crazy.
Yeah.
How could that happen?
I'm exhausted.
What do you do when you wake up?
Oh, that's total
You wake
opposite.
up and you're lost.
Yeah. No, I wake up and I look at the board and it said you resigned because I went over my time or whatever.
Yeah.
I just ran out of
How
time.
many times have you resigned?
It happens an embarrassing a lot amount. It's how I fall asleep now is playing chess. But what you will appreciate is that when I fall asleep playing chess, like when I fall asleep, I'm still playing the game in my dreams sometimes. And sometimes the game will go all night. It'll be like this never-ending game, and pieces will pop back up that have already gone.
That sounds amazing. Like I would obviously that would never happen to me. I like to play a game of chess on my phone or my iPad whenever I have some time, especially like if I know that I have 15 minutes or whatever. And then if something comes up, like my wife tells me like I have to be somewhere, I have to do something, it's like, can you just finish the game? I'm like, no, I can't finish the game. What are you talking about?
Yeah, obviously that's different. Yeah, you can't just resign. That's write that bitch out. This episode is brought to you by Zero Day, a new Netflix limited series. This conspiracy thriller is about a devastating cyber attack that downs America's infrastructure. Take a listen.
Thousands die on Zero Day. Congress is authorizing a special Zero Day commission. Just gonna grab people with the streets from our yards. Actually, you are. I will listen to investigation at the White House, at the CIA. If the public finds out how this really is, I don't think we survive.
Robert De Niro is absolutely legendary in his first TV series, and you don't really know if he's the good guy or the bad guy till the end. Zero Day has an incredible supporting cast, including Angela Bassett, Jesse Plemons, Lizzie Kaplan, and Connie Britton. Zero Day is now playing only on Netflix. Yeah, that would be like psychologically torturous, right?
Yeah, especially if I'm playing somebody who's a little bit of a rival.
Right.
That's like
No chance.
I mean, because like every time like I lose games, it's a little bit of a story, right? Yeah, the chess world. So I prefer to have them as little as possible.
I played a little bit of chess when I was young, but I never really got into it. But my real introduction where I got fascinated with chess was actually at a pool hall. Because people in the pool hall play chess sometimes, but there was this one guy who went to jail, and in jail he learned how to play chess with his head, in his mind. And then there was a young kid who was a grandmaster, who was 16, 17 years old, somewhere around then. Really, really good chess player who kind of like lost his way and started hanging around in pool halls and gambling and weirdo. And I watched these two guys play chess with just words. And I was like, what are you doing? Like, what? I was like, I think I was 22 or 23 at the time. And I was like, what are you doing? And they're explaining to me that they're playing chess, memorizing the board in their head. And I'm like, that's fucking crazy. And then I saw a video of you blindfolded, playing how many people? How many people did you play? Was the most people you've ever played blindfolded?
I think I've played 12, but the world record is something like 50. That's crazy.
Like 12. You played 12 people blindfolded.
Yeah. For me, that's as long as the people I'm playing are kind of decent at chess. That actually kind of makes it easier because it's easier to store the games when I recognize the patterns and so on. When people start making weird moves, I kind of really recognize. Oh, so this is another one actually. This is a blindfold timed sim. Like there are fewer games, but what's difficult about these is that the moves do not come to me in sequence. So like the presenter will tell me on board 2, e takes e5, and then all of a sudden on board 1, e6, and then on board 2 again, and so on. So that makes it a bit.
So you can jump back and forth. So in the other games, there's a sequence where the player, even though they know what move they're going to take, they must wait till their turn.
Exactly. That's kind of a normal way of playing Simul. I think the last time that I played a proper blindfold Simul was at an event in Vienna back in I think 2015, and then I had some very nice but spicy Chinese food before the game. I sat down and like my stomach was acting up. I couldn't think, so I played for 10 minutes. I realized that I cannot do this. I ran away for 15 minutes and then I came back and I finished the game. But ever since that, it feels like I've done it, but and now it just seems incredibly hard to do again. But
Do you prepare when you're doing something like this? When you get ready to do a blindfolded multi-game thing?
not really, because it's like if my mind is on, then it's really not that hard. I feel. So no, the preparation that I do is right there. I see my opponents, so like I assign a certain face to a certain seat, like a certain number, and so on. So that's just about what I do.
So you assign their face and you think of their face as their play.
Yeah, face like number one, it's that position.
Right.
Yeah, and so on.
And what are you seeing in your mind when you're envisioning the table? When you're looking at the board, are you merely thinking of positions? Are you actually thinking of the pieces? Like, how are you breaking it down?
No, I just see the chessboard in my head.
Just see a completely
yeah,
3D chessboard in your head.
Yeah, so it's and then when I'm playing a cycle, I just really think about one at a time, and I kind of store the others away. And,
But that's so crazy. Like when you're 5-6 moves in and you're thinking of all these pieces moving around, you've got it remembered. You've completely memorized each position of 12 different boards.
yeah, so like the difficult part of it, that where things sometimes go wrong, is that so generally I remember all the games that I've played, but I don't remember every move. I remember like in broad strokes what happened. And this is what can happen in these blindfold games as well sometimes. Like I can remember everything that's going on, but maybe there's a pawn on the side that I cannot remember if it moved one square or not. That's the thing that can be difficult. And I do. We used to have these blindfold like professional tournaments actually. That used to be like both fun but also totally exhausting. And then we would play on a computer, so we had like a blank chessboard where we would just play from one square to another, and then whenever your opponent would pop up on the screen. And I've had, and also the software will tell you if you're making an illegal move. So I've had people like who lose track, and then you see them just clicking and trying to figure out what the position was. Like there was one guy who I played, like he thought his rook was on a certain file, and if it wasn't that file, he would be able to save a draw. So I think he tried every single rook move on that file, hoping that the rook was there. But like obviously I knew that it wasn't. But yeah. Overall, I feel like honestly, like blindfold chess is a bit of a party trick in the sense that for the very top players, it's not that hard. But obviously, for non serious chess players, it seems incredibly hard. But I'm sure that, for instance, like solving Rubik's cube is really easy for those who know how to do it quickly, right?
Yeah.
But it still looks incredibly impressive for outsiders.
Have you seen them use a computer with AI to do a Rubik's cube in less than a second?
No, it's wow.
Yeah, it's huge. It's crazy. It just goes and just spins it.
I never figured that shit out. That's crazy.
There's a sequence of moves. If you follow a sequence of moves, you could actually get it to do it automatically. Yeah, someone explained it to me once, and they did it, and I was like, what? I don't remember what it was because I don't give a fuck. It was just like eight times this way, 8 times that way, 8 times this way. You just keep doing it, and then eventually it will be all flattened out at a certain point in time. Yeah, but this computer does it like
You do Rubik's Cube too?
No. I'm talking out my ass. Like I think the world record is over like 3 seconds or something. Like it's something absolutely insane.
Imagine the time you could have spent building a business, raising a family. You might get the fucking world record
All the
Rubik's
same
Cube
color.
guy. It's so
Green red.
so dumb.
Yeah. Well, we all have to spend our time.
Watch this. I'm gonna do it. How crazy is that? Ready? Go. Yeah, less than a second. That's crazy. Show it again in real time. So give up, kids. Give up. Give up. You can figure it out. That's a dumb game. But do you play other games as well?
No, not that much. My parents sort of brainwashed me when I was young into thinking that computer games are no fun. And
Really?
yeah.
But you're a grown man now. You realize that's a lie.
Yeah. I have, but
I
it's
can see you Call of Duty fucking people up.
No.
and all
the thing is like, I actually got I got a PlayStation recently, but like my wife is playing GTA and all of these FPS games, and I'm like playing some chill FIFA or something. So, but the thing about that is that I didn't really spend that much time on those things when I was little, which I think was a good thing. Like I was doing some sports, and I was doing a lot of chess. Not so much school, but I kind of found time for everything else. And I think it was an important part of my chess education as well. That I think some of the kids today are missing. That I actually learned chess on a physical board. I was able to practice from a fairly young age playing online, but I wasn't allowed to use the computer for more than a couple of hours a week, right? So I had to spend that pretty well playing chess. Otherwise, I would just sit there with my board, with my books, and try and figure things out.
Yeah, the thing about video games is the narrative was always video games are a huge waste of time. If you do it, you're not going to get anywhere in life. The problem with that is now people make a lot of money playing video games, and they've also shown that there's some benefits from video games that leak over in other things. Like for instance, they found out that surgeons who play video games regularly make 25% less errors, 37% less errors. That's I would feel like if there was a factor in medical school, and they said, well, if you do not do this, you will make 37% more mistakes. They would force you to engage in that, whatever it is. It's like whatever particular discipline that was. Like, you want to be a surgeon, you must do this. I would say, if you want to be a surgeon, you should fucking play video games, because these people are 37% less likely to screw up an operation.
That's why I'm not a surgeon.
But I'm saying is video games are not necessarily a waste of time. And they've also shown there's cognitive benefits that can be gotten from playing video games on a regular basis. Things that, which does make sense, but it seems like a frivolous pursuit, whereas chess is like a noble and very respected pursuit.
I'm glad you say that. Like we've officially that is what chess has, though. That it is very respected among the general population, and it does have that different standing from a lot of other games. It's like, I'm not here to shit on video games for sure. Like I know like you do that. There are studies that show that it can be helpful. Like with anything, if you're obsessed over something, the only thing you will become good at is that particular thing. Like I have with chess. I just think for me specifically, it was probably a good thing that made me just sit and focus on chess rather than do all sorts of other things.
Oh, most certainly. Because video games are very, very. I had to stop playing video games. We used to have a whole local area network at our old studio. We would all play Quake. And it was a real problem. Like, matches. It was just I just wanted to end the podcast so I could go play Quake, and then we played for hours. And eventually got to the point where I was like, okay, I gotta quit again. Just cold turkey, never again, leave it alone. Because they're just too fun. And if you have other things you have obligations, like chess, like you're an actual professional chess player, Call of Duty or whatever you're playing, Quake, it's gonna eat your time. I remember like when I first moved out, I was technically a chess professional, but I didn't have a lot of time to. I had a lot of time to kill when I was home. So, and I got myself a place, played a ton of FIFA back then, and there was a GameStop near me that like they made a lot of money on me just buying controllers all the time because I would throw them into the wall. But I have that same personality that I become obsessed with things, and then I just have to quit cold turkey. That's the only way that works. Yeah, I think this is why I avoid golf. And, like Tony's big on golf, and so is Jamie. It's like I see what it is. I'm sure I would love it, but I won't have the time during the day. Well, I can tell you that I always thought. Well, I wouldn't say that, but I always thought that I would get into golf later in life. And then I decided more or less a year ago that I was going to start, and now I am obsessed, and it's all I want to do. So yeah, I can 100% relate. But my wife knows that I'm so happy when I come back from golf that it's like better if I get to do it quite often. Yeah, even if you fake being happy. No. Like, yeah. They say that's ruining Canelo Alvarez. There's been a lot of criticism in the boxing world, and particularly like some of his promoters and things along those lines. Who have criticized he's obsessive. He plays every day, even when he's in camp.
Yeah, it's a tricky thing. If they do that with him, and I obviously see them do it with Trump, but you have to golf to understand what golfing does to you. It appears from the outside that people are drinking and smoking pot and having a good old time out there and giggling around, farting around with their friends. But the touch grass, meditative element, it truly is, like he was saying, like I'm in such a crazy good mood after golf. Everybody at the comedy club can notice it. Like it's like an upper, it gives you a massive burst of energy. So like just the bad reputation that golf has. Like I want my president golfing a couple times a week, knowing the effects that it gives you, a much clearer mind, a big burst of energy. You would think it would be exhausting walking around the woods or grass for 4 hours, but for some reason it's totally the opposite. It's whether it's the sun, the grass, the this, the that, the differential, going from a powerful thing to a mid-range thing to the delicate touch and accuracy of putting, these repetitive things. For some reason, it's a mind clearer and kind of an energy giver. Whereas video games and other things make you depressed. It's almost impossible to be down or depressed after golfing.
Well, it's certainly a stimulant, right? Because it's hand-eye coordination, calculation, managing the lay of the land, the way the rolls, the hills are, and all those factors. I think this is something that I think people genuinely need in life. And I think it's one of the reasons why people respect chess so much, is because they know how difficult it is, and they know that all this is going on, and that they see you two just staring at the board, looking at these pieces and calculating this insane number of possibilities that can emit from each individual move. It's like that stimulation. When someone gets good at a game, I think it's very valuable for you, and I think that can apply to all sorts of things in life. So I agree with you. I want the president to play golf too. I'd want him to find something, whatever it is. Find a thing that you can excel at other than just being a president. Yeah, even if it was Call of Duty. Yeah, that would be wild. I wouldn't want that. The president going, "Fuck yeah!"
If we had that, it was George W. Bush, and there was no video games.
It's dark. Yeah, it is dark. Well, I mean, they literally use PlayStation fucking controllers when they were using drones. I don't know if they still do it now. I think now they have more sophisticated setups, but one of the reasons why they were using those is because so many people are accustomed to those. You get kids that have been playing, Madden 10 hours a day for 15 fucking years, and then you give them the same controller, and they're like, oh yeah, I can fucking drop some bombs on people. Not a problem at all.
That's horrible.
It's hard.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, like, these skills that you have in a video game, like, you think of it in the same way. Like,
well, it really haunts those people. Apparently, there's a very specific type of PTSD that drone outbreaks get. It's because they see the people sometimes for days in advance. So they're doing surveillance. They're waiting for the moment when they get the green light. They see these people. They see them with their families. They're watching them from above, and then they drop the bombs on them. It ceases to exist. Then this is happening on completely the other side of the world.
yeah, it's just excellent.
Yeah. But if you want to get good at that, play video games. It's a job for everybody out there, Magnus.
I'm also trying to think, like, could you get surgeons to hold up for this? Probably, but it doesn't work.
No, probably doesn't work that well. I guess surgeons just whatever hand-eye coordination that they have is probably so weak that they could probably excel at anything. They probably get good at video games. Like a very good surgeon who's never played video games will probably get really good at video games real quickly because the communication between hands.
There's also probably a tricky part of that stat where the younger people are the ones playing the video games that probably wouldn't slip up with their hands as easily as an older surgeon that has never played video games, right?
Yes. Right. Yeah, that's a good point. It's interesting that chess is uniquely the game that's respected. Like, probably out of all, even if you play golf, people think, oh, you're a fuck up. You say you play chess, like, oh, that must be an intelligent man. It's probably the most uniquely rewarded game in terms of the way that people respect it in society.
Yeah, we're very lucky that it has this unique position. Whether that's deserved, I don't know. But there's just something about the fact that it's a very, very simple game, but it's still so infinitely difficult. The thing now, though, is that we're trying to actually make it a bit more difficult for a classical form of chess, because now computers are so strong, preparation has gone so far that the thought of, like, sitting down at the board and just thinking on your own from the very get-go is not there anymore. Anybody who's really good at chess, like, they probably can learn the best openings, like, pretty quickly. Even if you go like 10, 20 years ago, you could play. You could play, for instance, in the Chess Olympiads, which is the biggest team, like, nation tournament in the world, and you could play against the best player from let's say Colombia, and you would know that they have a certain skills, but they might not have the same set of openings, right? Now, all of these, like, there are kids everywhere, and they just, like, they know their stuff so well. So now we're, like, testing out new formats. One that we call freestyle, which is basically there are 960 possible starting positions if you shuffle the pieces on the first rank. And basically, like, you start out, you just draw the position 10 minutes before the game, no preparation whatsoever, and you basically start with, like, in game a new map every single game. So that's sort of for the traditionalists. That's not, like, the same game. So, like, there are some people who don't like it, but for the professionals, it's a chance, like, to use their skills, because otherwise chess is moving, like, it's becoming faster. Like, chess used to be art, science, everything. With the way things are now, it's just very fast, and it all games, sports, and so on. Like, I feel like with thinking from the very first move, you bring some of the other factors back as well.
what I think is really unique about today is that kids today who are coming up are not just studying from books and from coaching, but you can watch so many good games instantaneously anytime you want. This is what's so unique about today. And I think it applies to all sports. I think it applies to all games. And I think it applies to I think it applies to stand-up comedy as well. I think it's one of the reasons why the younger guys are so good. It's like you get to see very high level stuff, which gets into your mind that this is how to play at a very early age, and you can be obsessed and just absorb so much more.
Yeah, and you see there are such different approaches as well, even with the kids. Like I had a training camp a few years ago with a kid called Alimesa Furusha from he plays for France now, but he's from Iran originally. He was about 14 then, and my chess coach had like recommended that we bring him in because he said that this is the most talented kid out there. So we have this camper. Typically, everybody has their laptop, and there's a chessboard in the middle where you sort of and you sort of look at your own thing and then some things together on the board, and you throw out ideas, mostly for openings, but also sometimes other little exercises and so on. And this kid, he would have his laptop um, where he would analyze a certain position, and then he would play games like for money on that same site at the same time, so that he could buy cloud cloud engine time, because like the very best engines, um, they're stronger like if they're in the cloud than from your own laptop generally. So you would buy time for that by playing games like 1 minute games on that server. He would play 5 minute games on another server, and he would analyze with us on the board, and he was still like following everything. He had no problems whatsoever just being there. So like it's just um, yeah, that's one way of doing it. Like he basically became one of the best players in the world by just constantly playing chess all the time, and mostly like really quick games. And then you have the current classical world champion from India, Gukesh. Like, he doesn't play casual games at all. He just studies his ass off all the time. Um, and he's also like he's not good at rapid chess. He's not good at blitz. He's not good at other forms. But he has made all these studies about classical chess. He didn't even own like chess software on his computer before he was like 13.
Wow.
And he was grandmaster. Wow, at that time. But it's interesting to see that there are such different ways to develop even these things.
I just think it's fascinating human beings' capacity to excel at things, and that you really only know when someone pushes it a little bit further, like this guy playing all these games simultaneously. You know what I mean? It's like
Welcome.
when
How you
if
living,
everybody's
big dog?
doing it one way, if everybody's only playing a few games a day and hanging out, like you'll probably all stay at the same level. So you got one fucking psychopath in your crew that's online and is playing, is reading books, and that guy's gonna pass everybody. And then everybody else is like, oh, that's possible. I could have gotten as good as him. I better really bear down.
Yeah, because you could also see that in these guys' plays, that the guy who has been playing like constantly all the time from when he was little, he has fantastic instincts, especially with.
Would you say big man? Yeah, so if you want to stop that, you just mute the one with Joe Rogan. If you mute that one, then it should be better. Okay. How you doing? How are you doing? we're all related, one way or another. There are 3,000 of us in the United States alone. It's a big family. So, feel free to watch your wedding.
The little Taik, he just knows where the pieces go. Like, he's the only one of the kids who has that kind of feeling. The Indian guy, on the other hand, from the way he studies, he's like, during games, like, he's meticulous, he calculates, like, he sees every position as a problem he has to solve, more than, oh, what does my intuition tell me? Oh, I'll do this. It's like, for him, it's more, well, this is possible. Let me like try and see this all the way through. So it's just, yeah, it's just very, very different. And they call it like the tortoise and the hare.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes, and then in certain situations, the tortoise will win. Other situations, the horse.
All right. So in
39.
So there's different types of tournaments, and there's some tournaments that have no time limit for moves.
Oh, there's always a time. There's always a time.
What's a traditional time limit?
What used to be in chess was you'd have 2 hours for 40 moves, then you'd have an hour for the next 20 moves, and then half an hour for the rest of the game. So a maximum of 7 hours.
More than 3.5 years.
And that form is still being played. And then you have faster forms of chess, which is blitz chess, which is used with which for 3 minutes, and rapid chess, which is somewhere from 10 to 30 minutes.
Did you ever, before you were known, did you ever go to Washington Square Park play those hustlers?
I actually went there in 2010, but I think some people recognized it back then as well. I think it's a bit of a myth, though. How they are like they're like okay, but they're not like no, they're not grandma's level. There was one guy though. I don't remember what was what was the name of like of my Columbia University. But there's a park up there where they're playing chess as well. There I played against the guy. He played like very strange joke in his life. Like he put like just a couple pawns, one square forward.
I think that quantum computing is the next huge computing that we'll see, and then we'll get into perhaps a move away from fiat currency into cryptocurrency being mainstream. And once it is, and those two worlds merge, it will be a new dawn of both technology and finance. Is that a question? I heard you say taxes. Well, truthfully, nothing becomes truly secure. Everything as we evolve into quantum computing, cryptocurrency will become more secure as well. But in the end, everything can be hacked. So even when we get into quantum computing, to hypercomputers, and more advanced types of computing, it can all be hacked. It's basically a cat and mouse game between the proprietors and hacking. Which one? Yeah, exactly. That just happened. Or at least it was published out the last 5 years. I don't think we're at the end of quantum computing. If anything, it's the beginning. I mean, you don't have a quantum computer at home yet. There's no personal home quantum computing. Even the largest tech firms, being Microsoft, Meta, Alphabet, they don't have quantum computers at a large scale. If anything, they just have one or perhaps a handful of them in development. So, in the same way that we had an age of the personal computer, I think eventually we'll get into the age of the quantum computer, and then perhaps even a personal quantum computer. And then from there, you can even get into like a smartphone based on quantum computing, and then wearables based on quantum computing. But then from there are other more advanced types of computing than quantum computing. There are hundreds of them. Some of them are hypercomputers, some are plasma computers, some are holographic computers. All of these are more advanced than quantum computing. And that's another. Yeah. I'm a major advocate for it. I talk about it every day with a diverse group of people, particularly in Twitter Spaces. I can tell you there are really two camps of people. There are those who want to remain Homo sapien. There are others who want to become Homo techno, as the phrase is called, essentially transhumans. And it's a spectrum that we're on. And people don't necessarily understand that it's a spectrum, but even minor advancements in human health, such as vitamins and minerals and getting into antibiotics and moving more towards pacemakers and artificial limbs. Those are all types of life extension technology that people don't necessarily recognize. So it's a major camp that's I don't want to have anything to do with life extension technology that scares me. And when I say to them, well, have you ever taken a vitamin? Yeah. Have you ever taken a mineral? Yeah. Have you ever taken an antibiotic? Yeah. Well, that's all technically life extension technology. And then they say, okay, well, I don't want to be a robot. It's like, okay, nobody's forcing you to be a robot. But have you ever known anybody with a pacemaker? Yeah. Have you ever known someone known of someone who is an amputee who's had an artificial limb? Well, yeah. Okay. Well, those are all different types on the spectrum of life extension spectrum of more advanced. And then we get into things like, have you ever known an athlete to use steroids? Yeah, okay, well, that's a type of life extension technology. What about human growth hormone? Or perhaps things like um, nootropics. I mean, even the argument is made of like caffeine being a nootropic. What about perhaps, um, in addition to human growth hormone, there's perhaps like cold shock therapies that people are utilizing and stem cells that people utilize. What about that? And then people start to, some people are okay with stem cells and human growth hormone, other people are not. And then you get into the people who then want to perhaps be able to delay death or perhaps avoid death on it in itself. And that really gets into transhumanism with mitochondrial technology. And then we get into revivification technology. We essentially bring back people from the dead. All of these things are just really a spectrum of what life extension technology is. And so there are people who are in one camp that want to maintain humans to stay human for as long as possible. There's another camp that wants to extend life extension for as long as possible. That's really transhumanism. And those two camps are seemingly polarized, but when you really start to have these discussions in a detailed manner and get into the minutia, the Homo sapien camp is much more comfortable with many aspects of life extension technology than they know. Very few people are even able to have a purest organic life, unless you are born in like in an uninhabited area or perhaps um, generally uninhabited. I would say more indigenous peoples, but let's say in a tribal system where you are far from any kind of Western medicine or hospitals, then you're already taking part in life extension technology. People would argue, I'll make the argument, any person born in a hospital is utilizing life extension technology. The fact that they are being born to a doctor who has electricity to be able to light the room, that's a type of life extension technology, as opposed to someone born in a dark shack with a midwife or perhaps in a rural environment without any type of medical assistance. I mean, there are arguments made that even a midwife is some type of life extension technology, or perhaps life extension um, advantage. Perhaps it's not technology, but it's certainly an advantage. And then when she starts to perhaps wash her hands, or a doctor washes his hands, while it's not generally seen as a technology, it's certainly a evolutionary principle that we've learned through education and such. So I would say when you really get down to brass tacks, it's two different camps. There are people who want to remain humans. There are people who want to advance towards transhumanism. And when you really start to talk to the group about just being human, many of them are taking advantage of life extension technology right now that they don't even know. I hope that was able to answer your question.
Worried. And then he
What'd you
started.
get?
Give up.
Okay, well, to summarize, essentially, life extension technology is on a spectrum. There are two polarized segments. There's the Homo sapiens segment that wants to keep us human, and there's the Homo techno, or whatever you want to call it, basically transhumanism. But even the people who life extension technology from, and they're much closer to becoming mainstream. Very few people have a purely organic existence. Unless you're born in some rural environment without the aid of a doctor or midwife or electricity or any kind of painkillers or anything like that, if you're born generally in a hospital-like environment where you have life extension technologies, it's hard to.
Developing his pieces very slowly. So at first, I thought this guy has no idea what he's doing. Then it turned out like he actually had a system. So after like 10, 15 moves, I was in a lot of trouble. And then like the game became super concrete and tactical, and I won. But it struck me that this guy like had it just I think he just played it apart all his life, so he had developed a certain system that was actually like effective if you don't know what you're doing against it. So that was kind of interesting. I'm like he was fairly old, so I'm sure he played chess his whole life without ever learning any like opening theory or something like that. He just had he was doing his own thing.
Can you ever learn something from people that have an unorthodox approach like that?
Oh yeah, for sure. It's happened several times. There was like my dad used to play a ton of chess at home. Like he used to have a home office, and then certain times he appeared to be focused on his work, but I knew like a certain look in his eye which told me that he was actually playing chess. So I would go over and watch. And then at some point where I was already a lot better than him, he played a certain opening as white, and I told him like, what is this opening like? Where did you learn this? And he said, well, you taught me the very same opening, but with the black pieces. So I thought I was going to play it as white, like with 1/10 or more, right? Because you're playing first. I'm one of the best players in the world, and I never thought of that. So I actually took up that line, and I used it. I used it with success against some of the best players in the world.
Wow.
So I don't know if that variation has a name. Like I've seen some other players play it afterwards as well, but I just call it the Henry Cross version.
That's really interesting. Your dad must be pretty proud of that.
He is very proud. It's funny though that my dad and my sisters, two of my sisters, they played a bit of competitive chess as well. I think at some point in time, like they wanted to learn a couple of openings, so I taught them a couple of openings, and I think all of them just never played anything else basically. So they certainly didn't have the same kind of passion to study, but I'm glad I was able to push them into some some decent lights. And
How do you decide what opening to choose? If you ever decide an opening, you go, fuck, I should have done that one.
Yeah, sometimes. Honestly, sometimes I don't know what to do, so I randomize because I think at a certain time, like, you might think that against this opponent you should play a little bit more of an aggressive opening, but then maybe I feel good about my tournament standing, so I don't want to mess that up. So it's easy to go for a safer approach when like the optimal approach would be a bit more aggressive. And then like if you randomize it, then you will occasionally go for the more aggressive approach. So that's what I sometimes do. It's just I randomize it and then I just sort of accept the outcome, and it makes me more unpredictable. It makes me harder to prepare against as well. So that's what I sometimes do. It's not going to be out there, but it's going to be between like 2 or 3 options that I think are roughly equivalent. They're just stylistically different.
So when you say randomized, like how many openings do you have that you pursue on a regular basis?
Oh, it's hard to say. Probably with white, I have like 5 or 6 options that I can go to, but only like 2 or 3 that I feel really good about. And I think similarly with black.
So, and then when you randomize, you just go in your head and one of them stands out for you and you say, okay, this is it.
No, I just like have an app on my phone.
Oh, really?
That's what roll the dice. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I think honestly, a lot of people could benefit from that because you agonize over these minute decisions. Like you spend a lot of mental energy before a certain game agonizing over what opening you're going to play, and if you know that you're going to make a decent choice, but you leave all the agonizing to like there's nothing it's left to chance. It makes it a lot easier.
That makes sense. When you say mental energy, do you were talking about the spicy Chinese food incident, but do you normally have a method of like when you eat, vitamins you take? Is there certain things you do to optimize your clarity?
Yeah, like if I'm playing an early afternoon game, for instance, like starting at 1, I try to eat like one big meal before that, which is generally like a big omelet with some kind of salad. And,
But you eat pretty clean before bed.
yeah, I usually sometimes like after games, like I will eat something like even some desserts and so on. But before the game, I try and keep it fairly clean. I actually learned that when I was little. Like sometimes, like my parents, they were generally quite strict about sweets and so on. But sometimes I would eat sweets during the tournament. Then my blood sugar would drop like crazy, and I would start making mistakes. And so that's something that I learned quite quickly that I should do.
Do you ever mess around with vitamins or nootropics or anything like that? Things that nutrients that help memory?
No, I think it's a little bit about the way that I was raised. Like I'd never take medicine unless I kind of have to. I don't really take supplements or anything like that. So I probably should. Like it's not a bad idea. Um, like my wife is half American. Like she's completely different. Like she takes 5 kinds of vitamins every single day. She's very meticulous about it. But yeah, I don't know. I've never.
Just get them and make you up small packets.
Yeah, maybe.
I think it probably have an impact on you. I mean, it's extraordinary if you think about how good you are without it. Like any little thing that can give you a very slight edge. And I think that vitamins for sure give you a slight edge, particularly nootropics. There's a bunch of different vitamins that have been shown through clinical trials to improve cognitive performance. You know, There's acetylcholine, a bunch of different things that enhance memory that are essentially just nutrients.
What's the new thing that people are doing, like creatine or something like that?
Ketamine?
No, not ketamine. No, it's not ketamine. Creatine.
Yes. Creatine was a bodybuilding supplement that was almost akin to steroids in the 1990s. People would think it was cheating, and then they realized it was just a component of food. But one of the things that creatine does that's very extraordinary is it aids in performance when you're sleep deprived. So if you ever find yourself sleep deprived and you have to do something where you have to use your mind, creatine is a fantastic supplement for that.
Well, I mean, I woke up today and like I think my watch said that my sleep was like I got 15. Like I slept for 5 hours, but I got 15 minutes of REM sleep. Like it was really bad. So that's what I could. Yeah. I couldn't use that because I was playing against Chester earlier today, so I couldn't use that. But
yeah, creatine is something that everyone should take. Anyone should. It's a really good supplement. Super safe. And it aids in strength and muscle recovery and stuff like that, but it also has a lot of cognitive benefits. Just generally, just like a very good supplement to take. Cognitive function. Studies suggest that creatine supplementation may improve cognitive function, including memory, attention, and reasoning. It may increase brain energy levels by boosting androgen triphosphate production, ATP, which is essential for brain function. Creatine has antioxidant and anti-inflammatory properties that may protect brain cells from damage caused by oxidative stress and neurotoxins. They help you. So it does a lot of different things. If you Google it, there's a ton of different benefits. I take it in gummy form. I take creatine gummies every day. They're delicious. It's easy. I just pop a bunch.
5 milligrams.
I don't know. We have any of those tri-creates here? Yeah, I think I have them out there. But they're good. It's easy. I put it back in my car, take them all the time. I've noticed the difference. I just think with a guy like you, where your brain's everything, but you're kicking ass with it. Why listen to me?
no, that cheeseburger fuck around. No, but it is the thing though that on certain days I sort of just accept that my brain is not going to work as good, and it's frustrating, especially if you got a big game and you know that you're starting down 2-0 because your brain is not working the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I feel that with podcasting all the time, and the real danger is if I do that, if my brain's not on full tilt and I'm talking to a scientist, I'm like, oh, we have to talk about quantum physics, because I have to have good questions, I have to be able to follow what you're saying, because it's so esoteric. It's weird that the brain just doesn't always work exactly how you want it to.
Honestly, chess is one of the worst things to do sleep deprived, because I think creativity usually is enhanced when you're not feeling well, when you're sleep deprived, but that's generally not what you need in chess. Like you need to minimize mistakes, you need precision, and all of my intuition, all of that is just so much worse when I'm not feeling on top of my game. So,
do you have a specific thing you do when you're feeling not on top of your game? Do you double check things in your mind? Do you have a process you follow?
I just try to play like a simpler game where it's not as complicated.
And when you're feeling good, then you go for it.
No, honestly, when I feel like good, I don't think about these things. It's just a state of flow where I know how much risk to take. I just
So what is the mindset? Like when you're in a world championship game and it's down to these, what is the state of mind like when you're in the middle of it?
honestly, when I'm at my best, I'm just pure laser focused, and I'm just calm and not thinking about anything other than
Just in the moment.
just in the moment.
Just in the work is already done. You're in another game, so now it's just reacting and calculating.
Yeah, I mean, I had a game in last Classical World Championship I played in 2021 where the first 5 games were drawn. Honestly, like I could have probably been down at that point as well. 6th game was a super long game, almost 8 hours, And I think for the last hour and a half, 2 hours, I was pretty short on time. But I remember, like, I was just so focused and so calm. And afterwards, I was just, yeah, I could have kept going forever. Like, I was just there. And it was exactly what I needed. I ended up grinding out a win. And in those classical games, like, once you get a lead, like, that is so big because it's so hard to actually win games at that level with that level of preparation. So that was really big. But yeah, that's that. I've only had, I feel like, a few days where I feel like I'm just like completely in the moment. Usually it's a bit more messy than that, but like when it happens, it's just yeah, that's feeling.
That's amazing. It's only been a few days where you've been fully in the moment.
I'm rarely happy after I play. I'm happier now. Like, I honestly, like, my standards for myself, like, a little bit lower. They have gone down a little bit the older I've gotten. Because I sort of accept that don't I don't have, my brain is not as fast as it used to be. So I'm going to have occasional letdowns. So top level is like, I think, as good as it's ever been, or at least very, very close to. But like the average level is it's just too hard when your brain is not that fast anymore. But yeah, generally I'm always thinking about, yeah, I could have always done something better. Like, you always miss some things, but I always feel like, yeah, there are avoidable mistakes that I'm still making.
So this, as you've gotten older, this lowering expectations, is that a recognition of the fact that being hard on yourself over minute details doesn't benefit you, and that you just had a more healthy approach?
Yeah, it just makes everything a bit easier. Also, honestly, like, with randomizing opening choices has made things easier as well. Everything just sort of, yeah, lower the pressure there.
Have you ever consulted a mental coach or someone who works with people on mindsets to try to capture what is happening when you are in that complete total flow state of laser focusness, and try to recreate that? Because there's a bunch of different mind coaches that will tell you for a bunch of different pursuits that what you have to do is, when you get to that state, whatever that state is, recognize that you're there, and then try to get a map of the territory and try to will yourself back into that thing. But then there's another school of thought that says, no, it just has to happen organically, and that you just need to be obsessed and focused and take care of yourself and meditate, and just when it comes, it's going to come. But it just, you have to accept that it's a gift, and it's just not always going to be.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely in the latter camp. I've talked to people who have suggested mental coaches like plenty of times, both in the past and more recently as well. I've just, like, always been worried that somebody's going to mess something up in my head.
Paralysis by analysis.
Yeah, that's really what it is for me. So I feel at some point I'm just, like, more or less content with the way things are. That most days that I'm playing, I'm going to be fairly good. On some days, I'm going to be at my very best. On other days, I'm going to be very far from my best. And it's sort of, yeah, it's sort of the way it is. I'm definitely much more open to doing things to prevent me from having those very worst days, because those are the ones that really hurt you. Especially now that we're playing a lot of faster tournaments, where there are knockouts where basically, like, if you have one bad day, you're out and it doesn't matter. Like back in the days with classical tournaments, like, you could have a really bad day, but then you can always bounce back. But nowadays it's
like that.
Do you ever try to map out what are the factors that lead you to hit that state, that flow state? You ever try to think about your day, like what did I do, what did I eat, how did I sleep, did I avoid toxic people around me, did I stay offline, like what did I do that allowed me to get to that spot?
Yeah. I mean, doing everything sort of right before the game definitely helps. Like getting good sleep, like reading a book instead of being on some sort of device before I go to sleep. Then just focusing as little as possible on chess before the game, definitely.
Really, little as possible.
Yeah.
Just want it to be fresh in your mind, like being something exciting.
Yeah, I just want to have like 2 or 3 ideas of what I'm going to play, and not like I just don't want to like use mental energy that I could have used on the game before.
Right.
So I think one of my better tournaments that I played, I used to play every year at this seaside resort in the Netherlands, and it's in the middle of winter, so it's not really resort-like. It's just rainy and windy, and there's basically nothing there except this big tournament that's been there for 80 years, and it's for 3 weeks every January. So for me, there's not a lot to do. So what I would do, like every day, is I'd um, I'd wake up, I'd go for a walk, um, and then I would watch like 30 to 45 minutes of ABA highlights the day before. Look at chess for 15 minutes, whatever my coach sent me of preparation that we discussed the day before. Eat, and then I go play. And that worked really well. It's just keeping it as simple as possible, honestly.
So get inspired a little bit of energy from watching NBA highlights, right?
Yeah.
Just a tiny amount of information from the coach, just like get your brain locked in, but not too much. Don't focus too much.
Yeah, a lot of people, like they will spend 3-4 hours preparing on a game on that very day. And like it can be beneficial, like if your opponent goes and with a life and so on. But overall, I think, yeah, having a fresh mind is so important. And I'm also like, even if I haven't had the perfect preparation, that I'm really good at just blocking everything out, forgetting everything that's happened, and just focusing there and that. But it's still not as good, of course, as just being um, in a good state of mind.
Do you ever get to the point where you feel burnout, where you want to just take days off, a week off, and not think about chess, not touch a chessboard? Or is it just constantly playing in the background no matter what you do?
But I really love it, so
Why take time
yeah,
off?
why take? No. I'm fine with taking breaks from tournaments and so on. But having like at least several days in a row without like looking at a chess game, or I mean, I don't have to play every day, but not having a not looking at anything, like reading some chess stuff, or like I mean, it's my favorite hobby, so I don't I don't see why I would do that.
That's probably why you're one of the best of all time. If not the best. I mean, that's a beautiful approach, right? You can find a thing that you love so much that even though you do it all the time and you've done it since you were a child, you're still obsessing and loving it.
Yeah, I do have those moments where I just take a breath and think about how lucky that I am, and there are just moments where I just sort of, I wouldn't say rediscover my love for the game, but where I just think like I'm obsessed with this game and I'm completely fine with that.
Well, that's a beautiful way to live your life. If people can find a thing like that in their life, that really is the key to an enjoyable life. If the thing that you do all the time you're obsessed with, And we talk about it all the time at a comedy club. We're all in agreement. We're like, we are so lucky that this is actually what we do for a job. And pretty much everybody who's good at it is obsessed with it. They think about it all the time. It's kind of the only way. But I need time off sometimes because I think that's different because it's always different ideas and different things you're working on. Sometimes you need time just to refresh your perspective. But with a game like chess, I guess you don't really need time off.
No, I think again it's different for different people, but I don't know. I don't feel like it takes away energy. It just gives me joy and energy when I do that. Like I will just on a certain day I will just log into chess.com and observe random people play it. That is something I can do. Maybe happy about it. This way,
Well, you're just very fortunate. You found a thing that you really locked into. It's that perspective is very important for people to recognize. Like the perspective of gratitude, of appreciation that you're so fortunate to have found something. People go their whole lives and never find something they're truly, absolutely passionate about. And for a guy like you, I mean, it's a shiny example. I think that's one of the things that I enjoy the most about super high performers is that they provide an insane amount of inspiration to other people. When someone sees you play chess at the highest level, or sees Michael Jordan play basketball, or whatever it is, you get this feeling of what human beings can do, and it elevates your own expectations of yourself and of people around you.
yeah, I think I've thought about it many times. Like, what am I actually like doing with my life that's useful to other people? And it always comes back to that every time that I hear that people are inspired by what I do. Maybe it helped them through like a difficult time to watch my games and to get into rediscover or find the love for the game. That's really nice. And again, in the process, I'm just doing what I love, right? And that's really what people wanna see from me. It's just competing and doing well at chess. So that's also giving us as often as possible.
Well, that's what people want out of life is something that they love, that they do, that they're very good at, and they get recognized for it. And when a person like you does it and does it publicly, and it's inspiring, it's a great gift for other people. I mean, it truly is. Who has been are there particular players that you really enjoy watching play, and particular styles that you enjoy?
I think my favorite probably player of all time is sort of the young Kasparov before he became world champion. The thing is, like, what I find fascinating about that is that he played with a style that was so unique and so dynamic that I know that I can never replicate it. It's just not the way that I play. So that's something I admire a lot. Usually, whatever I'm into, like be it soccer or golf or basketball or whatever. Like I admire like what people do, not necessarily like it's about the people themselves. So that's the way it has been for me in chess as well. That I try to like learn from people's games and what they do and talk to them. And I've been very fortunate about that, being able to study with Gary back in the day, and Anna, who was the world champion before me. Because it's only then when you study, like you talk to them, like you understand like how good they really are and how much they understand. For instance, with Anna, I had a training session in 2008 where we had both played a tournament where I'd done reasonably well, and he had sort of towards the end he had nailed it in, but he was preparing for the classical world championship. So I think I had 2 days off. He was living outside Madrid, so I went to Madrid for a couple of days because the other tournament was in Marcus May. then I went to his house, and as soon as like the training camp started, it's like something just switched with him, and he was just so focused. We played a bunch of training games, and from being this guy seemed completely disinterested in this other tournament, all of a sudden, like he was crushing me like a massive plus score in our games. It felt like everything we analyzed, he just had a much deeper understanding of the game, saying that he was faster tactically and everything, and it made me like appreciate like how good uh, how good he actually was there.
When you were playing someone like that and getting your ass kicked, does this inspire you and enact your game, or does it not change your game? You just do the same game but more focused.
Yeah, I think it's more of the latter. It was just a reality check for me because I thought at that point that um, I was ranked I think third in the world. I very briefly been ranked number one already at that point, like for a week, and I thought before that I was maybe one of the best 2-3 players in the world, and it made me realize that I wasn't, and that maybe I was able to have better results than my actual level because of youth, energy, and optimism, right? And that maybe it just made me realize that I have a lot to learn, and that I should be patient and not expect everything to sort of come that fast. Because at that point I had a year of more or less constant rise. I was just winning tournaments every time I would lose a game. I was just believe that I could strike back immediately, and I realized now that I was delusional. I thought I was a lot better than what I was, and that was probably why I was having such good results.
Because you're so confident.
Because I was so confident. But having a little bit of a reality check, I think, helped me later to actually understand the game a bit better. But I've still taken away that I think in chess, like the optimal state when you're playing a game is somewhere between optimistic and delusionally optimistic. Because if you're realistic, you're just never going to be opportunistic enough to sort of exploit your opponent's mistake.
I think another factor is the way you analyze things, that you were able to say, I was a little delusional, and even though I'm doing very well, I got to trust in this process of growth and development, and that it is a very, very long process.
Yeah, exactly. And like very soon after that, I started working with Gareth Kasparov as well, and that made me realize that I know even less. um, and
What can a guy like Gary Kasparov tell you that makes you know that you know even less?
back then, it was really like my style has become a bit more dynamic over time, but back then I like I really lacked understanding of more dynamic decisions in chess. Like you can have um, like more static or more dynamics pawn structures. Like if there are a lot of possible pawn break for both sides, and both kings are under attack, then it's sort of more dynamic and tactical, or it could be a lot more about gaining some minutes positional advantages. And that's sort of what I was excelling at, the latter. And working with him, it just improved sort of the more dynamic part of my game a lot. And that helped me very much short term. Uh, and also it's helped me later because it improved my understanding of the game. My main strength is still more in the more static structures. But that work like made me so much more versatile that I still definitely profit from that.
What what is a coach for you today? Like, what benefit is a coach today?
A couple things. The main benefit that I have from my chess coach is open work. That's like the low hanging fruit. That's really what you can get the most out of from game to game. Couple of other things, like my coach is also an old friend of mine. He's Danish, so we can communicate in the same language. And he's also just as obsessed with golf as I am. So, but every time like we have like a chess training camp, there's also a lot of Holland golf being played. So yeah, those are a few things. But chess-wise, it's mainly about the open.
And so it's essentially, he's obviously very good at chess as well, but it's essentially bouncing things off of each other, going over positions.
Yeah, and then he's very good at using chess engines to get slightly different results than maybe others do.
Do you occasionally, or do you at all, analyze other people's games and break them down together?
Not really. When it comes to analyzing other games, like it's more useful for me to look at what the engine is saying. So, like now,
because the engines are just smarter.
Yeah, but they are, and I'm good enough that I can interpret what the engine is saying to like understand why a certain thing happened. So it's still interesting to analyze together as humans, but we always want to double check what we're saying with the engines.
Isn't it fascinating? That's a gigantic factor now ever since Deep Blue, right?
Yeah. So the thing about I know, like, I don't know if you talked to Gary, but he has this whole thing with Deep Blue. I'm not sure if Deep Blue was actually better than Gary, but it started the downfall of us humans when it comes to chess, and it's now been a long time where we just accepted that our computer overlords are just a lot better, and there are serious benefits for improving players, for kids. Like, the engines help people improve a lot faster, so that's a great thing. Additionally, people watching chess games, like, one problem is that you cannot easily tell, like, it's not like one guy is being punched and the other guy is punching. Like, it takes some skill to see what's going on. But with the help of the engines, like, you can actually have a real-time score all the time, because it tells you who's not. It becomes a lot easier to follow as well. Because honestly, like, most people, when they do sports, they're mostly interested about who's going to win, who's going to lose. So now at least you can have that factor in chess, and you can see that. And it's very interesting for me to read what people were writing about computer chess 30, not 30, but like 50, 60 years ago and so, when there was an actual discussion whether computers could ever be a grandmaster at chess. And now it's very much settled, of course.
Well, they have that same discussion about Go, right?
Well, Go is much more complicated than chess. So, but I don't know what has happened since AlphaGo. If like the best masters are still a little bit better, or where it stays at.
I think Go is better than everybody, the computer is, but I think a new factor is that the computer has devised creative moves that were never used before, that have now been implemented. They're part of like general strategy, which I think they thought was very shocking. So,
Is that kind of bluffing moves, or?
I do not know, because I don't understand Go. I was just reading an article about the extraordinary leaps that AI has taken, and that one of the more shocking things was that it was able to beat the best players at Go, which they didn't. They thought it was like a long time coming.
Yeah, I mean, I did watch the movie off the go, and I mean,
How long ago was that?
that's like maybe like 6, 7 years ago.
See, in AI time, that's like the Stone Age. It's just so crazy.
And I think like a year or two later, there was AlphaZero and chess. So chess engines, they were always like kind of built by humans and constructed by humans. Then AlphaZero came along, and which is a neural network that just run chess on its own, and it became more or less as good, or maybe slightly worse than the best traditional chess engine. What's interesting is that the neural networks play chess a lot more like humans. Um, they were much less concerned about material factors. They were more about like positional play and long-term thinking and so on, because it was not based on brute force in the way that that traditional engines were. You would see funny, like they have computer tournaments as well with the best engines. You'll still see like AlphaZero, that's sort of the clone of AlphaZero because they discontinued that AlphaZero project after a while. It will make like elementary tactical blunders almost. That's crazy because I don't know, it doesn't have, it just thinks about chess differently than traditional engines, but it will also like do things that just confounds the very best chess engines in the world still. So that's very interesting to see, and like all the best coaches and players that now when you work with chess computers, like you always have both like a neural net and a traditional chess engine running, as well as some others who are now like hybrid, who have a little bit of both.
It's just fascinating, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's something about its search. I really don't know. But it would also make some fascinating decisions, like when you promote a pawn, like you usually promote to a queen, because that's almost always the best, unless you sometimes want to promote a knight specifically to give a check, or sometimes to avoid stalemate. That's less frequent. But then what Lila and AlphaZero would sometimes do is that they would promote to a different piece, because if it's a piece that's anyway going to be captured, just to give your opponent like a slight chance of making a mistake by making another move, which is something like a human would never ever do. But it's really funny, a little bit of a parallel to what's going on in Go, I think, with this gamesmanship that is going on with digital.
So that's crazy that it just trick you.
Yeah, it would try and trick you. Like, it probably wouldn't trick the human, because the human would be like, that's weird, okay, I'll just take it, whatever. But another, oh, okay, well, I have another alternative that seems equivalent, more or less. Maybe I'll go for that. Um, it's very strange.
So, what are the best programs that people play on?
There are a few. There's one that was originally developed by Norwegian called Stockfish. That's still considered the best. So I think the best now is Stockfish, like Stockfish hybrid. That's part neural and part traditional engine. And then
Do you have to be connected online and stuff?
yeah, I mean, most people use either. Most people use remote engines, like some kind of cloud service, to have as much computing power as possible.
So, the kind of computing power that's on your phone, like, can you beat your phone at the highest level?
No, no chance.
That's so
No
crazy.
chance.
That's
No
so
chance.
crazy. Because Deep Blue wasn't it like as big as a room? Was it?
Yeah,
Deep Blue wasn't like a stack of computers, right?
but I'm sure it's still less powerful than your
Yeah,
today.
that's
So,
shocking.
No, I have no chance against my phone. There was it's crazy. There was actually one time where I played corporate Cyber, and there was this guy who said, I built a chess program in my university class. Can I let that play against you again instead of myself? I was like, yeah, sure, why not? And I actually beat it fairly handily because I played some kind of anti-computer chess where I just close up the position as much as possible and just let it have as few possibilities as possible to out calculate me so that it's a purely strategical game. That doesn't work against very good engines, but it can work against weaker ones. But no, humans we don't have. There was a grandmaster who played a match recently against Relay, which is the best neural network engine line. They were playing classical chess, and he started with a knight pawn, and they played a 10 game match, and he won 5.5 to 4 rounds. Wow. Which is crazy. It's a knight pawn. It should not be possible for any. If God was playing chess, that shouldn't be. You should be able to beat a grandmaster in any game like that. So the grandmaster was still able to win. But yeah, for me, I rarely play against engines at all because they just make me feel so stupid and useless. I think about it more as a tool, more than anything else. And often, when you play against them, the moves that they make, they are not necessarily relevant as to what is going on in that situation. Because we just think differently.
Do you ever try to think like the computer?
Yeah, well, specifically the neural nets have improved our understanding of the game immensely. And the AlphaZero paper came out pretty late 2018. And actually, I played a World Championship match late 2018 as well against an American, Fabiano Carmona. That was the best match I think that I've ever played. We played 12 draws, actually, and then I won them in tiebreak. But the games were super high quality, and he was very evenly matched. And then he was actually using Lila, the AlphaZero player, which we didn't have access to. We didn't even know that was a thing. But the thing is, after AlphaZero came out in late 2018, there was a period, half a year maybe, early 2019, where you could very clearly see which players have been using these neural networks or knew how to use them, and which players didn't. And my coach, he got into it very quickly, and we got an advantage of basically everybody but that guy who had been using it during the match. And it just made us understand the game a lot better. There were, as I said, a couple of things about long-term king safety. Pushing pawns on the side of the board was maybe the biggest takeaway, that often you would push pawns and not as an attacking tool, which used to be the way that you would push a pawn trying to break open your king. What you would do is that you would have a little hook on the side of the board that you could use 20 or 30 moves later to make your king, to make the opponent's king less safe then. And this is something that humans didn't really do, and I still see some people allow these pawn advances, and I don't I wonder if they didn't learn their lesson from 2019. But it was very clear to see at a certain time before everybody sort of caught up with the new information. And that's also when I had maybe my best stretch of chess ever, because I just understood these new things better than others.
It's almost counterintuitive that you wouldn't want to play look stupid, because the idea in my mind would be well, you should play the best thing you could possibly play. And if that's a computer, great. If that's another human being, then play the human being. But I would imagine that playing something that makes you feel stupid would, at the very least, teach you something about the game.
Yeah, it does, but at the same time, like, you know that these are usually things that humans cannot replicate. And to be fair, like, the kids these days, a lot of them play like a more concrete brand of chess that is more similar to engines than we have seen in the past.
Because they've had so much exposure to it.
Yeah, like they're less dogmatic, more concrete in their thinking. But then I know that there are usually other things that are lacking. So I could sort of fear the game there as well. So I don't know. I haven't I haven't found it particularly useful, but maybe I'll just I don't want to.
It's partly because you just don't want to lose.
Yeah, of course. And it's also because, as you said, like, chess is a very lonely game. Like, when you lose, it's because you're worse than your opponent. And imagine losing to somebody who you know is like completely stupid, which like traditional chess computers aren't. They're stupid. They just have much more computing power than you do. So losing over and over again to something that's so stupid, like, that's not even fair.
Could you help explain to me what are the factors? Like, what is it doing that you can't do in terms of calculating positions and moves and strategies?
Well, first of all, it's infinitely faster. So there will be certain possibilities that I will rule out because of my intuition, but it is able to calculate in a very short time that it's possible. It will never make blunders, like simple tactical mistakes. The neural networks sometimes do, but traditional engines don't. And like I can keep, like, most of the moves that I make will be the same as they do. But it's like they don't make any real blunders at all. Like, they may make slight positional mistakes, but honestly, most of the time that I think an engine makes a positional mistake is because I don't understand it well enough.
So it's not really a mistake.
And it may look like one, but it's long term.
Yeah, it's just that my understanding is not good enough, and that is useful. That does help me learn.
What is the difference between the approach that the neural network takes versus the traditional engine? Why is one of them approaching the game differently?
Because one of them is constantly calculating based on sort of what humans have taught them is like what is the value of a pawn, what's the value of a knight, and what is the value of um, a far advanced pawn, and all of this. Like, it calculates based on that. Neural network, just you just show it the rules of chess, and playing it yourself a lot of times better. And it just has a different approach. Like, what it does is just based on the games that it's playing against itself, right? So it's just, it will have completely different ideas. Like, imagine, like, in 2019, because of these neural networks, like, every opening that have been played for hundreds of years had to be checked by coaches, because there could be a difference in evaluation because there is this new neural network that just thinks it a completely different way.
Wow. So these neural networks can go back and look at, a classic game from like 1963 and say, well, fuck that dude up. He's already done this, that, and the other thing.
Yeah, exactly. And it just, I think a lot of it was based on, it just emphasizes different factors than traditional engines do, and that ultimately just leads to different results really. Um, but it's it was extremely fascinating for a while, but now it's just led to really more clarity in the world of chess because everybody just has access um, to that information. It used to be a thing back in the time that some people would really be ahead of others, not only in 2019 but also other times, like they had more computing power, better cloud engines like that, started to use different engines and so on. But now you could prepare for World Championship, honestly, in 2 weeks, you'd be completely with like just a um, regular like laptop that's connected to cloud. It's very different and so much easier today.
That is so fascinating. That it's changed the game so much. Could you get a computer, whether it is a traditional engine or whether it's a neural network, could you get one to imitate a specific style? Like, could you get one and say, I want you to play like Gary Kasparov from Jagger?
So we actually did this back in the day. We actually started an app called Play My This, where you can play against myself at different ages, and the the style it was based on the guy who built Stockfish built this engine as well. So it was based like an old version of that, but it would have my openings and try to emulate my style at certain ages. Obviously, it wasn't perfect, but it was a start. I think it's still difficult to build like a very good clone because essentially, at least with traditional engines, it's not possible. Maybe with AI, you can get there, but I still think we fundamentally think differently about chess. But
Well, the interesting thing would be to take you, because there's so many games that can be observed and put into the calculations, and then I would really be fascinated to watch you play you. You know, I mean, like, what would that be like? Like you play you when you were 20.
yeah, so the thing about it is that also what you would have to calibrate is that it would make occasional like tactical blunders, right?
Right.
And which engines, yeah. And so what would happen in the Play Minus app is that you would make occasional blunders, but those would be like a little bit too outrageous because it's like really hard to emulate the kinds of mistakes a human would make by the engines. So I think that would probably still be like the most difficult part, like the main issue in order to make such a thing.
If the Play Magnus thing was dialed in like 100%, what would be? Do you think now would be the scariest age to play you? Does that question make sense?
Yeah, better now than ever before. No, I think I think my keep is close to the best because chess level or proficiency at anything, it's about making use of the knowledge and making it into skill, right? And I definitely have more knowledge now than I've ever had. But I think probably the best combination I had of knowledge and energy that translated the best into skill was probably in 2019, like first half of the year when I was 28, and when I was more like a young Kasparov than I've ever been before. Very dynamic.
But what is the difference between you in 2019 today?
A few things. First, I couldn't play the same openings as I played then because they have been worked out to a point where they're basically they're just too analyzed and unplayable. So that's one thing. Apart from that, I think I could do like my average level would probably be a little bit lower because I'm a little bit older and my brain is not quite as fast. But I could do I think most of those things. What I don't think I could do is like the other sort of best version of me, which was 2013, 2014, when I was in the best shape of my life, and I was just a relentless beast at the board, grinding down like my opponents in very long end games, never giving them any respite whatsoever. Like purely skill wise, that was far from the best version. Knowledge wise, that was far from the best version of me. But I was just, yeah, it's just like the average level of my game definitely was higher than because I barely played really bad. Yeah, physically.
Yeah. Well, it's two factors you're talking about, like physical, like fitness, and nutrition in it. These things you don't really take too much into consideration, but they obviously play a huge factor in the most successful period of your life.
It did, but then
Because you're only 34. It's not
no, that's true. But I just feel like with these kids, like their brains are just so much faster than mine. I mean, I felt it for years as well. That no, I'm not old, but I can never be at that level like of pure like computing power.
But is it generally accepted that chess is a certain age where it just drops off? Like, who has won the world championships at like the oldest age?
No, well, back in the days when you couldn't get information that quickly, it took people a lot longer to develop. Oh, but then it was considered that the best age was like late 30s or early 40s. Obviously, the drop off is not nearly as steep as it would be in physical sports, and that goes without saying. But I think the peak years are pretty much the same for most people, like mid 20s to early 30s. I think I could still I could still be very very close to my peak if I focused fully on yeah all the things that I can
Physical fitness,
control, like all of those things. Yeah.
You don't do that? I don't understand. If you're so obsessed with chess, and that seems to have a primary factor.
Yeah, it's a good thing. Like I feel like I generally like do the right things when I'm at tournaments, but then in between, I don't know. I want to enjoy life as well. So and like I'm generally obsessed with with chess, but I'm not always obsessed with TV. Like certain times, there will be certain days, certain tournaments where I know that I'm not going to be at my best, and I can sort of I can feel it, and then I'm not able um, to take it as seriously. Like I feel like I cannot. I'm not Michael Jordan trying to like go all out in every game. I used to, but now I don't think I have that in me because my main motivation for playing chess is that I love to play. I don't have the big goals of what I want to things I want to achieve.
Is that sort of relaxed attitude that you have, does that drive other people crazy that you're still able to beat them? I think that would drive me fucking nuts. If I was just fully obsessed and studying moves all day and just taking my vitamins and drinking only purified water, and
It's kind of a thing that you're known for. right? Like a lot of other people are known to work all the time, and you've kind of always, at least a reputation, played the player, right? Isn't that what you're?
Yeah, and also the thing is, like, I was known for like being fit and all of these things, but now I think there are a lot of other players who take these things a lot more seriously than I do. I think the reason why I got that reputation is that I really like doing like I did a lot of sports when I was little, and I've always like kind of done them for fun. So I think that was why, like, you don't see a lot of chess players playing soccer or tennis or whatever. Not that I'm great in any of those things, but I was usually better than a lot of other chess players. Yeah, I guess I do have. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not that much to do about your reputation.
I'm just saying, like in a game or a sport where it's so computer involved and analyzed, and there's geniuses wearing suits and glasses and things, you're kind of known as a laid back, intimidating force. Because are there special things you do, kind of like more like a poker player or anything, to intimidate your opponents ever? Like I've seen you like show up late to big tournaments where they're like waiting for you and stuff. That's really cool.
That's a Miyamoto Musashi move.
No,
Samurai?
yeah. Honestly, like, that's me being late is down to a couple of things. First, I hate waiting, but also I'm terrible at planning. That's why I keep showing up late.
You are terrible at planning. You know how funny that is? That's literally what you do.
No,
Better than anybody.
like, my planning is always based on everything going perfectly, and like making a time plan based on that. And if something goes a little bit wrong, then I'm going to be late, and like something usually goes wrong, or often does, that becomes a thing. Like as you talked about it, it's like there's this video that a lot of people are talking about where I come there's a blitz game, right? And that's 3 minutes, and I come like 2.5 minutes late because I've been skiing in the mountains, and there was an accident on the road that delayed me like half an hour. Like most people would have planned for that, had a little bit of buffer, but I was like, that was probably going to be fine. So suddenly there's an accident that I'm going to be late, and I'm just running into the playing hall in my sweatpants and not even realizing that the game has started. But I'm so late that I should be. And I saw that everybody was there, and then randomly turned out half a minute left when I got to the work. So that's kind of more.
How did you play the game? Did you like have a different approach because you only had 30 seconds?
No, the thing is, like, there you have technical. So I'm not going to lose some time automatically. I just had to play a little bit faster, but it was okay. But as I said, like, I don't do those things to intimidate my opponents. I'm just
That would be such a mind fuck. Guy shows up 2.5 minutes late and still stops you.
Yeah, I don't think many people know about the skiing day or anything. I think it was thought of as like I'm a badass and coming in late.
no, honestly, that was like the world championships in chess. Like, they're being held in the weirdest places. So this was in Almaty, Kazakhstan, which is this like really during winter at least, it's not very nice city. And then just half an hour out of the city, you have basically the Alps. You have beautiful mountains that goes up to 3,500 meters, where it's just fantastic, and you can like get from the city. It's like an hour, and you're at the top of the mountain, and having a beautiful ski vacation. And I just like was so miserable being down in the city that I thought, for this day, like, if I'm going to perform at all today, like, I need some fresh air. I need to get out of here. So that's why I took the risk, and it was definitely not not to play mind games, because Bobby Fischer said about chess that I don't believe in psychology, I believe in both. I believe like a little bit of both, but I'm more in this school that I think I'm going to make better moves than I think that all those other things.
Did you ever have an opponent that was doing something psychological that kind of messed you up or threw you off? Like back when I was a wrestler in high school, some guys wouldn't shower. It would be disgusting. Right? Is there anything like that in chess?
Yeah, that specific thing has happened for sure. I'm not sure if it's been conscious choice by my opponent. I'm sure I've been guilty of it as well. That's true. I don't know, really. I think the only thing, not to bring that up again, but I think when I think that my opponent might be cheating, that's the only time that I've really
It's just weird that you can cheat and do it for so long and play in the best tournaments. You would think that like in the UFC, like say if you get caught with steroids, long ban, and you can't. And if you get caught again, you get an even longer ban. And I think it's like a 3-strike thing. If you get caught a third time, you're out of the sport forever.
no, it's the thing is that
We think harsher penalties would discourage
oh
people.
yeah, for sure, especially for online, because there's been this thinking that cheating over the board and over online is like very different. But the thing is, like once people are cheating online, then having these meteoric rises over the board as well, that's a bit strange.
Yeah.
So yeah, there definitely needs to be harsher penalties. One thing that chess.com used to do is that they would let people sort of confess privately and then get their account back. But now they're moving to more naming and shaming sort of thing with and banning people for longer, which I think is it's a lot better. But a lot of it is about incentives as well, right? Like if you think that you can get away with cheating, and there are monetary incentives to cheat, or to cheat. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's just with every pursuit. So if you people that look for shortcuts, so it's going to be someone who looks to skirt around the difficult path.
No, that's true. But the thing is, like, there's so little and the engines are so powerful. Like, if I started cheating, you would never know. The thing is, like, I would get like a move here and there. That's all I need. Or maybe, imagine I'm playing a tournament. I just find a system where I get somebody to signal me when there's a critical moment. Like if there's a moment where a certain moment is much better than the others. That's really all I would need to go from being the best to like practically unbeatable, right? So it really is a scary situation. There have been so many cases of people who are acting suspiciously and who are making having suspicious results based on the data. But they're very, like, if you're not cheating in a dumb way, there rarely is going to be a smoking gun. That's what it's really hard to catch people.
How would you eliminate that other than security? Would you have it so there's no audience members at all and have them only in a room?
So that has been done in World Championships, for instance. Like we're basically playing like in a glass box, where you can see you cannot see the audience and you cannot hear anything. So it's a glassproof box. I kind of that's like you kind of don't want that. You want there to be like I really like having just more like esports setting where people can be as loud as they want. It's just you have players sit down like boxers with headsets, and
Sometimes headsets open up the possibility of cheating.
but then like the headsets would be all provided by the organizers.
Right.
With
Some sort of
and you'd have to have like both. We have had that in tournaments that you have to have like white noise and some kind of sound from like Spotify, or if you want to listen to classical music or whatever.
You can do that.
Yeah.
So you listen to Wu-Tang Clan while you play chess.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, playing blitz chess, listening to music usually helps me because, like, doing tasks that are more intuition based, then that helps with the flow. With Zorba's games, you probably don't want that disturbance, but
Right.
I've definitely played some of my best blitz chess just. Listening to music,
What do you
sitting
listen
there coughing. I think
Some wild Norwegian music. Rammstein or something.
that's actually German, but that's a good song. That's a good song. No, I think my best chess is over the Norwegian rap.
Norwegian rap, really? What's a good Norwegian rap band that you can rap groups that you could recommend?
There's a guy called Mr. Pink Lotion and Oral B.
Mr. Pimp Lotion.
And Oral B. They're kind of. It's like a little bit ironic, but they're like doing like American like West Coast rap in Norwegian.
Oh, that sounds badass.
And this is a bit of a different one. I actually did a song with Mr. Pimp Lotion. I did a song with those guys.
What a great name, Mr. Pimp Lotion.
Yeah. There's, the thing about what happened was that they did a show. They have this thing called Smooth, which is like a moisturizer mostly used for animals. So like this Mr. Lotion, like he's obsessed with that one. And somebody apparently stole that from backstage at the concert, and so then they didn't know who he was, but they eventually found out and they made a song about it. And so they had a bunch of people like send in their verses.
Incredible the difference between America and Norway.
Yeah.
When the rappers are rapping about gang wars and shootings, and in Norway somebody's like, "Who stole my look?"
Yeah. There actually was a popular song like about 20 years ago that referenced specifically that in Norwegian that there was nothing to rap about because nothing bad ever happened. That's what it
Don't pull out the gun and arrested someone speak out who stole the speaker.
Who stole my lotion?
Yeah. Basically, there's a bunch of verses, like people accusing each other, and then I randomly come in at the very end and solve the mystery. No, it wasn't me. I was not on that particular show, but I think like the best online chess that I ever played was probably listening to it.
Do you mix it up? Do you listen to like Led Zeppelin? Or?
No, I listen to a lot of older stuff as well. I have no idea what's in the chart these days in general, but I find out through Tony.
I find out to the young guys at the club. I'm like, what are you listening to? What is this?
Yeah,
and I'll do Shazam on it and put it on my Spotify.
Yeah, that sometimes happens to me as well. Maybe that happens to you. Yeah. Otherwise, it's. I remember, like, I asked my sister probably like 10 years ago, like, I still playlist. Like, do you have anything from before 2000? Like, yeah, of course. Britney Spears, maybe one more time, right? So I'm going to be up for that.
That's awesome. Well, listen, man, it's been awesome having you in here. I really appreciate you doing this. And tell everybody when the Netflix show is out.
I don't know, but it's something that we've done in a few months for sure. Jamie, do you know?
Didn't say when it's coming out.
Well, we'll put it up on the Instagram when it's out. And it's been awesome talking to you, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for coming in. All right, Jordan. All right. Bye.
Good job. Okay. Experience.
Drink my name, Joe Rogan podcast my name all day.
Thanks, sir.
I'll see you, my friend. Good to see you. Thank you, Mr. Morgan. You're taking notes already? I am. He said, good to see you. I don't know what I do this.
So
right?
tell everybody what you're doing in the Middle East. It's pretty crazy.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, thank you for that. Look, it all started with some colleagues of mine from the UK Special Forces Club, and these guys are tremendous, right? But Howard Latham and some others who came up with an idea. They said, look, we have to do something to help the benevolent fund, which is for the UK Special Forces. It's like who you are here in the States. But, and I can say this because I'm a dual citizen with the UK. The British don't tend to be very good at raising money or asking for money for very important causes. So here in the U.S., where you've got 100,000 different groups that are advocating for veterans, over there it's not the case, right? But they have the same need. Right? They have all these wonderful people in their families. So the idea was, what can we do? A big event, something massive that can really help to raise funds and awareness for the Special Forces Benevolent Fund. They came up with this crazy idea at the time, still crazy, to recreate a 1917 epic journey that Lawrence Arabia did through what was considered the impassable deserts of Saudi and Jordan. They go from essentially northwest Saudi through these impassable deserts and then into Jordan and down to Aqaba to rout the Turks, who at the time controlled the area. And with a small Arab army led by several sheikhs and Lawrence, they did this trek of about 1,100 kilometers. Took them several months to stop along the way, plus they were fighting Turks along the way. So we took off in January, mid-January, 5 riders, 10 camels, and an incredible support team. An incredible support team.
Your first time riding a camel?
Well, we went out in December, spent about a week and a half. Howard lives out there as one of the other fellows, and
To go through camel riding training?
camel riding training. That's exactly what we did. Oh, God. So there we are. It is not comfortable in any fashion. It's not like a horse. A horse you can fall into sort of a rhythm. A horse has a much smoother gait. So the camel, basically, all you're trying to do, there's the crew. Wonderful guys, Howard, James, myself, Tomo, there's Craig in the back. An amazing crew. I've rarely worked with guys that are just so impressive. And again, going with the support team, everybody that was on that group, a small group of 8 or 9 folks.
Why does everybody ride with one leg to the side like that?
It's essentially a comfort issue. And because if you notice, there's those not really saddles, they're called shaddads, that sit on top of the hump. That's a Saudi shaddad. The Omani shaddad is different. It sits behind the hump, and it's even less comfortable. And now these things were probably designed some 2,000 years ago, and they've never felt the need to improve them. They're basically just some wood, tied together, and then you try to throw a couple of things on top of this piece of wood to make it comfortable. And I think all the veterans and others were laughing at us because we just kept piling blankets up and trying to see if we couldn't. Yeah, it was tough. And so ass blisters are a real thing. And so anyway, that's what you see there. But there's no stirrups on these things. Like a horse, when you're riding on the saddle, you got stirrups, and it takes the pressure off your legs. You're just hanging on. So you don't want to ride with one leg on either side because it's just not comfortable. So you hitch your leg over the front
and then you kind of put your leg or your foot behind the other leg.
Is it because
Yeah.
they're too wide? Is that why you don't want to ride one leg on the other side? It's just a ball buster.
I'd say it's a ball buster, particularly if that shifts and starts to like lean forward, and then suddenly, like there's these large dowels in the front, large dowel in the back. You know, they kind of basically look like big wooden dildos on the Shaddad. And so if that Shaddad shifts forward, as it did on occasion, your package is just jammed against that thing. And you have to cover. These guys, look, I got injured. I had some soft muscle injury, and there's the crew walking through. And I tore some muscles in my rib cage.
Doing it just riding?
No, it was a rather inelegant dismount from the cabin. And so I twisted really badly and went the other way. And then next thing you know, I had fucked up some the muscles along my obliques and then rib cage area. And so I spent the next couple of days. We had a team medic, Jed, a wonderful guy, great sense of humor, as did they all. And he eventually got tired of me like asking him for painkillers and anti-inflammatories. And so eventually I had to tap out, which was more painful probably than the actual injuries. And the guys just continued to grind it out.
How far was left?
I was in the first 25% of the journey, so I had to, and then I went back for the end for the arrival of the Aqaba. There's the whole crew right there. I just can't say enough about these people. Again, 26 days, longer than I see a month, out in really bad conditions. People think, it's a desert. No, it's called the impassable desert for a reason. Massive sandstorms, freezing temperatures at night, bitter cold. And we were sleeping in one-man tents. And you get up, you get the camels ready.
How much supplies did you bring?
Well,
Did you have a supply camel?
we had Land Rover did a wonderful job of helping to sponsor this. So they provided vehicles that the support team used to kind of trail and then get ahead and help to establish the next. And we Howard and Craig had done the recce, so we had the camps mapped out. This is a long trek, 1,100 kilometers, and so they were able to supply and do all the work that kept these guys moving forward. And it wouldn't have been possible, but they'd still be out there schlepping. Yeah.
Jeez, you'd have to bring several camels just to carry food and water.
Yeah, no, it seems exactly right.
There's no water out there, right?
No. I mean, there's a
spring occasionally.
Yeah, you pass through a handful of areas near small. I mean, when I'm saying small, I mean like there's nothing there. Tiny village, maybe there's a mosque. Mosque would have a water supply, so you could stop and maybe refill what the camels drink.
Are they getting water from the ground, or are they getting water from?
They're getting it from the well. Yeah,
from
the well.
Okay.
So they have. I think it's talking thousands of years. They figured out where the wells are. And part of this, from 1917, look, the Turks never expected these guys to come from this direction because who's going to do that?
Right.
And they did it. These guys all did it. I was just part of it, even though I had to tap out, which was goddamn it was.
Jamie, can you show me what that looks like on a map? All right, it's February, and by now, 80% of people have probably abandoned their New Year's resolutions. And it makes sense. Life can get crazy, and all of a sudden, you don't have the time. But one easy habit to stick with is AG1. It's an easy, realistic habit that you can make to benefit your whole body health. AG1 makes hard-to-get micronutrients easy to get and replaces multiple vitamins and supplements with just one scoop. You just mix it in some cold water, take a nice moment in the morning to do your body right. And honestly, it tastes pretty good. It's not easy to pack this many high-quality ingredients with this much nutrient density, but AG1 makes it happen without added sugars or artificial sweeteners ever. AG1 is a great way to invest in your health now and in the long run, which is why I've partnered with them for so long. Try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free when you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Check it out.
Like what that area looks like? Yeah, I should have included a map of the route itself. Look for Al-Waj, Saudi, on the coast, or northwest Saudi. And
Look, you can't spell it correctly.
this guy's crazy.
Look at that. No, he's right there.
So we started out in Al, and then there you go. Now you look out, and then you start heading north. You start heading northeast. You can see Jordan is up there above that area. You start heading sort of on a diagonal northeast. You pass through all. Look at that and keep going. Eventually, you get if you zoom out a little bit, so you'll see the border with Jordan. You go past. You keep going that direction.
The whole place looks inhospitable.
There's a mountain right there. And then you come up to where Jordan is. But anyway, at the end of the day, you see Aqaba. We came down through Jordan and into Aqaba, which is at the tip there, right there. Yeah. Which is where the fort was, which is where they routed the Turks, and then eventually that created all sorts of opportunities for the Arab states.
Look at this whole area. It's fucking no green.
No, there's not. No.
Tiny parcels of semi-green areas.
Yeah. No, there's when I say it's desolate and there's nothing, there's nothing. You can zoom back out there. Look how wild that looks.
Like, what happened?
So these
Doesn't that all look washed out to me? This is all random growth and stuff, right?
yeah, and we went through the Royal Reserve. The Saudis were very good, and the Jordanians were amazing as well.
Jamie, what were you saying?
Look at all washed down.
Yeah, it totally looks like it washed.
Yeah, you'll find like all these wadis that are in there. That it's essentially there's a lot of dried up riverbed, and dangerous. Of course, there are flash floods on occasion, not very often. But so this thing took place, and they eventually the whole thing ended in Aqaba. Again, the Jordanians couldn't have been greater about supporting this. I think everybody. I know the Bedouins, when we got started, they were staring at us like, "What the hell are you doing?" They couldn't imagine people would do this willingly. For no, especially from their perspective,
Soft Americans, Europeans.
Man, I tell you what, I know when I got injured, I know every single one of those damn Israelites were laughing. They were like, "What the hell?" And then and they were looking at like their guys with all these blankets and furs on them, trying to make it somewhat comfortable. Those guys must have balls. Yeah, I think Hawaii just had them removed. I don't know how you do it because, and you have to try, right? You can't just walk. Walking was comfortable enough, but you have to cover the distance, right? And the trot on a camel is not comfortable, right? And so it was. Anyway, I just can't say enough good things about these people. But the cause, the UK Special Forces Club, Benevolent Fund. If people want to go and read more about this, they can go to what is it? www.sfc.
That's all you are using W's. Everybody else
Yes, I don't have to. So that's 3 W's, and then
we have to say that. You say HTTP /.
I still think, because I think that's what you have to do. So it's sfcbf.org. If you go there, you check it out, and if you're so inclined, there's even a button you can click on to donate, even if it's the price of a cup of coffee. If you get enough people putting in the price of a cup of coffee, it makes a huge difference for these people. But it was one of those bucket list items that I just can't describe it.
When you see some of the things that USA fund, is it getting you upset that they don't fund things like this?
Yeah, it really does.
It does me too.
Yeah.
It does me too. It's come on.
Because this is a direct, right? As is Wounded Warriors, as are all the other groups.
Yeah.
It's a direct way to help people. And it's not like they've got massive administrative costs, right? Like the government tends to. Right. And so, no, absolutely, goddamn right. It seems to me, and so we were fortunate to have a lot of corporations that went in on it. There were some that looked at it and goes, "Okay, so let me see. You're talking about 5 white guys on camels, recreating what we think is it was still sort of the vestiges of that bullshit DEI thing, right? From a corporate perspective.
Right.
So you're like, no, goddamn it, sporting, veterans, how different are their families? How tough is that to understand? But some
just take a difficult trek. Doesn't mean you support colonialism.
Yeah, no, exactly.
So,
and by the way, the Arab sheikhs led the way. Right?
Isn't it
their
crazy?
effort.
You have to look at things through this lens of who in the furthest left, kookiest perspective is going to be offended by this bunch of white people in the desert.
Yeah.
If anything, it should give you a perspective on how unbelievably brutal the times were back then.
No,
Absolutely. And also, you also think that honestly, it's just look at the cost, look at the reason for it, right? But I think we are on the downhill slope of DEI, right? I think the grifters who built up that cottage industry are going to have to be looking for new jobs because I think most companies are starting to think, you know what, let's get out of this thing.
Yes, so I think so too. And I also think that if you look at the overall body of work that they've produced, it's very obvious what many of them are doing. I think there's some genuinely good people that are involved in this that really want to do good work. They're very sensitive, kind souls. They probably are rich, probably good. But I think there's a lot of grifters too, unfortunately. And the grifters, they've been so egregious and obvious that I think it's turned a lot of people off. Even rational, kind, compassionate, progressive people are like, enough. This is fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Especially when you hear like the anti stuff. It's not just like pro whatever you are. It's anti whatever you're not.
Yeah.
And then you realize, oh, okay, this is not rational. This is cult-like thinking, and this is a thing where if you don't agree, the punishment is very great. Like they'll go after you so hard if you don't agree with them. And you kind of realize what it is.
And then eventually they start to eat their own.
Yes.
And so
we never eat the rest enough.
No. The mom's always going to turn on no matter who you are and how righteous you pretend to be. And I agree with good people with good intentions, in mixed in. But I think a lot of people saw this as a terrific opportunity, right? And I also think that what it taught me was that yes, I am racist. I hate elite progressive white people. I can't stand them. It's the one group that I would say that I just can't stand because there's something about it, and
I feel sorry. I feel like at this point in our culture, the divisions are so fucking crazy, and it's so counter to what America should be standing for, which is a united states, united country, a community, a large group of people that all agree on a few very key rules, one of them being freedom. And I think it
seems logical.
We got to stop all this division is set up not by us. It's set up by world leaders. It's set up by the media. It's set up by the people who benefit from keeping us divided. Most of us agree on a lot. I mean, one of the things you're seeing is like from all these USA disclosures is the mainstream media cannot ever say that anything this administration is doing is positive. So even if they find unbelievable corruption, right, and they found some really wild shit, like what was the $4.7 trillion in untraceable money?
Oh yeah.
I sent that to you, right?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, that was Doge, was digging through essentially the way that money is audited within the government, and they look at the data sets and how things are divided and how you have to explain what's going on. And the idea is that there's a lack of links to payments, outgoing payments, budget line items. So this payment goes out. What is it for? Right? It would be the same thing if you had a business. And in that business, you have to know what you're spending your money on, right? That's a logical thing. I'm not a rocket scientist. But what they're saying is that well, there you go.
Yeah, here it is. So it's a Treasury Access Symbol, TAS, is an identification code linking Treasury payment to a budget line item, standard financial process. In the federal government, the TAS field was optional. For $4.7 trillion in payments, it was often left blank, making traceability almost impossible. As of Saturday, this is now a required field, increasing insight into where money is actually going.
It would be like if I got my monthly reports, my monthly numbers from our finance director, and I looked at it, and there's the outgoing line, so I can see how much money's going out. But there's nothing that links it to where did it go. Did it go to pay a vendor? Did it go to pay rent? Did it go to pay staff?
Who bought a jet?
Who bought a jet? Yeah. By the way, when a company buys a jet, that's a key fraud indicator.
Did a company buy the jet?
Not all companies. Yeah. let me just make a note of that. UFC jet. It's what I mean is obviously it's not like if it's Nike or an established large business,
But you're making so much money you can buy a jet.
right. If you've got a business that in a space and it's a growing business or it's a new business or a startup, and the purchase of a jet usually is a fraud indicator on the list of all the fraud indicators.
But cashed in Bitcoin.
Yeah. I'm not cashing
Have
mine.
you thought about it, Mike Baker?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? It's funny you say that.
It seems like it's legal gambling, is what it is. And it seems like, even though it's horrible to do and very unethical to dump it, to pump and dump it, it seems like that's legal for some weird reason.
Yeah.
Because I know that's the turmoil around the Hot Tua coin. That's the fear of the Trump coin.
Yeah.
And I think, didn't the president of Argentina do a pump and dump as well, allegedly?
Well, allegedly, yeah.
What did he
That is getting way messy this week. I wasn't expecting it. There's
Tell
all
us.
sorts of shit going on.
What do you think's happening?
Zilla had a video come out. Of course, he did it last night.
He's the guy you do not want investigating your shit coin.
Some guy's admitting this stuff that I didn't sound.
They're admitting it?
Yeah, I don't. That's why I was like, I haven't watched the video yet. I'm just seeing this stuff on Twitter.
We were trying to figure out as a way to do it when you don't pump and dump it, because anybody can kind of make money now, which is so strange. And we're like, we make a JRE coin. What if we didn't dump it? What if we didn't pump and dump it? Like what would it be for? Well, how can you just do that?
Well, the regulations have not caught up yet, right? So, and you see any new emerging business industry technology, I think there are people who look and go, there's an opportunity here because regulatory policy hasn't caught up,
Right.
and so Bob
Dave Portnoy's been paying attention to all this, and he's been buying coins, and tweeting about them and selling them, and he's been making a lot of money. And he's like, am I going to jail? Like, what is this? Because, you're making real money. I think, didn't he make like $1 million off one of them? It reminds me, he's involved in what? Which one? The Argentina thing?
I don't know. That's what I don't know.
Well, fill me in, dog.
Try to find out. I don't like it's called Libra coin, I think. Okay.
I think that's what it is.
Going through whether or not he knew stuff before, who told him, and what did he know, and when did he know it?
Yeah, he's pretty careful. Yeah, he's pretty careful. I doubt he did anything illegal. Also, he's so wealthy, he doesn't have to do anything illegal.
I was going to say.
But then again, people get fucking crazy greedy.
They do. How much is enough?
Well, they hang out with other billionaires. That's the problem.
Yeah, and you're always comparing yourself to the guy who's got $3 billion, $1 billion, and you're like, how the fuck can you have that much money and not be happy? And that's the part.
Well, that's what gets weird. But I get it. Like if I hang out with Elon Musk, I feel poor.
So does everybody else on the planet.
Yeah.
He's still the richest guy, right?
He's like really, really rich people. You feel poor, even if you're really wealthy.
Well, that's the funny thing with him. I always think, like right now, the past couple of weeks in particular, it seems like people are just dropping on the trading cards over the idea that he's accessing your private information, right? What's he going to do? He's accessing your private information. You're like, okay, well, first of all, I don't think the guy is looking to scam you out of $500, right?
The argument's good. Like, he shouldn't be able to scan your information. But also, is there any evidence that he's doing that? And here's the other question. Who else has access to this? Well, it turns out
every company.
Turns out a lot of people have access to this. Even students that are interns who work in the department have access to this.
Yeah, I think what they're doing is
they're making an argument, and it's a good one, right? If he was evil, if you have this evil billionaire who wants to control the world and has access to everyone's credit card and just steals all your money or does whatever.
Didn't that used to be Jeff Bezos? I thought he was the guy who they were focused on.
Well, they were for a while, but he's just balling. Jeff is just like hanging out on a yacht, bagging his super hot wife. Like he's having a good time.
That sounds a lot better than like chasing government waste and fraud.
Yeah. Like I remember when Elon Musk was criticizing him for not working hard enough. I'm like, wait. What does work for? That guy's got $200 billion. I think you can chill.
Yeah.
You get $200 billion, then it's time to get that fucking crazy yacht.
Yeah. Once you start launching your own rockets.
You got a rocket shaped like a duck. You're literally trying to fuck space.
It's Austin.
Yeah. Have a good time. I like the way Jeff Bezos is doing.
Yeah.
But I appreciate the fact that Elon is so psychotic in his drive. It's bizarre, and also in the face of overwhelming hate.
Oh my God. It is I mean, part of me finds it very entertaining. Just looks at it and goes, oh, you got. And then I think what they're having a problem with is two things: is the messaging and the means of doing this, right? Everybody, you would think, would agree that, oh, you're going to go through government spending with a fine-tooth comb. You're going to find the waste and abuse and fraud. Fantastic.
Well, this is one of the things that he ran on,
right?
And implemented during his first term.
Actually implement.
Yeah, they were very effective, by the way, and it's a huge boon to our economy.
But again, the messaging was different.
Well, it's also
And the means were different.
the Democrats were different. That was a different kind of a Democrat. That was the kind of Democrat I would vote for right now. I'd vote for Bill Clinton, despite all the blowjobs and all the crazy shit.
Well, but you would have done that. So,
They all did that. I think you get two types of people who want to be president: pussy hounds and warmongers. I prefer pussy hounds.
well, but you could be both.
Yes, you could be Genghis Khan.
Yeah.
He's both.
Good use of the pronunciation, Jenkins.
Well, I'm actually listening to an amazing podcast. I'd love to recommend to everybody because Elon recommended it on X, and I've been listening to it. It's fucking great. Fall of Civilizations podcast. They're doing a series on the Mongols right now. Terror that, and I am listening to it right now. So that's why I'm saying Genghis correct.
Okay, no, that's good.
Yeah, they even explain the pronunciation. They explain where it came from and how it got fucked up over the years of translation into languages that didn't have Cheng. They didn't have the sound, and so Genghis Khan became Genghis Khan. You know, especially when European languages started translating.
Yeah, that makes everything I know about Khan, I learned from Khan.
Do you know they didn't even fucking know about this whole story until the 1800s? They found a Chinese book, and the Chinese book was written. They thought it was nonsense. They couldn't figure out what it was saying because it was written where the Chinese characters made the Mongol sounds of the words, and so they had to translate it from Chinese to the Mongolian language. And then they realized this was the history of Genghis Khan and the Khan Empire.
Okay, yeah.
It's fucking the secret history of the Mongols. It's fucking amazing stuff. This podcast is fantastic.
Yeah, that does sound good. Because again, I think when you consider how we're all apparently carrying some of this DNA around, not us.
Not us. Mostly Asians, right?
Okay.
Well, I have a little Asian. I have like 1% Asian.
Really?
Yeah, 1% Asian. Close to 2% African. It's like, but I'm from Sicily, my ancestors, and so I think those are the ones that got raped by the Moors. That's a true romance. Remember?
Oh yeah,
Remember that scene? Yeah, Christopher Walken
and Christian Slater. No. Christopher Walken.
Who was it with him?
There's a whole series of people that Bruce Stern. Right. Dennis Hopper. Dennis Hopper.
That's right. Christopher Walken and Dennis Hopper, right? Is that who it was?
Yeah, that's who it was. They had I remember that they had a scene.
Fuck, that movie's good.
Yeah.
Fuck, that movie's good. That is a great fucking movie.
But yeah, I think if they had come in, if the administration had come in and said, here's what we're going to do. We are going to root out waste and fraud. We're going to go after, every dollar that's not spent on behalf of the American public and on national security, advancing American interests, and we're going to do it in this efficient, manner. But, and again, don't get me wrong. I think sometimes the disruption of fast action is extremely beneficial at times. And sometimes you can't see the benefit until other things happen outside the bubble that we may be looking at. But I think that if they had messaged a little bit different, and then the means, rather than taking a blowtorch to everything, because, and again, not saying that it can't be effective. What I'm saying is that they're losing, I think, important opportunity from a goodwill perspective. I know they probably don't give a fuck anymore, but all those people who voted, right, for them this time around, gave them that chance that didn't the previous time. So, I'm so tired of the Biden administration and all this bullshit. They need to see, I think, more stability, less chaos. And I think the Democrats are very good. I think we all thought perhaps that the progressives, the Democrats, were just going to go into a cave and hide, but they're regrouping, right? And they're still growing beards. They're all getting on testosterone. Yeah, that's right. Suddenly the toxic male is very attractive. Shame you don't have it. But I think that I think that if you give them ammunition, obviously they're going to take advantage.
Yeah, for sure.
And I think some of the approach to this, again, not saying it's wrong in the sense of let's find that waste and fraud, but they're giving them opportunities to start firing back.
Who's scoring big in the NBA this year? You are, with all new ways to get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. From monster slams to dishing the rock to cleaning the glass, get behind your favorite players and the prop bets you can make on DraftKings, the home of NBA player props. Plus, for new DraftKings customers, bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Take it to the rack with DraftKings Sportsbook. Every point counts. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers to get $150 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-WINE or text OPEN-WINE 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpt.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
I think the problem is they're trying to do it very quickly because they want to get a lot done before the midterms, right? So they only have 24 months to enact real change.
Yeah.
And, did you see Kevin O'Leary talk about on CNN? He was saying they're not doing enough. They should cut more. He's like, if you want to, because he's talking about it from an entrepreneur's perspective, taking over like a failing company that's filled with bloat and waste. He's like, that is the government. He goes, you got to cut more. Just cut everything. Cut it all out and then find out what's necessary and rebuild it from there. Well, I was saying it on CNN, and CNN was there.
Oh my God! Well, 5 people to watch CNN still with them.
It's probably 20. Yeah. The thing about it is they're all united in their message. Whether it's MSNBC, I watched MSNBC the other day in the gym. Oh my God, it was awesome motivation to work out because these people were morbidly obese, and they had this language that they were speaking. It was like almost like they were translating from another language. It was all like it didn't make sense. It's like we're in danger. It was the way they were talking. It's like people feel like they're in danger, like they're being criminalized. We're being pushed out of society. We're being told we don't exist. And then, of course, you have to say you're an ally of the LGBTQ plus to be an ally. They're digging their heels in on all that stuff, though, that's not going to win anymore. That's too crazy. Even like kind, progressive people realize, like, you've done a weird thing with women's sports. You've done a weird thing with safe women in bathrooms, and it's not to say that some of these people who are legitimate trans people who really do just want to use the women's room and be treated like a woman. That's true too, but you open the door for perverts, and you're not admitting it. You're just allowing guys with beards and hard dicks to wander around the women's room.
And how tough is it to have a unisex bathroom, right? Most places, a lot of places do, right? So you can find
as long as it's not a big bathroom. The problem is if it's all single bathrooms, that's not economically feasible at like a stadium.
Right.
And that's where it becomes a problem. And then it's also this like weird cultural line where like which bathroom do you get to use? It's like this is like a thing in Congress, right? Because there's that one trans person in Congress who, by the way, said that they do not want to use the women's room. So it's not even an issue.
Yeah. No, I said that. You're against the line. You're very sensitive. People always say that. How goddamn Rogan is so sensitive. But I think if most folks, right, who are in alternative, lifestyles, whatever, however you want to put it, I think, they just want to get on with it, right? They want to be accepted. They don't want to make, people make a fuss over. They just want to move on. And then you've got a small minority that just can't seem to get enough attention. And when they can't get enough attention, then they do something even more wacky.
I think it's a problem with a lot of people that are quote-unquote leftists in general, is that they've been bullied and picked on all their life, and they've been fucked with, and now they have a gang. and now they're going to go fuck with other people.
It's not much of a game.
But it's online. The words
That's true.
they use online, it's like very attacking.
Yeah.
You know, it's like this is like a core aspect of progressives right now online is that when they're tweeting about stuff, when they're posting about stuff, it's very aggressive and very angry and insulting.
Yeah.
And that this is their way to demean, whether it's Pete Hegseth or Cash Patel or any of these people that are involved, or RFK Jr., any of these people that are involved in it. It's like the way they're doing it. It's like it's not about policy or agreeing or disagreeing about perspectives or the way they're choosing to govern. It's not that.
Well, I think they're angry because for a while, right, the mob was working, right, and everybody, was being, silenced from the bullying or the fear of being bullied. So, and it lasted for so long. It lasted for years. Right? Think about it.
The last is the legal on Twitter. Really.
Yeah.
Realistically.
Yeah.
I mean, if he had done that and they were all controlled by the left, do you think Facebook would have loosened up their grip? Yeah, I don't think so.
Well, with Meta, Alphabet, they're all kind of rewriting, toning down their DEI policies, right?
I think that's also because Zuckerberg started doing jiu-jitsu. I really do.
Guys, I think.
Go get a shout out, Jay. Yeah, jiu-jitsu changed your mind, man. It'll change who you are. You realize there's reality in this world.
He's looking a little more manly.
It's a lot more manly.
Yeah.
Got a thick neck now. I think that has a lot to do with it. You start looking at things from a more libertarian perspective, from a merit-based perspective.
Well, also, you're burning fuel, you're feeling better, you're focused on something other than your own inner angst, or how do you fit in with this? Look, everybody just should be able to live their life, and
that's what we all need.
Yeah.
Everybody just live, as long as you're not hurting anybody else with the way you live your life.
Exactly.
Live your life. If you want to wear a dress, God bless you. God bless everybody. But just be nice. And I think most of the people, the reason why they're not nice is because people have been not nice to them. That's the old expression, hurt people.
Yeah.
And the way to fucking unite us is not to keep hurting people. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
No, I think it's simple enough. I honestly, I don't care. Someone's got an alternative lifestyle. Now, I don't need to play along with the imaginary idea that a dude's going to have a baby, or
I like breastfeed. There's this one TikTok person who trolls, and I don't even know if it's a biological woman. That's one thing that the trans people are very upset with. There's a lot of really hot OnlyFans girls that are pretending to be trans, and they put a fake dick in their underwear.
No.
Oh yeah, and they're super hot. And so the actual trans people are very upset. And get ready for this. Their argument is, my identity is not a costume for you to wear. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Hang on. That's a real woman, bro. You're already doing that with her. She's just got a rubber dick in her pants for money.
There really is no. I can't wait for Jamie to throw it up on the screen. I'm like, oh my god. There's no self-awareness. Or sense of irony.
So this one lady who's I think it's a lady. I think she's a lady who's a troll, and she said that she went to some country and got a chromosome change and a uterus installed, and now she's pregnant. And she I just reading the comments, and people are fucking going crazy. There's a bunch of sub-90 people, IQ people in the comments, just fucking have strokes.
That is the best part. When somebody throws some shit out there, people buy into it, right? You're like, yeah.
Well, I buy into some of the dumb ones. I send them to Jamie. Jamie has to sort out what the fuck is real now. It's so hard to tell. I see things from myself that aren't real. I saw me doing, or I didn't see me. I heard my voice over some narration of something. Of some TikTok story, and I was like, I never saw this. This is not me saying this. It's all done through AI. This is crazy.
You're a prime case study for the impact and effects of, and the sort of the downside of AI. Right?
Oh, for sure, with my voice.
Yeah.
I guess now with video as well. If you wanted to have a podcast video or something. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's pretty wild now that. We have a little bit of a problem where a bunch of people are selling cheap wine and using my voice. We have to get them removed.
Okay. Yeah.
But that's just that's just opportunist taking advantage. I'm selling protein powders that I've never seen before, all that kind of shit.
Right.
But other than that, my voice.
I mean, there's very few, we talked about it before, there's very few because the idea was always sort of detection, right? Okay, we got to create better systems to detect deep fakes.
Right.
But now I think the focus has rightly shifted from sort of the detection to more proactive protection of material, right? So get it at the moment of creation, embed the ability within the video clip, the audio clip, whatever, to show that you've got proof of whatever we call it, reality, credibility, authenticity, and what it's all going. Because you just can't keep up with if all you're doing is trying to create better systems to detect deep fakes, it's a losing game. Right? It's like battling terrorists because you're coming up with an idea to prevent a terrorist attack based on the last terrorist attack, and they're on to something else. Right? So it's an interesting world. There's not that many companies out there that are doing a great job of it, but there are some.
It's going to get to a point where it's impossible to tell. I think that's not far away.
I think we're there.
Yeah.
Honestly, most people aren't curious, right? Most people or they don't have time, or they're not cynical, right? And so most people are willing to look at something and go, unless it's just clearly bullshit. But for the most part, if it's a half decent fake, right? Mm-hmm. Most people will accept it and move on.
I like the ones that they're obvious. They're really good, but they're obvious fakes. Like, did you see the one with Kamala Harris after she lost the presidency? She's wearing a bikini top, walking with a beer, says unemployed.
Yeah. That's good. I mean,
it's obvious that it's not real.
Yeah.
So it's okay. Like the ones where Trump's playing the guitar, and then there's all these other people like Cooties in the background with the drums.
See that one? There's one where I don't think I've seen the one with him playing the drums, but I've seen them where there's a whole series of world leaders and they're battling together.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, the one with Trump playing guitar. I think they're doing. It's Fortunate Son, right? Mm-hmm. It is, right? I think it's on my Instagram, right? It's so good, and it's obviously fake. Yeah, that's why I like it. It's like it's not tricking me, but I'm like, wow, that's really good.
It's interesting. I mean, again, talk about regulatory policy not catching up. I mean, what do you do, right? I mean, like if you were in Europe, right, you could be fined in jail, right, for in the case for like pushing something disinformation. Or you just goof it, right?
Yeah, you can't
goof, but you can't. If it's an obvious, to your point, if it's an obvious goof, then okay, you can probably get away with it. Maybe not here in Germany or something, but Germany's getting crazy. They are going crazy, and they weren't happy with J.D. Vance's speech. I'll tell you that much. I wonder why. Nobody in the EU was happy. The head of the Munich Security Conference literally cried after the speech when they were addressing EU leaders in the speech, right, talking about the impact and what it might have meant for U.S.-EU relations. So literally tears being shed over J.D. Vance's speech.
But what was it about his speech in particular that was so offensive?
Well, I think what they were anticipating at the Munich Security Conference was he was going to come in and he was going to talk about, obviously, the number one topic on the table for them was Ukraine. Right? And, where are we going with that? Because obviously the EU leaders are now very concerned about U.S. commitment to NATO, what the Trump administration, plan on doing in terms of further support for Ukraine, really further support for NATO, distance themselves. And Vance instead came in and didn't really focus on any of that shit. He turned it onto the European Union, into EU countries and UK in particular, talking about how their biggest threat isn't necessarily Russia or China. Their biggest threat is what they're doing to themselves in terms of suppressing free speech from all the various groups out there, including conservative groups, far left, whatever, determining that this type of speech is illegal. We're going to pursue you, we're going to find you, we're going to jail you, armed raids against people that are pushing content online. So he makes the anti-immigrant content. But to be fair, right? I mean, most of Europe at this point is pretty fed up with the immigration policy of their leaders.
Which is why they want to suppress the dissent online.
Exactly.
They're not doing it because they genuinely think this is a moral, ethical thing to do. They're doing it because they sense an uprising.
Yeah, and they write look, Olaf Scholz, the German chancellor, he's not going to get elected. And their election's coming up here shortly. Yeah. And so he's not going to happen for him. So I think, they're right. concerned about their own political power. That's
what it is, and that's what people need to
No,
understand.
it's
It's
not rocket
not
science.
all the Europeans are the kinder, more progressive. No, it's like they understand that it's coming.
Yeah.
And they want to do everything they can to stop it because most people are fed up. Most people just want to be left the fuck alone.
Yeah.
And if you tell them that they can't put a flag meme on one of their pages or they get arrested, which is what happened in Germany.
Yeah, or talk about data. So if you talk about the immigration problem, and you say we got to stop this, we're going to maybe secure borders. If you talk about the Ukraine war and say I don't think we should be supporting, dumping more resources in Ukraine, all those things. For reproductive rights, if you're on the wrong side of that from a European perspective, they're coming at us against it. And that's what J.D. Vance came after. He turned the tables on them and focused on that. And that was, A, it was completely unexpected. And B, I think, the reality of it, the fact that it's truthful, I think upset a lot of them.
It's truthful and it also appeals to their citizens. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Citizens say this is the way we want our government to talk.
Yeah. And I think a lot of people there's a lot of people on social media right now going, oh my God, you don't realize how hated, you are now as Americans. And the U.S. is so hated. I think I spend most of my time overseas, right? And most people, it seems like it's common sense. You guys are finally coming around, right? And so I don't think they're going to win the argument that somehow the U.S. is more hated. Look, we've been hated in a variety of
But we're
occasions.
definitely hated in Canada right now.
Oh, yes, the hockey game.
They want to go in the national anthem so hard. They get 3 fights in the first 9 minutes.
Yeah.
And then we kick Canada's ass, in Canada. Not good, because that's their fucking sport. They basically are only shot at beating us at anything.
Yeah.
Well, they might be able to do that.
Yeah.
If we practice it, we're better at that too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, they make great mixed martial arts fighters. One of the greatest of all time, George St. Pierre's from Canada.
Yeah.
But after that,
Let me think.
the football team, come fuck with America.
I'm trying to think of other things that I just throw out there.
Yeah, maybe baseball. They got Blue Jays really good.
Mostly.
Yeah, they have strong beer.
Yeah,
They have great people. I love Canada. I love the people.
Yeah.
It's just they're too nice and they let the communists run the country.
Yeah.
And that guy's a communist.
Well, it is one of those moments where you think, okay, I understand, I get your point. To talk about turning Canada into a 51st state.
That's a little crazy.
It's a little crazy. A little crazy.
You told me that you were serious. Yeah. But first I was joking around, but I was thinking maybe it's not a bad idea. Now I think he keeps talking to him. He refers to his Governor Trudeau. It's so funny.
You know what I love is I was just out in the Middle East for some things, including the amazing trek with the guys from the SF Club. And it was right during the period of time when President Trump announced his idea during that press conference with Netanyahu about, look, we're going to own, the U.S. is going to own Gaza.
Did you see look on Netanyahu's face when I'm saying that?
Yes. Which was priceless.
What in the fuck?
I know. And
Did
now,
I get into it?
and now you know what they're all doing? Israeli cabinet is fully on board with the idea, in part because I think they understand that, okay, look, this is probably not going to happen, but if we take this position, right, it's going to create chaos. It's going to create some movement, right? And maybe that leads to something of interest. And I think when being out in the Middle East, when that idea came out, and hearing some of the responses from people out there was amazing. But what I like about it, like, you're not going to move 2.3 million Palestinians out of Gaza, right? Because none of the Arab states want them. The Egyptians have fought against this idea for years and years and years.
That's a good point, and maybe a lot of people aren't aware of. It's that the wall on the side of Egypt is way bigger than the wall on the side of Israel.
Yeah.
That is an impenetrable wall that's heavily guarded. Egypt don't want Palestinians coming into Egypt, which is kind of crazy.
Well, it's from their perspective, it's a security issue, and there's a lot of Palestinian refugees in Jordan, so it's not like Jordan hasn't tried to do their part. But they also want to absorb another 2 million Palestinians. Now, so the problem from an operational is it's unlikely to happen, right? And also, do you really want the U.S. buying and owning Gaza, right? And then you think that the cost of supporting Ukraine is high. Wait till you see what the cost of not only the reconstruction, but the security of the reconstruction, right? What that's going to do. You think there's a boom in private security contractors during Iraq incursions? This would be this will make that look like nothing.
Right.
So,
You got to go for investment.
so like exactly. So the costs involved, potential for just never ending really trouble. But what I do like about it is, look, now that the Arab states are responding by having a summit, right? They're having a summit at the end of this month, and they've been having little mini discussions amongst themselves. But all the key players in the area are now meeting to discuss what's an alternative, right? What is the way to make this happen? And it's not going to be by the U.S. owning it and building the Riviera, right, or series of casinos, but the Arab states are having to react, and so what that means is nothing's worked before you, right? Nothing in terms of two-state, option, other security agreements, peace agreements that have held for some period of time and then fallen apart. None of that shit's worked. So I think the sort of the disruptive aspect of sometimes of what Trump does, even though you may look at the idea on the surface and go, that could work, you have these other effects, right? So now you've got the Arab states having to respond, coming up with these ideas. They're already, over the past couple of days, saying that Hamas can't play a role. If you had said that a year ago, Egypt, Qatar, and some of these other Arab states out there would have gotten on board with the idea that Hamas has got to go, that wouldn't happen, right? I mean, before the 7 October attacks,
Right. They're also talking about rebuilding it themselves. They're like, we'll do it. We'll do it. Just back off.
Yeah.
We'll do it. We'll take care of it.
which is great.
And that's when they have to say it must.
Right. That's because they know what the problem is, and they haven't been willing to admit it before. But because the Trump administration just thrown stuff at the wall, right, to see what sticks, they've got to respond, and so now they're coming up with these ideas. Look, Hamas, they are a shell of what they were, right? But they're still supported by the Iranian regime, which is a big problem. Right? And the Iranian regime, do you think they don't want peace? Right? That's not in the books. One of the benefits from their perspective of the 7 October attacks was that it completely scuttled the normalization that was going on between Saudi and this in the U.S. at the time. So they're going to continue to be a problem, but Hamas is now kind of on its back foot. The Palestinian Authority is saying we'll come in and we'll govern guys. Well, the Israelis are saying no, that's not going to happen either because you guys are peas and pie, right? And then Palestinian Authority has a program where they actually pay the families of people who kill Israelis, right? It's called the Pay to Slave program.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's what it's called?
Yeah. Pay to Slave.
How much do you pay?
I'm not sure what the going rate is now, but for out there, it's a payment, ongoing payments to families who have family members who have attacked, wounded, or killed Israelis. And so, that plus, other ties between Hamas and the PA. And look, there's been animosity, obviously. Hamas drove the Palestinian Authority out of Gaza years ago. But, the Israelis see it as the same. And so, my point being is the Arab states are now reacting, and you could end up with something that actually works, as opposed to all the bullshit in the past that never did, and always and continue to provide nothing for Palestinian people. And if you say, look, all this is about is we want the Palestinians to live a better life, then you should want new ideas thrown at the walls, right? And you should want something that eventually is going to work. And from a U.S. perspective, you should want something where the Arab states actually take it out for themselves.
There's also a problem with the reality of the region at this point, right? It's like, what do you want to happen to that area? Because someone has to rebuild it. Look, absolutely, Israel shouldn't have done what they did, kill who knows how many innocent people, and literally destroy most of the buildings there. We all can agree that's a horrible thing, but it's done. So now what?
Yeah, and we can also agree. It was not. Look, yeah, I agree. It was a very aggressive action. I would argue that the U.S. would engage in that same aggressive action if we had a proportionate, attack
From Mexico.
Yeah. So, or Canada.
Right.
They're plotting something. It's knowing. So so that's true. But again, it was a war that Hamas started. Right? I think you have to go back to the beginning of this one. And yes, there's fault on both sides, of course. But Hamas now at times has been acting like the aggrieved party,
It's fuck around and find out in the worst way possible.
Yeah.
That's what it is. I mean, they gave Israel the green light to just go ham. And now when you see the overhead drone footage of what Gaza looks like now, it's hard to even believe it's real.
I get it. I mean, from a real estate developer's perspective, I'm sure he's seen overhead imagery, right?
Turn it to the Mediterranean of the Middle East.
It looks like a demolition site. So let's clear that out. The real
Question is, if that isn't okay, then what? Then what? You don't want that to happen. Then what? If the United States doesn't take it over, or who should, and what do you do with it? And how do you get the money to rebuild it? And where does it come from? And how do you do it? Who do you bring in to rebuild it? Who governs it? How does that work? Who gets what building? How does it work?
Yeah.
You know, it's a very complicated thing when you destroy an entire fucking city.
Yeah.
Just see if you can find some of that over there.
And when you talk about moving out 2.3 million people to other areas, but I think again the answer is that the Arab states have to take this on. Right? They finally have to address this issue. They've used some of them have used the Palestinian issue to their own devices without doing anything to the benefit of the Palestinians.
This is unbelievable. I mean, this looks like they got hit with an asteroid.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. The scope of it. It's just insane. It's insane to see. Yeah. Dave Smith had a very good take on this. He was on one of those Piers Morgan panels, which are really fun for about 5 minutes. But let me tell you what Dave said. Because Dave had, in my opinion, the best take on this. Where it's like you see, that's correct. This is the way to look at it.
Yeah,
it's like
again. I think unless I don't know who would be on board. Take it from beyond the sort of the initial sentence of the U.S. will take ownership. Oh, here we go. Is that Dean Cain on the right? No. Yeah. It is? Yes. Superman. I don't know if this is the right. I didn't click it from the other.
Yeah, click the one I said. It's probably the same one.
Sometimes I have all these Piers Morgan panels. You never know who you're going to show up in one of those boxes. And it's a bizarre mix of people. Okay. It's just like a commentary from
pictures of Gaza? Are you telling me there was Hamas missiles in every single one of those buildings? That that's the entirety of the story? Is that Israel just had to blow up this building? Which, by the way, still, I don't think would be morally justified. But, come on, man. It's just, again, even to Dean's point, I always find this fascinating because somehow Americans could say this about the people in Hamas and go like you said, yeah, I wouldn't like to be kicked out of my neighborhood, but if my government had done October 7th, I'd accept it. Your government, Dean, destroyed Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, Somalia, Yemen, the drone bombing campaign in Pakistan. So, what, can you get kicked out of your house now? Is it not ethnic cleansing if we were to kick you out of your neighborhood? This is so ridiculous that we impose these standards on these poor people that we would never dream of holding ourselves to that standard. It logically makes absolutely no sense, and it doesn't really matter what Hamas's approval rating is, in the same way that it doesn't matter that George W. Bush had record high approval ratings. It doesn't mean that the innocent civilians in the United States of America are fair game, and neither should any other group of civilians.
Perfect. So, yeah. No, I mean, look, if you did these surgical strikes, you never would kill Hamas terrorists. Great. Yeah. But, that's not the real world. They're talking about a world of coexistence. But I would this is where we would differ. I like Dave Smith a lot, and I think he's incredibly intelligent. But we fundamentally look at things sometimes in a different worldview because of our experiences, right? And my experience has been dealing with a lot of hostile actors who, you may look at and think, okay, well, can't we just, I wouldn't say we get along, but they exist and we exist, and really, that's not the real work here, right? And urban combat is really ugly. It's not dismissing, the horrific nature of it and the fact that, yeah, sure, in a perfect world, it's morally repugnant, and it is, but it's the world that we live in. So I think, okay, on one hand, I get, and I don't disagree on that moral side of things, but from my background, I don't tend to live in that world. I tend to live in sort of the operational side of things, and sometimes you have to do things that are not good.
But even as extreme as that,
Well, yeah,
that's the thing.
I don't.
It's like
Yeah.
it's so extreme.
I know, and I don't disagree. And they have they went above and beyond. There's no doubt about it. But to my point, and I think to kind of what you were saying, look, if we did after 9/11, I mean, we went above and beyond, and from a proportionate standpoint, and we felt certainly justified in doing it. Right? We did. I mean, we did. I mean, America finally came together as a group, right, as opposed to the partisan way that we live now.
But we were justified based on a lie, which is even crazy. They used that justification and went after a group of people that had nothing to do with it, based on a lie of weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah.
Which is a crazy thing. Went to a completely different country.
Yeah. Well, Hamas also, these are disjointed statements. I'm not really turning it all together very well at all, but there's also this element that Hamas doesn't give a shit about the Palestinian citizens, right? The civilians. And, if they did, they wouldn't conduct their operations, their methodology would be different. Right? They wouldn't bury themselves in their operations and command centers and everything that they do, right? Their depots and their missile weapons supply centers within the public environment. Right? They would. Right? Well, they probably never expected this. Yeah, I don't know. There's no way that
On October 7th, they expected this response.
Well, there's no way that the Iranian regime, I think, would have allowed them to do this if they anticipated they would get this sort of response. So I think you're right. But and again, this is the problem. People only hear what they want to hear. Right? So they hear me say from an operational perspective. I understand that they had an aggressive response, but then they stopped listening. Right? So what I'm saying is, was it over the top? I guess it was over the top. Could they have been more surgical about this? Well, yes, they certainly could have. Could they have prevented some loss of civilian life? Well, yes. Would that have been difficult? Yes. Why? Because Hamas puts themselves in the center of civilian life there. They know this is what's going to happen. This is their currency. That Palestinians, that drives their narrative. And they always know it's going to turn against the Israelis. So that's what happens in these discussions. That's what happens. And they've got enough of a track record to know that's what's going to happen. So they use it to demonstrate. Again, it doesn't excuse the killing. I keep coming back to that same thing. You could have disparate multiple, thoughts in your head at the same time. You can feel bad about that. And at the same time, you can go, yeah, it was fucked up what they did on 7 October. You're going to go after Hamas. And then what you're going to find is that urban combat is really, really fucking ugly. Right? And you're going to have casualties that you really, really regret having. Were there more than needed? I would say yes. It didn't meet the extent of their response. But I understand their mindset for why they went so hard after Hamas. This is decades and decades, built up some no more. You can't put up with this anymore. Now, again, the problem is, the problem is not that it's not really Hamas. I keep going back to the same thing. The problem is that the instigator of all this trouble, the instigator of the vast majority of chaos and instability, violence and death in that region is the Iranian regime. Most Arab states would agree to that. Maybe not the Yemenis, right? But most of those Arab states are not going to be sad to see the Iranian regime fall. For this very reason, everybody wants a better life, right? However they perceive it. And the Iranian regime, the mullahs and the IRGC, they've got a stated objective, and they are pursuing that. As long as those people are in charge, okay? Ultimately, we're not going to get a big sea change here. We're not going to get a huge shift in where things go. But if you want a better life, you got to look to the whatever you want to call it, the head of the snake or the tower of the mountain. There they are. The Iranian regime driving this chaos. So anyway, I'm getting away from the point, but I don't disagree with Dave. I always like a lot of the things that he says. I just think that we come at it sometimes from a much different perspective. I don't tend to believe that the world is full of good actors who are just trying to create a community of nations. I'm not putting it low, but I think what I mean is that it's not. I was having a conversation the other day, and it was about U.S. involvement in a variety of groups, activities, associations over the years looking to topple governments, looking to change, the direction of a government, like all the nefarious things that the CIA has been accused of. And I was like, well, that's not what you expect. Of course, that's what we're doing. Right? Of course, we're trying to influence hearts and minds. Of course, we're infiltrating organizations to try to influence the direction of the government. That, you go all the way back to the Cold War, right? They were convinced the Russians or the Soviets were going to blow us to hell. Right? Of course, we're going to be doing a variety of things. You want a government over there that's more friendly to you? Okay, how are we going to elect them? Right? If that means VOA or it means infiltrating some organization that's going to try to win it. Yeah. So, is that morally repugnant? I don't know. You think it's necessary? I think I think it's understandable, and I think also.
So imagine a world without that.
Yeah.
So if that is a factor, and we stop doing that entirely altogether, does that vacuum get filled up by another power?
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's the problem. Right? That's the problem. Is that we don't live in a world of 9 nations who, like, if we're not the police, at the top of the food chain, and we don't need to be there. Someone's going to fill that gap, and you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. But I've been around a long time, and I've spent most of it overseas in unusual places. We make a lot of mistakes as a country. It's a human endeavor, but we try to correct, and it can take time, right? It can take a lot of time. We make a lot of mistakes, of course we do. But I've seen a lot of players out there, and I'd rather have us and our allies trying to direct traffic rather than some of the hostile actors that are out there.
This is the best case scenario perspective. The worst case scenario perspective is that these policies changes that we are initiating and that we are influencing is for corporations to make more money. It's to control resources and to control areas and to make things friendlier to business. That's the worst case scenario. This is done in a mercenary fashion.
Yeah.
But is that?
That's what
Chinese short. Right. That's right. And here's my question: is that just what happens? Like when you do have the ability to control other regimes, isn't it almost? Doesn't it almost logical that you're going to need a lot of money and you're going to need a lot of influence to do that? And so there's going to be a bunch of people say, actually, we could use some of those minerals. Actually, that natural gas is very valuable. But actually, if we could destabilize Russia's energy systems and, pump up Ukraine's and control it, that'd be pretty good. And so then we started initiating things, and we started with the coup in Ukraine in 2014 and a bunch of different things. We started helping things along that would benefit us both geopolitically, but also geopolitically in the sense that, like, you're controlling the geology of the land, which is the real term, geopolitical, right? Yeah. That's the real term, right? Doesn't it have to do with, controlling regions?
Well, sure. Yeah, and I think that it's, you're talking about national self-interest.
Right.
I think in the world that we actually live in, every country is acting in its own self-interest. So
then it's also a national self-interest that's kind of prostituted by corporations. This is what people are worried about, is that we engage in certain activity that's avoidable simply for profit.
Yes, absolutely. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I think, look,
just what happens when you have a system like this, right? When you can influence foreign governments and you do have enormous amounts of resources and you do have the ability to change things and install a government that's more friendly to.
But if you're not going to do that, let me go back to what happened. That's probably not best example of what happens when you actually have it. It wasn't just a unipolar world, right? You had the Soviets and you had the U.S. Yes, there was concern over life itself. There was this concern over mutual destruction, but there was concern over influence. So the Soviets were busy in a variety of places. Let's pick Africa, right? So in the mid to late 50s, right, as Africa was moving, clearly strong away from colonialism, right, and independent states started, sprouting up. Then there was this concern over, well, okay, the old colonial era is gone, right? The Belgians aren't going to own the Congo, as an example. The Congo is rich in resources, uh, uranium, cobalt, diamonds, obviously, but let's take uranium. The Belgians were running Congo when we were developing the Congo, and almost all that uranium came from the Congo. Right? So that's a good example of the U.S. looking and saying, okay, is are the Belgians, good stewards of the Congo? Well, no, right? They were enslaving people and having them work in the uranium mines. And we were taking that uranium and using it to build the bomb Manhattan Project. Now, all those years later, we kind of, realized its independence, introduced Congo and all the rest of that history. But now, the Congo is wrapped up in conflict still. Why is it still in conflict? Because of its minerals. Cobalt now is the key. Right? And the uranium you can get from this is Australia, and also from Kazakhstan, right at the locations. But cobalt, they've got maybe 60% of cobalt in that, but I think it's about that of the world's cobalt supplies. What do you need cobalt? Well, electric vehicles, batteries. Yeah. So now the Eastern Congo is still interested, but that place is a mess. It's not the poorest, it's like the second or third poorest country in the world.
And isn't most of those mines China?
Well, a lot of them are controlled on the eastern side by militias, right? Congo's been a difficult place for everybody to try to wrap up licensing agreements, right? But, you've got 100 plus militias out there vying for control because it's money. Right? And so I guess my point is and I'm it's good you brought up China because, yes, they've been busy trying to lock up a variety of
Experience. Drink my days, your broken podcast my night. All day.
I never got it. But that's what they
That's
say.
what they say. You get it within a couple of years, you get it, and then all of a sudden you got it.
Yeah.
But it's like that. I could hear it the other day.
Stuffiness.
Yeah.
I had it for like 4 days ago. Stuffiness. But the thing is, like, when I work out, I feel great. The way I can really tell, like, the way I judge whether or not I should even work out is when I get a sauna and a cold plunge. If I feel tired or weak when I'm in there, then I know something's going on. It's not as simple as allergy. So I thought for 10 years I had the Austin allergy. For 10 years. It was so bad. I'd go out to dinner, even when we moved out to Fredericksburg. We come into Austin. I thought it was Austin. I'm serious, I like Austin. We go out to dinner, start eating, and then my nose, my eyes, I always excuse myself, always have the tissues in my back pocket. Then I got my teeth done, which we talked about the last time I was here. And Maverick, my periodontist, he did one of these 360 MRIs. I said, man, you've got some low-level infection. And that could be responsible for a whole bunch of stuff. Now, I had hearing aids for 5 years. So when he did the initial extraction, I think it was 1 or 2 shows off. And then thought I did something, a volume knob or something. Came back because this was infected, and it was basically clogging up my sinuses, and that was affecting the hearing. Yeah, and people have no idea how important oral health is. It's really critical. And also, I feel better because I'm not fighting infection continuously. How did it all start? Like, what was going on with your teeth? That like made all these. I had a bad start in life when I was 2 or 3. We were in Uganda, and my parents would put me to sleep with a chocolate cookie. I had kind of a bad start, and I had a lot of work. I had tons of fillings, and my baby teeth, everything was messed up, and I had the big outboard headgear, which really traumatized me for life. Taking that to school, it's like I was one of those guys. Oh yeah, it was bad. And about
10 years, a little bit more. I went to the dentist here in Austin, and he's like, we really got to start doing stuff. We got to start looking at parent. And then this dentist started hitting on me, texting me. I'm like, so, guy or girl? Guy. Damn. like, no. So, and I knew that there was a Pandora's box. How wild was that? It was risky. It was so dumb. Well, you're a married straight guy. He's like, I think I can get him. We can be on our team. That is such a man move. It's such a thing that men would do. It's so stupid. I'm here with some buddies of mine, sending a picture. I'm like, no. So, sure. That's kind of I'm not going back. I'm good. And then Tina and I, we got together. We moved out to Fredericksburg. She's real big on, preventative anything. Her car has the oil, everything on time, everything's all set, and her teeth, of course, are impeccable. So that's all a good fit for you. Totally. I had a credit score of 350. Oh no! I didn't have a credit card. I was just cash. I didn't care. I had cash flow. Everything's good. I don't care. She straightened me out. Oh yeah. Oh, big time. We did work as men. Very much need work as men. Yes. You just can't have one that turns into your mom. Oh no. That was my first one. That does happen with some of them. Some of them, when you give them the reins, they start telling you what to do. All of a sudden, then they become very non-sexy. I will say, props to my first wife. She kept me. I was the height of my show business fame, MTV. She kept me out of trouble. I did not. But she was a good mom. She was a good mom, and she's a good mom to our daughter. So yes, for sure. Well, you change, they change. You need a different kind of mom. Things change. So then I went to it. Yeah, it was like, and that's also when I stopped smoking. Maverick called me up. Hey man, I'm operating on you in a week. And I've been smoking weed and tobacco since I was 15, and I quit at that moment. I haven't. I vape like a crazy horse. Well, that's not good. Well, that's a question. This is you and I've got all this, and we'll go back to it. A nicotine delivery device. Yes, that's get to that. Yeah, but so just infections. What was going on? That was fucking huge. It was like the whole area was inflamed. Yes, right by your sinuses, and so that everything's connected. If you hold your nose, you hear differently. So whatever it was doing, and literally just a couple days after he extracted those, he extracted more than that, but after he extracted those teeth, it just came back. And I didn't have horrible hearing loss, but it was enough where I was sick of saying, "I'm sorry, darling, what did you say? I'm sorry." Right. And then the moment you get to I didn't hear her, or I'll ask her later, that's when I'm like, no, I gotta get her. I don't want to. That's the biggest reasons men depressed is when they can't hear and they kind of withdraw. And it's real. Yeah, it's a real crisis. Yeah, anyone, you need to go, if you think, you just have your ears tested anyway, why not? Get your eyes tested, your ears tested, they're taken care of. So if they find out yours are not good, no, but now you should get the medical book. Thank you. He's been writing a paper on this for this very reason, and it's only because of the 360 MRI, and he saw it, and he also knew what to look for. It's his expertise. When I met this guy, it was like, God, why did you choose this profession? He said, I thought doing that stuff. I'm like, okay, you sound cool. And it turns out he's a pilot, so we become friends. But yeah, he says people have no idea, and so he has been working on a paper to publish about this very thing. It's just not know. I talked about on the podcast that people from all over the world have hearing issues. Get an MRI, get a 360 MRI in your head.
This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. The hiring process is stressful. There's so many different things to consider, and on top of it all, you need to get it done quickly. It's like when you're trying to find a decent contractor for a home renovation project, or even a new primary care doctor. You don't want just anyone. You probably want a person who knows their shit and will take your concerns seriously. But also, need to find them. Like yesterday. If you're an employer struggling to find that perfect fit, I've got one word for you. ZipRecruiter. They work fast.
find you great talents. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. They're so fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter find a quality candidate within the first day. That might be why hiring site employers prefer ZipRecruiter the most, based on G2 ratings. They get the work done without wasting your time or money. So relax and let ZipRecruiter speed up your hiring. See for yourself. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Try it right now for free. That's the same price as a genuine smile from a stranger, a picture-perfect sunset, or a cute dog running up to you and licking your hand. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. You know, it's an interesting subject because candy and sugar is really cause all this horrible tooth decay of people. And there's this goofy fucking solution that someone came up with along the way was put fluoride in the water, which is so goddamn insane. You're taking a neurotoxin and you're putting it in the water, but again, I want to take even a political position on this. I just want to look at this. I want to look at this from a human lens. There's something that people do where even if something is obviously stupid, if it's a part of a system and there's enough air quotes experts that have endorsed this, regardless of the fact that we've seen time and time again throughout history that experts are compromised, you could have a court case for a murder and bring in experts that will tell you he definitely did it, and experts will tell you he definitely didn't do it. So we know this for a fact. But still, people argue on the side of the experts. And I've seen this about fluoride, and it's so mind-boggling. There are conclusive studies that show a direct correlation between high levels of fluoride in the local water and lower IQs. And it's a neurotoxin. We know it's bad for you in large doses. And yet there are fucking people out there with college degrees who read the New York Times who think they're sensible people that will get angry if you want to remove this neurotoxin from water, because look at all the strides it's done in preventing tooth decay. And you just want to say, hey man, fuck you. This is stupid.
I went to dinner at Mitch's house. I got called upset. No, that's okay. Because we're sitting down, it's my wife, his wife. You know, he has one of those houses right on the airport when his plane rolls out of the garage. You know, the hangar. Is that much? Exactly. I paid for that. I paid for that hangar. And we're sitting down and we're having a good time. You know, we're talking about stuff. He says, so what do you think about fluoride? It should not be involved. It's like, you're wrong. You know, and this is only a couple of years ago. And now he's come back and said, oh man, I wasn't thinking about that. No, of course. It's just drilled into my head. But what I understand, fluoride is a byproduct of aluminum production. And a lot of this, you know, they have this fluoride waste product basically they needed to get rid of. From what I understand, it was Alcoa. I could be wrong, but he was Alcoa. Made these deals, and who knows how they set it up with the American Dental Association, and that's how fluoride got into our water, and you got this kind of science that it's good for you. I knew it was wrong in 2000. In 2000, a book that came out called Legacy of Ashes by the guy called Taik. He used to be New York Times, and it's all about the CIA. It's a great book. My uncle was in it many times. Donald Gray, still with us. He's 95 or 96. And he was really high up in the CIA. He was part of OSS back in the day. And in it talks about how the agents would go and fluoridate the enemy's camp water so they could go in at night and they were docile and they could pull them out and they could kind of attack them. I said, oh my God, is this true? He says, yeah, pretty much how I remember it. I'm like, well, of course. This is the neurotoxin has been used in actual warfare in the war. Yes, docile, and the argument is so dumb because, you know, my friend Eddie Bravo had a great point. He said, when you get toothpaste, do you ever see toothpaste that says fluoride free? Why would they say that in advertising if fluoride wasn't bad for you? How would they do that? Like, why would that be a selling point? If we've always lived for fluoride my whole life, Crest, oh, fluoride, got it.
You know, when you go through the CVS, you grab a stuff, throw it back. It's always fluoride. You always look for fluoride. That's it. Fucking true. I don't want cavities. I don't want to do dentist. Give me that fluoride. But they're selling toothpaste without fluoride. Why is that? And the guy who's saying to like had to slip it, like it's like a shot. It's just a shot. But you don't think fluoride's good for you? Like one of those things. Like, that's just what he just said. No, just brush your fucking teeth. It's really that simple.
As a kid, did you get those trays at the dentist? Remember those? It would be they said, "We're gonna do fluoride treatment on you."
Oh yeah, they did that.
And it's like it's fruity, you know.
Yeah.
Concrete dripping back in your throat. You're gagging with this horrible. It's like that's not why
You get a D in English.
you're fucking pretty much the story of my life.
Yeah, it's so bad. It's really bad for you. And it's not necessary. And we're being co-opted by something and someone. And I think we looked this up on the podcast, Jim. Didn't it come out of, there was some town in Texas, I believe, that had naturally fluoridated water, which occasionally
We have it in the country. The water is definitely natural fluoride.
there's natural levels of different minerals, there's different stuff. And this one area had a fairly high natural level of fluoride. And these people had like great oral hygiene. Whether or not that was a convenient study that they pointed to, or in case they pointed to make the argument to get rid of all that fluoride, you know, it's like, you gotta look many layers into all this kind of stuff. They've been throwing fluoride in water for how long? And how much money has been spent throwing fluoride in the water? And how many people have like built mansions, have fucking, you know, Mercedes-Benz, they're tooling around it because they've been throwing fluoride in the water, and that's a deep system to try to untangle after 50, 60 years.
It's the petrochemical industry. That's where all our medicines come from. I was watching the Grammys, and I don't lie. I know. Well, I usually watch for the Satan segment. I would say, "Oh, good, there it is. There's the Illuminati. There's the." They didn't have one. They had crazy, beautiful women in nice dresses. Oh, no. The presidents are important for the culture.
It's very important for the Satan.
But they're in trouble. They're in trouble. Jesus is making a comeback, man. They're in trouble with it.
Go back and he's been a comments
And
places doesn't have a basement.
we're reliably informed. And I hadn't really watched network television a lot, and a lot of commercial breaks. But the first 10 all had a pharmaceutical product, which I'd never heard of, a name I can't remember, and side effects literally included death. I'm like, what is going on with this? And like, ask your doctor, I'm like, do I have this? Should I have this? Do I want this? Is this going on with me? And people are all happy in the commercial. They're like, look, my skin looks good, and I'm happy, and I have a beautiful family. Almost like we used to sell stars. Now they're just selling pharmaceuticals.
But that will be an interesting thing if RFK2 goes. RFK2 gets in place and we stop this advertising on. We are one of 2 countries on Earth that allows, New Zealand, and New Zealand's far more restricted than us. We should be really restrictive about this because advertising works. You know, and there's advertising that doesn't bother me at all. Like Chevrolet Corvette, you know, it's okay, it's fine. But when it can give you bloody diarrhea and suicidal ideology, and you're just fucked up in the head and you're depressed and like you don't know why, but now your zits are gone. Like, hey, slow down. That was not in that commercial with the lady dancing in the field with her child and the people at the picnic and they're all smiling and laughing and having a good time together.
Yeah.
That looked like fun. Like, what? Where's that part?
Well, of course, you know, they've tried all kinds of things to stop this, and the First Amendment comes out, well, that we have stopped tobacco advertisements, and there's all kinds of things we've done for like years. But what happened with television is all the money, I mean, really 60, 70, maybe 80% of all the advertising income is from pharmaceutical companies. That's why there's also no reporting. Like, we're not going to bite the hand that feeds us. That's the real problem. That's the real problem.
The real problem is that these organizations are
not just news.
Right. It's everything. They're not in, like, even television shows. Like, could you imagine if, let's say, a network has a prominent news organization, and that news organization is very popular, and it's a big part of their ratings, and it's a reliable source of information for, you know, people that believe them. And they're sponsored by by pharmaceutical drug companies, but then they also have a crime show on, and this crime show wants to do a thing about an evil guy who promotes a vaccine that winds up killing a bunch of people, and they hide the data, and then they arrest him at the end of the end of the show. Like, no fucking way.
That's not getting me. No green light for you. That's not gonna happen.
No. You turn that guy into a meth dealer. That's a meth dealer now. Let's just do a couple of rewrites. Simple rewrites in the script.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this is a bad guy from it's definitely not from here. It's definitely not from Moderna. And they definitely are working in conjunction with the government to develop this thing. The government's profiting off of it. That's not real.
I mean, I'd say that we're in the season of reveal. I've been saying this for about a year now, and it's really happening real quick with what we're uncovering and starting to understand. I haven't seen your talk with Mike Vance.
Dropped some fucking seeds yesterday. We're in the season of flowers. He's blooming today.
Yeah.
He was so nervous yesterday when Jamie was talking about before. He's making those tweets that they're going to kill him. Probably, yeah. It's probably been discussed.
Well, I think it's way too far beyond. And I think, I look at Beaver, I call her, who's our secretary. She's 27 years old.
Oh, yes.
She's fantastic. She's younger than my daughter. I'm sorry. That's how I remember her last name.
All right, Caroline Leavis.
I think it's Leavis. Thanks, Joe. Thanks. Thank you.
So we're old enough to remember when Beaver was a vagina. Most kids are like, I don't even know what the fuck they're talking about.
Leave it to Beaver.
Because dudes didn't really have any derogatory name for dicks. It's just dick is the worst thing. Like, oh, dick, put your dick away, you fucking weirdo. You know what I mean? So it's like,
well, we only had Pecker.
Yeah,
Pecker's
kind of cute.
Exactly.
So like real bad names for dick under the dick.
She comes out and she does this whole list of USAID, which is very little money. And I think our president is very smart. He's showing us things that enables people like Mike Vance and you and I to have these conversations about, because it's not ideological, the USAID, which is not USAID, it's like one of these psyops right up top, like Federal Express is not owned by the government, Federal Reserve is not owned by the government. USAID is the Agency for International Development, not aid. And we see on television, there goes another pallet onto the C-130. Aid, U.S. aid from the American people.
We're being nice.
Yeah, we're being nice to people.
We should be nice. We're the nice people in the world.
But what these, and I'm sure Mike talked about, like LGBTQ, these dance parties and things. If you look at these countries, like these are countries where we want to keep them away from Russia, overthrow the incumbents. And the way to garner support is to, and I really love how they added the Q. That just became so clear to me all of a sudden. If you sponsor LGBTQ, these are outcasts. These are people who feel that they've been marginalized. Then you add a Q, like, wait a minute, I can be queer, I'm different, I'm odd. You bring more people in, they can bring the anarchists in.
You can get the A's.
Oh yeah, the A's, the I's, everything.
But the A's don't even have a dog in the fight.
But that's the point. You want them to come to the party. Come to the party. You're allowed to the party.
That's why it's so low.
And I saw this, AFD in Germany. This is the extreme right party, and they wanted, to slow or remove immigration. And so now that there was a protest against the AFD, so I'm getting ready to go now. And there's 100,000 people there. I was like, wow. I thought, I know people in Germany. I have friends in Germany. They really are sick and tired of this immigration stuff. So where are these people coming from? And in the news report, right up front, there's a dude in a blonde wig with eyeshadow saying, we just want to get along. Can't we just be diverse? I'm like, that's the psyop. He's talking about himself. So he wants to feel included, which, by the way, in America, you can do whatever you want, call yourself whatever you want. I don't have an issue with that. But they've just taken this and abused these people into their political agendas all over the world, and of course, something here in the States. If you look at the Democrat Party, they're going to die on this hill. They're still like, oh no, LGBTQ, they're taking away our rights, because they know they can mobilize people to do that. And then you can throw in Palestine, all kinds of people.
Did you see the city council thing in Worcester, Massachusetts yesterday? That's gone viral today.
Which one's
Jimmy,
that?
did you see it? Oh yeah, pull this bitch up. there's a compilation of these people. Like, yeah, the best one's the compilation, not the compilation. But it's all these LGBT people show up at this city council meeting to say there's like a transgenocide. It's one of those things. We're going to round up in concentration camps. Yeah, just give me, start from the beginning. Give me.
I'm sorry, I'm not taking too long waiting for my life. You remember how many children I had and the two that were trans?
There it is.
Yeah. He's both. Whoa.
I do not want to be in your DMs. I do not want to be in your email boxes. I do not want my creativity writing diss tracks like Kendrick. I do not spend an hour here and see me.
What? No, that's not. It's like you made me put glitter on my face, you piece of shit. Because everyone knows when you go to court, you have to have glitter.
These people need hugs. They need love. I pray for them.
Yeah.
The biggest way to psychologically manipulate people is, well, there's three ways: old people, puppies, and children. And I followed this. It started around 2012, not coincidental. And you know about Smith Month Act? So that's, it was a law that was put in since the Church Commission. You can't propagandize the American people. Defense Department and others went to the government and said, well, like, we're on the internet now. We might accidentally, pushing propaganda on people. It started with bullying in schools. I know, because John Warwick and we followed it on Little Jen. It started with bullying, then it was we needed anti-bullying laws, and we're literally going, like, what happened to sticks and stones or break my bones or punch the bully in his nose? No. Then the teachers, and then we got hate speech laws, not actually laws, but, hate speech punishments. And this kept building up until you guaranteed parents through the American Medical Association, the Pediatric Society, all of these different trade groups, that if you don't transition your child, that child will commit suicide. And that is a horrible thing that they've done. Think about these parents who may or may not one day wake up and go, what have I done? What have I done?
Well, there was someone who was talking about this, that this is the real problem, is that so many parents have committed to do and they cannot face the reality of what they've done, and so they're going to dig their heels in forever and go Democrat, gender affirming care.
Yes.
Yeah. But the thing is, that's a small percentage of people in the general population.
Thank God.
And thank God, but they're overrepresented in the fact that they live in their whole life, and so they're very loud, very vocal, and then they become a political beach ball.
I heard you talk about that.
Yeah, totally. The political beach balls at a concert. We chuck them up in the air so we always have something to fight about. So we're not paying attention to the USA stuff or a lot of the stuff that's really important. And this is just a part of this intertangled web of psyops that's been running our culture. And I would say our government. It's everything, culture. So it's the government has established its hooks in us and put fear and law and rules. And the more law and the more rules, the better, because the more likely you're going to break a few of them, and then you shut the fuck up. Yeah. And they've got these fucking things everywhere. And it's just allowing them to run this mafia business. And there's a bunch of people that are reasonable, educated people that have Stockholm syndrome. Like they don't want to admit that even their people, their cherished heroes like Obama, was a part of this. And that all these people that you think of as progressive Democrats, they were all a part of it. And fortunately today, we have the convenient access to YouTube instantaneously, where you could watch Obama in 2003 say some very MAGA things, or you could watch Hillary Clinton go more MAGA than MAGA
about deportation.
Yes, yes, and that if you stay, you have to pay a stiff fine. I mean, the whole thing it's cyclical, right? Like, this is why the left is now supporting war and censorship. It's not real. It's not that there's a good group of kind, compassionate, educated people and a bunch of fucking buffoons who are racist who want to bring that back to Confederate flag. That's not what's going on. There's people that are nice, kind people that also understand the value of hard work and reality and kindness and also sternness and rule of law. And you can't just let violent criminals out the street. And hey, maybe you should do some actual rehabilitation with the fucking billions of dollars you make in the prison industrial complex, where there's no rehabilitation, like no real concerted efforts to completely change these people. Yes. It can be done. It can be done, and it probably can be done with psychedelic drugs. They probably can do some things with people, especially non-violent criminals that are trying to figure out, like, why have I been stealing from people my whole life? Like, what the fuck is wrong with me? That unless they're a legitimate psychopath, they have no empathy. There's people that can be kind of woken up to why they're in this horrific pattern of continual abuse in their life, and there's ways to do it. And Rick Perry has been really, like, brave in this case because he's a former Republican governor of Texas, and now he's advocating for ibogaine therapy, particularly for veterans, for guys who come over. They've seen the most horrific shit. Their brain is in shambles, and they want to do something, and they have no help in these pills that just dull their mind and make them feel detached from reality, and all these antidepressants and things they give them. And they want to fucking end their life. And they can go and get therapy that cures 80% of them with one dose. And it's like 95% with two doses. It's fucking nuts, man. And we've been hiding this because of the sweeping Schedule I Drug Act of 1970 that was put in place directly by Nixon to go after his political opponents. It was directly put in place to demonize the anti-war movement, and demonize the Civil Rights Party and the Black Panthers, and anybody who was a problem with the government. So they just said, let's just make all these things that these people are taking on a regular basis completely illegal. Not only just Schedule I, like with no medical use whatsoever, things that people have been using for thousands and thousands of years. And it's all the same shit. It's all psyops. It's all psyops. Have you ever heard of the audience effect? It's a psychological theory that our behavior changes when we're being watched. We are being watched. You use the internet. Data brokers watch and record everything you do online, even if you're using a private browser. You don't have to become a slave to the digital surveillance state. You can free yourself with ExpressVPN. With ExpressVPN, 100% of your online activity is routed to secure, encrypted servers that hide your IP address. That means you get to use the internet with real freedom and privacy. It's incredibly fast. It doesn't slow down your streaming or downloading, and it lets you connect instantly to secure servers in 105 countries around the world. ExpressVPN is easy to use. It takes just one click. It works on all of your devices, even smart TVs. Still on up to 8 devices at the same time and protect your whole family with just one subscription. The best part? Podcast listeners can get 4 extra months of ExpressVPN for free at expressvpn.com/Rogan or by tapping the banner. That's expressvpn.com/Rogan or tap the banner. If you're watching on YouTube, you can get 4 free months by scanning the QR code on screen or by clicking the link in the description.
Well, the number one thing that happened around that time, of course, during Kennedy, is we realized that television was a big force. Television and radio, and
radio like Nixon did better. I mean, it's amazing how this worked between radio and television, but then newspapers. We know the intelligence agencies were all writing stories. I mean, you look at CNN, you still see ex-CIA guy shows up. A little story. When I saw you sitting at the inauguration, and I think I texted you, I'm like, dude, I can't believe it. I see you sitting there. You know, texting me American flag emojis and stuff. I'm like, and you and Trump. I'm like, oh, look at him. He's in a tuxedo. And I thought, my life in 1983, I was still a teenager, and I grew up in Amsterdam, socialist country. The airwaves were controlled by the government. It was horrible. It was almost like Russia. Your phone was a gray phone, and that was your phone. You couldn't get a different phone. It was illegal to unplug it from the wall. And I was doing pirate radio at a place called Radio Decibel in Amsterdam. We were playing Christian. In a way. Oh, yeah. What was that called? What was that movie called? Maybe it was called Pirate Radio. It was crazy. They were trying to arrest him. Remember? Well, so we all got arrested several times. And we were playing 12-inch imports from the Chicago warehouse. Arrested several times. Oh, yeah. Oh, they would always get me. They'd always come and arrest us. We literally had the station name on the door. People would come around. We'd be smoking weed. We were hanging out. You know, we weren't making any money. We were basically paying to do it. You know, we had this huge antenna on the roof.
Did this ever come up when you got hired by MTV? Did they get nervous about that? Like, they have to do a background check? This guy got a record.
No, I'll remind me to tell you my USAID story. So no, but this is 1983, and I felt it was so. Of course, I was a gawky, awkward kid. I got tics. You know, I got the wrong hair. Everything. I got the wrong moped. Everything was wrong. But on the radio, people were like, "Wow." I was doing it in English. You can do that in Amsterdam. They're like, "Wow, it's so cool. You got that black guy on your station." I'm like, "Oh, cool." So I was John Holden, the 22-year-old black guy who drives a Harley. But the point was, it was liberating. I could speak my mind, and everything felt so stifling. Now we go forward, 1993, and I'm on MTV. I'm the hair of Generation X. I'm on C100 in New York, #1 station, and I'm also on the internet. I set up MTV.com. Very, very slow. We had dial-up modems at the time, and it was so restricted. You can't. They let me do my own material, but they had censorship called a line producer. Like, now we got to burn that segment. You said something bad about Richard Marx. Oh, you said something that was off color about Madonna. We can't. The radio was the same. It was, you know, like read the liner card, you know, and then always end with C100. And there was a guy in Sun Microsystems in San Francisco, and he said, "Adam, I see what you're doing with MTV.com on the web. Let's go and send you a computer." So he sends me this big Sun Spark workstation. He said, "What year?" 93.
So this is pre-Windows 95.
That's pretty good. Yeah, go ahead. That's Windows 3.1. Well, this was called Solaris OS. It's Unix, basically.
There wasn't Windows back then, right? Like, what came before Windows?
I had a Mac. No, I had an early Apple II.
3.1.
Yeah, 3.1 and an Apple II. I was more Apple at the time. And so I hooked it up to my 56K modem. Dialed in. He says, "Watch this." And he says, "What?" I'm on the phone with him. He says, "Watch this." And up on my screen pops a little player, and he's streaming in PC. We didn't have MP3s back then. PCM, pulse code modulation, 9-inch nails. I'm like, this is broadcasting. I'm going to figure out how we use this thing for broadcasting. Let's think about how we can use this outside of all the systems. And so 2003, now we're 10 years later, I've been very involved with RSS feeds and blogs, and I see my first iPod. It's like, snap, crackle, pop. Hold on a second. This is amazing. We can combine. This is a radio. This is not a music device. It's radio. So I cobbled together this program that basically takes this RSS feed and then puts a program onto, you know, so the show was an album, and then each track was an episode number. And then I immediately started doing a show. What I do is try to get people involved. That's how Daily Source Code started, because I was trying to get software developers in. And then 3 years later, Steve Jobs is having a private conversation with me about putting this into the iPod and making it official, making a podcasting thing in iTunes. And like, this is so perfect, because now you have this RSS feed which you control. No one else can control what you do with your RSS feed. and anybody can slurp that up and subscribe to your radio show. And then 20 years later, I see the President of the United States wrapping up his campaign with Joe Rogan on a podcast, completely being himself, being a dude. By the way, props for you sticking to your guns. I love that you did that. Now it's got to be here. No restrictions on time.
Well, he didn't impose it. He was more than willing to do it exactly how I do it.
He understands it. But at that moment, when I see you sitting there, I'm like, we just broke the elite messaging chain. Phase one complete.
All because of you, dog.
No, you dog, man. All glory to God. I think I was
always give you props.
I think you were the first. I was just the vessel. It makes sense.
Well, I'm just a vessel too. I think I'm the case with all of them.
Absolutely.
I say that to the guys at my comedy club. Like we're always on so thankful about it. Like, I think this thing built itself. I think it was just I was a thing that it did through me. It caught me because it knew that I was capable of doing it and lucid enough and brash enough to say, fuck it, let's just dump a bunch of money in this spot and see what happens.
You were given gifts.
I was given gifts.
And you stuck with your gifts. And I know you're a very generous guy. I know you help a lot of people. Oh, not monetary necessarily, but just helping them, getting them on their feet. Like even, Parker, like helping this kid, big thing. Like absolutely bring him in. You're a gracious guy. And so when you get whatever word it is to build a comedy club, you did.
I think you have to do that. I think that's the universe is testing you. If you pay attention to yourself, you feel like what's the right thing to do. Like what's the thing? What is the greedy, impulsive thing to do? What is like the miserly thing to save it all? Finally, save it all. That's the
that usually doesn't end well.
No, it's bad for you too. Because I always talk about this in terms of creators, and I really try to put these in young comics' minds. There's an impulse that you will have when someone's doing better than you, and you will be angry at them. It is a bitter, pathetic, jealous, normal instinct that people have.
The enemy talking to you.
It's just you have to recognize what that is. What that is you have a desire to be doing the same thing. This person is doing this thing. They are in the movie. They are on the TV show. They are headlining, and you feel bad because it's not you. So you decide that they are bad. And so you start looking at them as a source of negativity towards you, and you don't do all the logical, objective reasoning that allows you to go, no, they didn't do anything wrong. It's just me. And then those people who get really super big and famous oftentimes get very defensive and very elitist because they do understand that people are mad at them now. So then they're like, fuck those people. Those people are fucking losers. Yeah. And it's bad for everybody. It's bad for everybody. The correct way to do it is to go, wow, look at what this person has accomplished. That's fucking amazing. That's inspiring. I want to do something like that with my life, which is what America used to be. People would come to him. Yeah, I think it is. It's been covered up. It's been papered over by media, basically. That's why I'm so happy that we've broken through that messaging system. The way I was raised is in America, you can look at the guy, the Rolls Royce, the Cadillac, whatever, go, I want that, and you can be that. And we've kind of devolved into it's international power, external power. There's good and evil. But it's just a ploy. It's again the same thing as Florida water. It's a fucking psyop. It's a ploy. And it's a way to keep us, instead of empowering people to recognize that all these people that are successful are inspiration. That's what they are. They're fuel for you. You can use them. Remember, whatever that person is singing at the Grammys, when Kendrick Lamar is doing the halftime show, when someone wins a fight, that's supposed to be inspiration. That's a fuel, and you can use it correctly. Or you can fuck your whole life up by paying attention to other people and comparing yourself in a negative way. This is part of the problem with kids and social media. Because kids are supposed to see, like, oh, look at Bobby. He's nice to everybody, and everybody likes Bobby. Be like Bobby. Like, look at Mark. He's fucking awesome at the guitar, and everybody wants to go see him play. I want someone to come see me do something. I wish I was good at something as big as that guitar. That's what's supposed to raise us all up.
But instead, we see 1,000 followers and likes on someone blasting somebody in a funny way in a video. this is a big part of the problem.
But sometimes fucking with plastic is important too. That's my line of work. You gotta talk shit.
You are a professional, Joe. You're a professional.
Yeah, but how do you start a professional? You start off as an amateur. You start off with talking.
We can't all of you or just
a lot more than you think. A lot more. There's a lot of people out there that have the inclination that just don't get that spark. Which is also one of the things we're trying to do with Rabbi. It's also why we have 2 nights of open mic night.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, we want to make it accessible. We want to make this is like a place where there's a real path. Work on your act. You're gonna see guys. It's like on a daily basis, guys like Ron White, Shane Gillis, and there's people coming in out of town and doing my podcast. They're like the best in the world. And they're coming to the club.
Oh, it's just the center of the youth.
It is. It's amazing. It's amazing. And again, I think this was really tough. I think I just had to do it. I was like,
I just got to tell you, no. God loves you, Joe. He isn't working. He's all over you, and it's been that way for a long, long time. There's no doubt in my mind.
Well, whatever it is, I'm listening.
You'll accept it.
I accept it, and I listen,
Listen.
and I go with it. Yeah. But I think it all, like, too many things had to happen. Like, if you want to believe in faith, if you really want to believe in faith, I should believe in faith. Because especially with, like, this move here, too many things had to happen in line. It had to be the pandemic. And it had to be me with young kids who just was very uncomfortable with the direction that LA was going. And then it had to be the George Floyd riots and the lockdowns. And then I had to come to Texas and go, oh, there's other ways that people live. And I know you for a long time, you lived here, you spoke very highly. And then my good friend Gary Clark Jr., he came here like before the pandemic. And I remember talking to him on the phone, like, why did you move back to Texas? He's like, man, I just can't fuck with those people. And Gary's like the realest dude I know. It's like one of the realest. He doesn't give a fuck about fame, about that guy cares about playing that fucking guitar and playing songs as good as he can. That guy just locks himself up in a studio. He's got a studio on his house.
Yeah, that's what you want.
Locks himself up in there for 12 hours a day. That guy only gives a fuck about the art. Like, he's about the craft. And like, so all the bullshit that came along with living in Hollywood, he would just come hang out at the comedy store all the time. That was because it was like, oh, you guys are real. Like, I can hang with you. We just crack it out there. So when he came out there, it's like, fuck. And then Ron White came out there, and I'm like, God damn it. And then he was like, oh, I fucking love it. It's fucking airports, a breeze, no traffic, everyone's nice. It's the middle of the country. Oh, fuck. And then the pandemic happened, and it was like it all pulled me to the spot. And then it had to be the Spotify thing, and then it had to be the comedy store shutting down for a year.
Yeah.
And then it had to be all the comedy store employees that I loved were all unemployed. And so then I was like, okay, let's fucking do this.
Exactly what I'm seeing. We've seen that with it. That's why I started in 1983. I'm like, I see where the path is.
Yeah,
We've always been doing this stuff.
And that's the thing
makes so
about
much sense.
podcasting to me, too. It was oddly compelling. Like, it didn't make any sense. I was making no money, and I was busy.
It was costing you money, probably, a bandwidth.
It was definitely costing some money. And I had young kids, and it was just like, why am I spending my time doing this when I should be spending my time maybe doing something to make more money? Because especially back then, it was like I wasn't doing Fear Factor anymore, so I wasn't really making the kind of money that I was making when I was on television, so I had to tour a lot. I was doing stand-up, and I was doing way too many dates with UFC. UFC, although I love it to death, I mean, that's the only job I still have, and I still work for someone. It's because I've been there for so long, but like 22 dates a year.
They send you a W-9?
I think I'm an independent contractor. What's W-9? How does that work? I have an account.
I was just messing with you.
I'm like Joe Walsh. I have an account too.
Yes, right. I got a Maserati. Got 285.
185. I lost my license. Now I can't drive. I have a limo, ride in the back, lock all the doors in case I'm attacked.
Yeah, great song.
Life's been good to me so far. Yeah,
that's right.
I use that song all the time. Everybody's so different. I haven't changed.
You know, he's a ham radio guy. Joe
Is he
Walsh.
really?
He takes his rig out on the. He doesn't go out the road that much anymore. When he's on the road, he has this huge ham radio rig, and that's like him. I've been a ham for a long time, and that's like if you have it, that's we call it a QSO. QSO. That's ham code for a conversation.
Oh, okay.
With Joe Walsh. Oh man,
Look at that. Joe Walsh is the fucking man, dude.
He's awesome.
Life in the fast lane, that's going to change the Eagles. The Eagles on the way to killing your testosterone and making women cry all day. And then all of a sudden, Joe Walsh comes along, and now you got life Joe Wall. It was wild rock and roll guitar attached to this beautiful voice and lyrics and songs and songwriting.
You see how accurate it was.
But there's a guitar, like I was talking about, right? Like here. Oh,
Close. That's all we can
That's
do.
all?
We get in trouble.
Get in trouble. Is that already going to get us in trouble?
Probably.
Fucking nonsense.
It's screwed because we have all these podcasts. There's 4.5 million podcasts. Really, only 400,000 update regularly. So it's not even that much. That's reasonable. David,
You're teasing me.
we can't play music in podcasts because of all these different entities that own it. And so, if you perform something on the radio or the live stream, that's a performance right. The club plays for that, so you can play the music. That's ASCAP BMI. And you have the upload podcast. Well, all of a sudden now you've made a copy of it, so that's another group over here. You have the publishers and the record companies, you have all the, and they just never agree, and they've locked themselves in so tight that the biggest opportunity for music would be to play it on podcasts. They've painted themselves into a corner, and it's so we all know now that most artists, you get 10,000 streams on Spotify, and you get a penny after a couple of years.
You see Snoop Dogg when he was doing over this?
Oh, it's horrendous. I'm sure it's horrendous. He got $1,000.
Billions of streams. You got to check for $45.
And Taylor Swift gets all the rest of the money. I mean, it's very
Isn't that because Taylor Swift owns her music? Isn't that the whole deal? Like,
Yes.
if you own your music,
if you're the publisher.
Right.
And this, I don't want to get too deep into Spotify and all that, but people are starting to move away from that and what I call the value for value model, where we actually built this with Podcasting 2.0, where you can send a boost, like I want to send some money to this person straight from the app, so you can play it. You can play a song in the podcast as long as they've agreed to the license. They own all their stuff. You can send the money. We just did Suzanne Santa. I invited you to that.
I couldn't make it, unfortunately.
All I had to say is I invited Joe. That was all I needed to say. And we had 6 people on stage, 6 different bands, and they all make between $600 and $800 coming just from out there. There was maybe 50, at the end of the night, maybe 50 people left. It's a Monday night, but they were all making more money than they had ever made on any other platform in their life, just because people can send it through the internet. We actually use.
Isn't that crazy? That $600 for a performance that goes to the internet is the most I've ever made from the internet.
Absolutely.
Isn't that crazy? Like, you think
It
about
is
how many
crazy.
times you stream. Like, I found out about Suzanne from online. Some dude named Balls of Steel sent me a message. They said, "This is your favorite song." And I was like, "Oh." And it was Honey Honey, Angel of Death. They did an acoustic version on the top of a roof in downtown LA. And it was incredible. And I was like, "Oh my God." Then I became friends with them. And
She did make a great. Their baby is super cute.
yeah,
so
very cute. But it's like that. There's been so many streams on the radio. The fact that you never made more than $600 is crazy. Like, something's broken.
Well, that's because the publishers are getting all of it.
Right.
And,
Exactly.
But
then on the other hand, you get really famous. Like people like Tyler the Creator and all these different people that have blown up just from being on the internet, and then they do live performance.
Yeah, but I still feel that
Something's making it.
well, we know the publishers.
Yeah.
The people say the record companies, but it's the publishers.
Yeah, they can't call them record companies anymore if they don't make records.
Thank you for saying records. I was in my garage the other day, and I put my wall of fame in the garage, and I'm trying to move this out of the house. Like, I'm old enough now, and I'm looking at, like, there's a platinum record with a cassette, with a platinum cassette. Like, people even remember it these days when you got a platinum record with a cassette on it. That's crazy. 5 million copies sold of a cassette tape.
Jelly Roll gave us one of these platinum records.
That guy is awesome. He's Jelly Roll. What a story.
He's such a sweetheart. Such a
And
nice
he's
guy.
a big crossover artist. Christians love him, country guys love him, rock and rollers love him. It's like he's the perfect crossover artist. If I were an Eagle record executive, he's the perfect crossover artist, Joe. We need to sign him. That's
Also, like most unlikely looking, the sweetest guy ever. Look, all the face tattoos and everything, just goes to show.
Yeah, tell the book rights cover.
No, you cannot.
Ever. So, anyway, back to that. It's just a shame that the music industry has moved into this protectionist place. And it's, I mean, even if you have a spin studio, the Gestapo comes around, like, you got more than 75 people, and you pay us more. And, they're very litigious. The whole thing is just a mess. It's a mess.
Yeah, I mean, laws break you from scumbags, but laws not so
protecting now because the artists are making no money.
Exactly.
Although it's become easier to do your music at home. I remember going to the Hit Factory in New York, hanging out, watching people record records. And there was many machines and lots of people running around. That was cool.
I think YouTube and social media presents very unique opportunities where a guy like Oliver Anthony can all of a sudden explode out of nowhere with one song.
Yeah.
He's another sweetheart.
Yeah, you had him on.
He was at the club the other day too.
Oh, really? Where does he live?
I think he's
Down south?
Maybe he doesn't want people to know about him.
Well, he lives.
I don't want to say around, but he was. I mean, back was he was in Virginia.
West Virginia. Okay, yeah, West Virginia.
Richmond. So Richmond, North Richmond.
Right.
Yeah, that's where he was. I don't know.
And God bless him because he stayed away from the system.
Yeah, we had called up. Yeah, I called up when all started popping off for us.
I'm going to sign you, boy. I'm going to sign you to my Rogan Records. Make millions. Here, take this Cadillac. It'll be great.
Yeah, I sent the Cadillac right to his house. That's the last thing you want to get that guy. You want to get like a 1983 Chevy that's redone, pickup truck, like an F-150 from the 80s. Nice. It's like redone with some boxy ones. Yeah, that's
eight track in the dash.
Yeah. No, he's a genuine guy. He's a really nice guy. And we had this conversation over the phone. He said people are offering me millions of dollars for this and that. And this, I go, stay independent. And he goes, they keep saying they're going to strike while the iron's hot. I go, no. Listen, you've already made it. All you have to do now is just keep doing what you just did. And you can do that, right? I'm sure you have others on your own. I've got a bunch of other songs. You may send me some songs that are just as good, if not better. And I'm like, dude, you have talent. Talent is that's what everybody needs. All this other stuff is people just trying to take advantage of your talent. Stay in that.
That's what I mean about you. You're a good guy.
But I was already past that spot where he's at. Like, I'd been in that spot before where people are offering me deals and stuff like that. I know what the trappings of that is. You're broke, and then all of a sudden you have money. And for me, it worked out great. That happened to me in 1993. I got this big development deal with Disney. I moved out to California to do a sitcom. But it was like, I wanted to be a comic. And then all of a sudden I've got all this money that's coming from TV in my ass.
Was that news radio?
No, that was Hardball. So a baseball show that was on Fox. Never made it.
I was an MTV man. I was paying attention to you. That's the.
It actually started at MTV because I got a development deal with MTV first. Really? Yeah, with the development deal on MTV, it was like $500 to do a pilot. I'm not kidding. And then it
sounds like MTV.
I'm not kidding. It was like $500. Something, maybe $5,000. I don't think it was. I think it was $500. And if I did the pilot and the pilot was successful, they would have me locked in for some exorbitant amount of time. I think it was like 5 years, where I couldn't do anything other than MTV. And it was because they had a few people that became really famous off of MTV and then left. And so they had decided that MTV is going to keep all of their talent.
Which is the funniest thing, because when I got there in '87, DJs were expendable. They're like, you're expendable. Shut up. We can. Now they couldn't because they brought me over from Europe and had a 2-year contract. I think the first year was $150,000, the second year was $175,000, and I got a car service. And I could do radio, any radio I wanted to do. And so they a lot of it's not paid, but a lot of people are being offered. Cut your hair. Like, I'm not going to cut my hair. No, you glorious.
Glorious.
I have the hair of Generation X. Don't call me a boomer.
Look at that. Who the fuck would tell you to cut that Farrah Fawcett? That's a beautiful head of hair. That's an amazing.
Two times, brother.
Yeah, imagine someone telling you that probably that was like a huge hook too. Like,
Of
probably
course.
a lot of
Well, you know what Merv Griffin always said? Merv Griffin always said, people with big heads are successful on television. That's why he had Pat Sajak, and of course Jay Leno. Big heads, right? I don't have a big head. So I had big hair, so I had a big head. Exactly. The formula worked.
Right? There's no like little tiny headed dudes.
No. That works on YouTube now, but on television. I think anybody can be successful on YouTube.
Right.
It's all kinds of.
Doesn't it show you that the formula's bullshit there? You know, like you got a guy like Mr. Beast, who is not like classical.
That guy has. I mean, so I don't. People say he's a creator. I think he's a creation. He is a creation of YouTube and how it works. You don't have this because you're so established, but his team, he's talked about this, micromanage every second of each video, every cut, the poster images, all these things, and it's all about time spent viewing. If one video does a minute 38, the other one does 140, that other video is more successful. And he's really, in order to like hook the algos, get everything rolling, you have to bring that down to a science. And of course, I mean, this is not for you and I, you have to always keep feeding the machine. You've got to keep feeding it. You have to make your life a part of your YouTube channel. Otherwise, drop off very quickly.
Yeah, well, I just think he has a different approach. I mean, his approach is very like scientific. He's very, very intelligent about it. And I'm a feel person, which is why when I get people as guests, I never think like. Sometimes people think, oh, you're trying to get like the biggest name guests because that'll be the most popular videos. I don't do that at all. Who do I want to talk to? That's exactly how I've always done it. That's how I'm gonna always do it. And if it happens to be Mel Gibson, and
great interview. Right. He was. I mean, I'm like, that's for me. It's always Mad Max. When I was a kid, we play hooky from school. We go back. And someone had a VHS, Betamax. Betamax. And like we're watching Mad Max, and then Diana Ross in the round. I mean, we love Diana Ross. Like, oh, she's so awesome with a Mad Max, man. That original, and he's standing there with his boots in the desert.
Well, he had a bunch of bangers, but he's an interesting guy, and
that blower on top of the engine. I mean, the whole thing was we just loved that. That was a fun. And then later, Lethal Weapon, and I didn't realize because I'd seen The Passion. I was, as a Jesus freak myself, that was like, whoa, that was heavy to watch. And when he said, I didn't realize that thing was Aramaic, and it was the subtitles that you were basically reading the subtitles. And his theory that it penetrates vividly the story, I think, is so spot on.
I think so too. I mean, it's
really, really interesting.
Well, he's a very underrated filmmaker, and I was pointing to Apocalypto as another example of that.
Yeah.
There's no English in that movie. No. It's a masterful movie. It's a great movie.
That guy has a calling, man. He's doing and talent. And he fought the system. He really, really fought the system. So
that was what was fascinating about talking to him about what happened when he Passion of Christ, because it wasn't that it was an anti-Jesus reaction to that film. It was an anti-Jesus reaction to that film that was really made by the motion picture industry because he had gone outside the normal distribution system.
Yeah.
So in creating that movie, he financed it himself. He went outside, he got a smaller distributor, and it did really well. And they were like
$800 million.
Exactly. So they're like, we got to make sure this doesn't fucking happen again. And that's where the attacks go. And that's also where Jim Caviezel, his career completely stalled out. You would think the guy's a gigantic blockbuster movie like that. Like he's going to be blockbuster movie after blockbuster movie after this. No, they kind of blackballed him.
Yes. Well, and so you have smaller studios now like Angel Studios, and they're in Utah, and they crowdfunded this The Chosen, which is the story of Jesus, and it's unbelievable. They're in the 5th season now, completely completely outside the studio system, completely away from it, and it's all crowdfunding. At the end of the season, the credits are like 15 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Everybody who donated, X amount, they get to be extras on the set. I mean, it's a whole new way of looking at the city's pictures. And then, of course, they went on to do an apocalyptic movie called Homestead, which is a god. It's so horrible. It's like, what is this? I mean, it's a bad movie. Oh, bad acting. Is it bad enough to watch it? No. Tia and I were watching. We're like, do we bail? No, 10 more minutes. Do we bail? No, it's going to happen. Do it. It's like, no, it's too bad. I mean, just like, it's hard to make. Of course it is.
Well, imagine the amount of people that you have. If you have a bunch of idiots telling you to cut your hair, imagine how many dumbasses you have in the background of the movie that are telling you what to do. All the money people, all the executives. Like it must be so hard. You have to be like Quentin Tarantino. It's like, just leave.
He's interesting. Have you met him?
Oh yeah, he's been on a couple times.
Interesting fellow.
We hung out with him the other night. We went out to dinner with them. Him and Roger Avery was also awesome. And then we went to the club. We hung out at the club. And that's what he like. He like requested to come.
Was he wearing his tracksuit?
No, he was just
normal. I saw him in LA when I was there, buddy. It was like, see, like, tracksuits.
I get it why the mob guys wear tracksuits.
Yeah, of course.
Which,
Adidas, man. Adidas, that's my youth.
I think the move is like stretchy jeans. Because stretchy jeans give you all the feel of a tracksuit. You don't look like a weirdo.
I've become a hoodie guy, much to my wife's chagrin. She's like, I got friends of mine saying, "Hey, Fetterman." I'm like,
"Hey, really, Fetterman wore a hoodie to the fucking inauguration."
That was a little wild. I mean, the hoodie was one thing, but the shorts, I'm like, well, that's Fetterman, I guess.
That's really who he is. I mean, it's kind of weird in that, like, come on, everybody else wears a suit. But it's also kind of like, well, that's how he dresses 24 hours a day.
Like, yeah, but you wore a tuxedo. Dude, you wore a button down for the president. I was impressed by that.
Well, I thought you had to. The vice president, too.
Yeah.
So I gotta wear something.
It's because it shows a little bit of respect.
Yeah, I didn't even clean the table up. But you know what, my friend, Harley Williams is very happy that Dimitri was on the table.
Oh, snake.
Yeah, he gave me a giant hug. He goes, Dimitri was on the table.
He was there, man. He was the president.
Yes. This is a gag that Harley did. He said he had a tapeworm, and then 3 hours into the podcast, he goes on this fucking sick of him. You gotta see Harley. He's so funny and so unusual and so eccentric. And like for him, like that was such a huge thing to see the snake on the table. That
yeah, of course. I get it. I mean, it was so interesting where, and you've talked about the Harris campaign and all the stuff that they were saying. It was like, when we talked to his people, I'm like, his people? I think it's Jamie and then maybe one other guy?
Well, I do have managers, and they did talk to me.
Oh, they did talk to
you? Yeah,
okay.
But what they said was
like, I mean, it's not like you have a super big team here.
No, it's small. Even the team outside of here is not that big. But it's just normal political bullshit. It's lie. They call their ass and they lie. I would have been very happy to have them. And like I said, the goal was to release both of them the same day. I was trying to
great
figure out
idea. It would have been great. That would be fantastic.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out if that would be possible to do. And that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to put them out both at the same time.
But that's it. That's where we broke the elite messaging system. We broke it because they could not put her into the new system. They couldn't because they knew that she would fall down.
Well, they just got scared. They could have put her in. I would have held her hand. We would have had a conversation. Not that I need the whole.
You probably would have
vice president's hand. But what I meant was no. I was.
I don't know, Joe. She might have charmed you,
but I was more than willing to strongman or steelman all her positions to try to like. I wanted to know what would be the good in this and why. That even if it doesn't make any sense, express it the best way possible that you can. I'll help you do that, and then I'll ask you questions.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to be antagonistic. I'm not going to be a shithead. I'm not going to be. I have no desire to turn this into a viral clip thing. I'm not trying to do that.
I think you've ever done that with anybody.
No, I don't want it. I never wanted that done to me. So why would I do that?
That's why I wore so many iron sharpened. That's what you are, brother. You get bring people in. Iron sharpens iron, so a friend sharpens a friend. You always, I come here because I want to learn from Joe. I want my iron to be sharpened by Joe. You do that with everybody who's there.
Well, I just want whoever's in that seat to do the best they can, right? So like whatever it is, whether you're talking about quantum physics or whether you're talking about human psychology or ancient history, I want the best version of you, and I want to like kind of help you get the best version out. If you're running for president, I'd like to get the best version of that for you, and I think that the whole system of debates and public speeches and interviews is so bad for getting to know a human being. And I guarantee you, like I've seen interviews where she's really funny. I've seen this one. I talked about it before, but I'll say it again. There's this one interview where she's talking about meeting her mother-in-law for the first time, and her mother-in-law grabbing her legs like, "Oh, you're so beautiful." It's very funny, and she laughs in a genuine way. It's not like that sort of defensive laughter that she does sometimes where it seems like it's orchestrated. It was a genuine laughter. It was fun.
Well, she's a prosecutor. That's why she kept going into prosecutorial mode. Same with the so-called debate with Trump. She was prosecuting him. So she has a switch that she just flips. And she becomes, and then whereas our president, he's kind of him all the time. They're eating the dogs. I think that won him the election too. That was awesome. I mean, that's one of my favorite jingles of all time. They're eating the dogs.
They're eating the
Are
cat.
you kidding me? This is that just like that.
Well, it is. It's very interesting to watch it all take place. So it's very interesting to watch this shifting of the consciousness of the country. Culture. But also to see the reaction on the left, like to see the really crazy people, like those people that most people don't think. Like that, it's interesting to see that too, because you're going to see these like really exaggerated grasps at retaining relevancy. Like really exaggerated.
Well, they're crying out for help. They're crying out for help. They've been psyoped. I mean, I'm only on X. I gave up Facebook and Instagram. I'm not interested. And X, I really only use as kind of an inbox. People will send me stuff and things for the show. But early on, when Blue Cry was still a secret project within Twitter, Jack Dorsey was running. I knew some people who were in that secret project, and so I have an account. And I went on there the other day. I'm like, oh my Lord, this is horrible. These people are spinning up and spinning out and just going nuts with each other. And I was like, I don't know how we have to figure out a way. And President Trump says successful brings together. I think that's probably true, but we can't just. I'm a little worried that we're all going to be stomping on them. It's like, look at these stupid libs. They're idiots. They're crazy. And I just feel that you gotta love them and not hate them. You don't have to forget what they've done or what they've said, but they have been abused by multiple entities and systems within our own government and political organizations.
Yeah, also during this feedback loop, this echo chamber, they don't have outside people that are calling. And, everybody outside is the enemy, and they're trying to make their way through life like all of us. But without forgiveness, you have nothing. Like, you have to.
Yes.
You have to. And without that, there's nothing. Like,
well, you remain trapped in your own prison.
Yeah, and you have enemies forever that could have been friends. There's no reason for it. It's not good for you. It's not good for them. And it's just like this stubborn inclination that a lot of people have to stick with that forever. You really shouldn't do that. It's not good. Well, especially if those people feel bad. If they apologize and they realize they made mistakes. Yeah, like that's what life's about. You got to be able to understand that in the past you made mistakes and grow. And if we, the people that have made mistakes and grown, do not accept the people that are currently making mistakes and growing, well, then we're hypocrites.
Well, that's the same with COVID. I know many people who either lost their job or were forced to take something they didn't want to take, and they will never forgive them. Like, I won't forget. Now, forgiving is not the same as forgetting, obviously, but they can't bring themselves to forgive those who were caught up in a massive psychological operation, and they're held in their own prison of anger. It's with their own family members. I mean, it's almost like, did that happen? That just went. We're now back. What are we doing? All these things have gone so fast. We had an attempt on a president's life, and it's like we don't know anything, and all the what we just I mean we're like our heads are on a swivel spinning around like what is going on, and I think
The drone.
what about the drone? So the drone thing for me it was so odd. First of all, there is a base over there, and they're testing some drone technology, but people in the United States, but really around the world, this is how we go through life. We go through life looking down. I'm a pilot. I fly helicopters, airplanes. I'm looking up at the sky all the time. There's a lot going on. There's a lot happening in the sky. And then the minute all kinds of things show. I've seen the Starlink satellites go over my house. That's trip people out. It's amazing. It's like, whoa. And it's like 8 or 9 or like, whoa. Fast. Very fast. And they seem pretty low, actually. 60 miles up. But, and of course, once it becomes a story, I know all these people with drones are like, dude, I'm going to get the news. I'm flying my drone. They got 6-foot diameter drones flying around. Of course. I mean, aliens and Chinese drones, they always want to have their red and green anti-collision lights on. Support. It's like, I was like, no. And of course, there was some actual legislation that they wanted to pass, which happened that same week, which was to get Chinese drones out of America. The DJI drones, they don't want them. They want to get past that the same week. Same week. Same week. That's why they psy out all of these local people, and they're all there. Yes. Oh yeah. It was the easy part. Yeah. They wanted the DJI drones no longer to come in, and but really for law enforcement to also have local authority over drones, which they didn't have, and now they have that as well, so that they can say, hey, you would drone down, we're doing something important. Right. So it's always to remove your freedom, trust me. Whatever the side, yeah, that was the same time, and I looked at this like, okay, I'm trained myself, like, let's go take a look, what's going on? Oh, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, this is another argument for speculation. Because when it comes to innovation, the issue with drones, that if you want like a really high level sophisticated drone in America, you have to have pilots.
You do.
Yeah. That's a big deal. And the FAA is very involved in.
Well, you need that. I mean, you need that for our skies. 100%.
The social credit
But also,
system and
I talk to a lot of guys in our audience who just have people in every. We've trained your producers. You know something about one particular topic. You have an obligation to let us know. So we have all these guys. Drones for hobbies, drones for law enforcement, drones for news, and they all said, these DJI drones, they're so much better than the US drones. They're just better. They got better stuff, better technology, better cameras. So they're like, I don't want to lose this. I guess
the thing is, without the free market, the innovations can be stifled. If the innovation is only available to the highest level military contractors, that's crazy. Like, especially when it comes to drone technology. We were competing with China, and they're doing these enormous light shows with a fucking dragon flying through the sky. Have you seen some of that?
Yeah, I saw them fall out and hit people. I don't go to drone shows for this very reason, Joe. I'm careful.
That's probably like those air shows where they fly jets around. So I'm not going to be on the
I don't know those. That's why I like Starlink, because Starlink is really first and foremost a military system. And very smartly, I think Trump is very good at marketing. It's like, let's give this to the people, so that's everyone. I mean, I have it as a backup at home. My fiber, I have a Starlink. Of course, I want to have this, but it's really a military system.
Dude, I think with me to the mountains in Utah when I went hunting,
worked perfect.
It's the size of this.
Yeah, to go.
It's incredible. It's incredible. Yeah. You can make phone calls, you can FaceTime, all from the mountains.
I know. It's we used to dream of. I think I had databelt.com at one point. I dreamt about, wouldn't it be great if all these satellites and they're circling around, and we call it the data belt, and we have all this stuff, and all these things that I could just see the delight of, and then, of course, a lot of it's SpaceX. These are very sophisticated NASA people. All kinds of the best of the best. He knows how to hire the right people. But he's smart at how he markets that. He really is. I mean,
Well, the
it's
newest
just
thing was they teamed up with T-Mobile, so
I
there's
saw that. Yeah,
so you have Starlink on cell
compatible phones only, Joe.
phones. Right. So you got a flip phone now?
The flip, yeah.
So are you texting out that thing?
No, we do it on Signal, so I do that for my computer.
Oh,
Yeah.
boy. So now you've got completely flip phone. So you
Yeah.
don't text anybody anymore?
No, I can text message, but
But it's like T9.
no, there's actually, so, I still have my Graphene OS, which is the deep Google stuff.
That?
No, you can't put that on here. So this is Android, but all I really have on here is text messaging, RCS. So,
That's it?
yeah. So I'm still a green bubble. This is $63. And it's from Caterpillar, baby.
Whoa, so this is like for job sites.
Yeah.
How long is it out?
Literally 2 days if I don't charge it. Keeps going. Oh, yeah, it's no problem.
So this is Android. You have a touch screen.
Yeah. If you text, it pops up. Now, it's the whole thing is it's hard to use, and that's why I like it because I don't want. It's a trap.
Oh, really? Text messages?
What am I saying?
No, they're so small.
Crazy. Yeah. Use the back button on the keyboard.
Oh my God, that's clear.
So
This is so clear.
in a pinch, I can bring up a web page. In a pinch, I can bring up my email.
Right. It makes it complicated.
Yeah. So I'm hindering myself so that I'm not enslaved to it. And actually, I hear from our daughters, that there's a lot of kids who are doing this now because they want to be more present.
So if you want to send a text message,
Yeah.
if you want to get into your messages, what are you using to send a text message? Are you doing like T9?
No. So
Typing tiny keyboard?
see, I can do emojis. They're emojis for my wife. See, you just hit that, and then up pops the keyboard. But you can also swipe. So you can just swipe. Swipe around.
The keyboard's hilarious.
You can also do. My wife will be like, "What's going on?" It's probably auto completing. I have it in swipe mode, so just swipe along the letters. Yeah, just. Yeah. It's not easy, and but it's like I just need to. I like talking to people now too. Like it's a great phone for talking to people. And you know what's cool?
You have navigation on this thing?
No, well, I could put it on there. It won't work. But you talk to someone like that. That's satisfying.
Yeah, that is satisfying.
It has little alerts when you get a text message. So
if somebody tells you, hey, the meeting got moved to 9 p.m.
I don't have meetings. No.
Our dinner reservations get changed. You get it.
Yeah. It's a Dvorak, my partner. I know him, but he literally has a phone in his drawer, and he never takes it out. He has decided, no, I don't use navigation. He lives in San Francisco. So he wants to keep his mind sharp by driving around. He says, whenever I need a phone, I just turn around to someone and say, hey man, can I use your phone for something? There's always someone with a phone, he says. So if I really needed to look something up, I just ask him for it, and good to go. It is, you get the feeling that you need this thing, but you really don't.
Well, you definitely don't if you have a laptop.
Yeah. And spend dedicated time doing certain things.
Right. Especially like if you, I can't. Possible. It just doesn't make sense.
See, that's basically all I do.
I can't do it.
I have filtering and all kinds of stuff. And there's like people who email me 15 times a day. Okay. And well, the thing is, of those 15 messages, there's one gem in there.
So you have to check them every day. Otherwise, in 3 days, you get 45 messages.
Well,
it doesn't make any sense.
How many? 4,500. 4,500
No,
messages.
from that one guy.
Oh, yeah, but I put him in his own email box.
Oh, I see.
And so then, when I'm prepping for the show, I can just see.
Right.
Maybe. Check that out. Yeah. So I'm a real information manager. That's, by the way, I am not a big believer in the benefits of AI at this moment. But if it can fix my email, then I'll believe it. And so far, no one's done that.
How could it possibly fix it?
It should know what I want to see and what's relevant to me based upon how about the transcript of my show, or all these wonderful inputs I can give How come I can't do that? No one has fixed email for me. When you do that, then I'll be a little more about AI. Right now, I think it's a great parlor trick. I think it's keeping the stock market afloat. We've gone through 3 AI winters, even as a wiki page, AI winter. It comes and goes, At a certain point, it was Lisp was the programming language, and then, that went away, and the funding dries up. And, now it's like, what? You don't really need $100 million to build a model. Oh, but wait a minute, they stole that from you, so you can copy. I run these models at home on my own computer. I run the Llama model, which is Meta. They've open sourced it. I run the French one, whatever their frog model, whatever they call it, and then DeepSeek. You can also just load that on your own computer, and it's not very impressive. I mean, it's just not. The error rate is too high, so I'm skeptical of it really taking off. And I certainly don't think it's sentient or anything like that.
I think also the versions that we're getting are not the versions that we're working on. And the people that I know that are in group at the highest levels of AI are wrong, including Elon. I had a conversation with Elon. He went to, we were in Minefield for a church the day of the inauguration. We just happened right next door. But we just walked through and go, hey, what's happening? And what we talked about was the leaps that Grok AI is making. It's like it's shocking. And I think this thing is exponential. And when they start attaching large language models to quantum computing, it's going to get very, very.
That's the pivot I'm waiting for.
That's starting, and that's going to be like an asteroid hitting the time.
We've been waiting for quantum computers to actually work for 30 years, and it's always 10 years away, and right now it's 10 years away.
Yeah, but right now they're able to do things with it. They're able to solve very complicated algorithms.
I'm not an expert in this, but there was one computation they did, and that may be a computation. It's not necessarily you can do with any computation.
You know that the computation they're so insanely complex to me. It's proof of the multiverse.
Yeah, I've heard this.
Yeah, you're not right.
No, not at all.
Really?
Not for a second.
Okay.
Because I'm a
I'm
Luddite. Look at me.
I think you crushed
I
my
believe in this.
Yeah.
I've got no milkshake for a number of reasons. One is I'm not using it. I am the techno guy. I've always been early in computers, early in the internet, and I just can't find a use for it. When I find it, it does some simple things. It's very good at language. Honestly, if I'm like, okay, here's my situation. I'm looking for Bible scripture. It'll come up with something good, and then I can say, and read it to me like a Baptist pastor, and I'll go, hey, brother, and he'll do all that stuff. But okay, it has all of the translations of the Bible in it, and so it can predict reasonably what scripture will work. It's usually not all that great. It can do term papers. It can do. We're in a position now where people are putting their resume into ChatGPT, sending it off. Thousands of people are sending off for a job, and the other end of people are taking that resume, putting it in ChatGPT, and saying, "Please summarize this resume." I mean, that's insane. It's like, what are we doing here? That doesn't make any sense. If it can fix my email, I'll be very impressed. That's all I want. That's all I ask.
A particular puzzle.
Everyone's email is a puzzle. It's like, the spammers get around stuff and they figure it out. And you say report a spam, and it comes back in a different way. And how many older people, especially, and even people our age, who get scammed by these emails that look pretty convincing, and then the minute you click, then they're like, oh, I should put my password in, and gone, you're done. There's a phone scam going around right now, which is unbelievable. They had me going for 15 minutes. I got a call. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. Right at 8 o'clock, and I'm about to walk the dog, so I press the voicemail. I come back. I listen. This is the sheriff from Travis County, and it had a 512 number, and I need to talk to you urgently. I call back. I get get someone, oh, I want Sheriff so-and-so, yeah, hold on a second, we'll transfer you. I'm hearing, like police radio chatter in the background. The guy gets on, and he's saying, well, you were an expert witness. You were called to be an expert witness in the case. I just happened to, and maybe this is not coincidence, I was asked to testify on someone's behalf in a case. And so you were supposed to be an expert witness in this case. You didn't show up. So, you've basically broken federal law, and, we have to come and pick you up. And we have to, or you can pay a fine. And then I'm like, okay. And it just kept on going. And like, whoa, hold on a second. It sounded so real. And then at a certain point, it's like, well, you need to get a coupon to send this money. I'm like, I'm going to call my lawyer. You can't call your lawyer. I have a do not hang up order. I have to walk you through the whole process. I'm like, okay, now I got it. But that was 10, 15 minutes later. And a lot of people are falling for this one. It's good.
Super sophisticated.
Very
So is that overseas? Are they
No.
spoofing a number?
No, I mean, these were American voices. It sounded like a sheriff. It really did. And the deputy sounded like a deputy. I mean, it was sophisticated. It's good. It's good.
Like, which was the fine?
Like 3,000 for this infraction and 2,000 for that infraction. It was two different things.
But then you got a bank transfer, so you can move the bank number.
But I mean, at that point, I caught on. Hold on a second. How'd you get off of it? I said I'm going to call my lawyer. And he's like, no, yeah. I'm like, you can't tell me I can't call my lawyer. This is bull crap. And I calmed down. I'm like, I said, listen to what just happened to me. This is crazy. Some people I know in Fredericksburg actually went all the way. Wow. Yeah, the older people, and they were afraid. They were like, oh, of course, authority.
That's how they get you.
I'm sure you've got the one that says, it's my favorite Bitcoin scam. Like, okay, I've installed the spyware on your computer, and I saw what you were doing looking at that porn site. I've recorded everything, and I'm going to release it all to your friends and on your social media. If you don't send me $2,000 of Bitcoin right away, don't even think about contacting the authorities. Have you gotten that one? They've sophisticated it even more now. They'll use your name and your address. Like, I know you live at this address. It's freaky, man. So that kind of stuff would be nice if we could have AI protect us from that. Yeah. If it can do all these wonderful things, focus on that. Help people, save people now.
Yeah, cut out the scam.
Yeah.
Speaking of scamming, what do you think about shitcoins? Like, what's your take on Hop Tour coin?
Okay.
Millennium coin and
Those are more meme coins.
shitcoins, right? Isn't that what a meme coin is?
So the only coin I believe in is Bitcoin. We've talked about this before. Right. In fact, I looked it up, hoping you would bring it up. 2 years ago when I was here the last time, Bitcoin was around $40,000. Today it's close to $100,000. This will continue to go up until we're long gone. It's very interesting. So I don't believe in shitcoins at all, because if you have Bitcoin has no CEO, there's no one in charge of it. It's literally tens of thousands of people around the world who run these nodes that make it open and make it run and keep it at this 21 million.
I'm totally down with Bitcoin. I'm with you.
Good.
But I think the shitcoin thing is fascinating. That anybody can create a coin.
Yeah.
Like Jamie has a pull it up Jamie coin.
But you.
It's out there now. I mean, now that you just said it, because we brought it up yesterday with the Boneyard guy, John Reeves, and we said, you should have your own coin, the Boneyard coin, and now apparently somebody makes one.
So this is, you bring this up in context of scams, because they are scams. The way it works. So if I wanted to make a quick amount of money, I'd have a shit coin, and I'd have my box ready, and I'd say, hey Joe, have you heard about my curry coin? And you'd be like, no, wait a minute, it would come out and it would skyrocket. My bots would sell it. I would make a lot of money and it would be dumped right away. It's a scam over and over and over.
What if you don't sell it?
Yeah, then you'll have empty bits worth nothing.
But so it's only available for pump and dumps.
That's the only thing it's good for. It's not good for anything else.
What about if you wanted to use it to finance charity? Is it possible?
Bad idea. Yeah. A lot of churches now, they will accept Bitcoin. Why is that good? Because people have Bitcoin. I have some Bitcoin. saving on Bitcoin for a long time. Instead of selling it, which I then have to make capital gains on the difference between what I bought it for and sold it at, I can give it to the charity. I can still take my tax deductible write-off. They can do one of two things. They can convert it right away into dollars, no capital gains, because it's the same minute. So I've actually been able to give more than I would have, or they can sell some of it and hold some of it for a longer term. I really believe in Bitcoin, and what we're seeing now, there is something interesting going on. Our dollar is in big trouble, and President Trump knows this. This falls into kind of the tariffs that I'm talking about. Have you heard about stable coins? No. Do you mind if I just give a little? Our monetary system really started after World War II, 1944. We were nearing the end of the war. D-Day was coming. I mean, we were getting pretty close. And Europe in particular was very worried that after the war, they would fall into the same Great Depression that happened after World War I. We had the Great Depression. So they brought in all the economists and all the money people got out of Queen Mary and went to the States to Bretton Woods. You've heard of Bretton Woods, probably. No, the Bretton Woods system. So Bretton Woods is just this resort. They all got together and they decided that they would have a new monetary system for the entire world. I'm not an economist, but I've looked at this well enough to understand it. And when they came out after 2 weeks, said, okay, we're going to have this thing called the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, and they're going to manage the interest rates, or they manage the currency exchange between all the individual countries with the U.S. dollar as the reserve currency. So we became the money of the world, and I could buy gold. And the idea was $1 could always be exchanged for 35 ounces of gold. And, when you're the reserve currency, everyone has to have the dollar. So everybody wanted a dollar. What did we do? We signed the Marshall Plan. We sent tens, to billions of dollars over. All our companies went into Europe, started building factories. And so the dollar kept going. And all these other currencies kind of came a little bit weaker because we were so strong with our money. And then people got a little worried about the dollar. They looked around and were like, hey, do you guys have the gold to back that up in Fort Knox? Of course we did, because we just kept printing money and sending it over. And then you get into this thing called the Triffin dilemma. And that means that when you are the reserve currency, your currency is basically overvalued and you can't export anything. That's exactly, and I'm skipping over a lot, but that's where we are today. Our products are too expensive to ship to China and sell in China because of the value of our dollar. This is why President Trump is saying, hey, all our money is flowing out towards you. We need to get some of that back, so we're going to raise tariffs. I think it's a short-term solution. So I think two things will happen. One is we have this sovereign wealth fund, which we've talked about, the sovereign wealth fund. So in that will be the value of our public land, government owns, and all kinds of other things. Will be valued at this astronomical amount, and in that will also be the strategic Bitcoin reserve that the president promised. Now we get stable coins. This is a crazy thing that's happening. There's this. So stable coin is a digital dollar. It's pegged to the dollar, so it's always a dollar, and you can pay with this through the internet, through apps and everything. It's already being used all over the world. The only reason it's worth $1 is because the stablecoin company that creates it, they have debt and paper to back it up. So they buy America's debt, they get treasury bonds, T-bills, which actually pays a dividend, so you get interest on that. And for each dollar they have bought in treasuries, they can create a stablecoin. So if you look at company Taik, they have bought more of the United States debt than most countries. They have $160 billion worth of U.S. debt, and for each of those dollars, they've created a stable coin, which now people can all over the world transact. And what's their business? There's like 50 people in the company, so they have $160 billion at 4% interest annually. They're making bank just for holding this debt. So I think President Trump is very smart that he's seen that we can flood the world with our stable coin. kind of get a 2-for-1. So you create a dollar of debt, but then you create another dollar on top that can be used all over the world as the reserve currency, and that should probably result in, I don't know, the Mar-a-Lago Accord or some new monetary system that we're going to have to come up with to really have our dollar be valued properly, but also still remain the reserve currency and remain the strong export country that we need to be. Because, what do? We don't make anything that we sell abroad. We can't all be serving each other burgers and fries and washing each other's cars and each other's homes. We have to build something, and all of that went overseas. Everything we got, all the stuff on this table. This, think about it. What? This is from China. Although I don't know. So there's something big coming, really big. It has to happen. And Trump is a very meta guy. People misunderstand. He's going to refi the country. That's what he's a real estate guy. He's going to figure out a way to refi it, and it'll be digital. And a lot of Bitcoiners don't like this because they like Bitcoin to be the money that the whole world uses. And, that may one day happen, but now it's more like digital gold. You can keep your value in it, and I can send $1 billion. I had to send $1 billion to another country, to another person in 10 minutes, and no one can stop it. So it's very useful, but it hasn't quite turned out to be money or currency the way it was originally intended. But it's going to be a very important part of it. I think you'll see Bitcoin be a part of that strategic reserve. It's easier than sending gold. I'm going to ship you $1 billion worth of gold. I need armored cars, I need dudes, everything, security, the ships, and whatever. So it'll be a part of it, and you'll still be able to use it between people. But it looks to me like stablecoin, Tether in particular, is going to be the future of the U.S. dollar payments. And this is where a lot of people on the right, certainly, are very afraid of control grid, because a stable coin is not necessarily like Bitcoin. You can stop it, you can control it, you can see who sent what to who. There's a lot of fear about this, and particularly, although I don't see any maliciousness, this fear of Elon and PayPal Mafia and Peter Thiel, all guys you've met, all guys you've had on the show, and that they're going to bring in with AI, and we're all going to be locked in. And Stargate, bring cancer mRNA vaccines that will be mandated. People are spinning up over this stuff. And I'm not saying that they're necessarily wrong, and there should be no concern, but we are moving towards a digital dollar, and it will have aspects of control, which is why I like the backup of Bitcoin, so I can transact things without anybody being able to stop it. And you're going to get none of that with shitcoin.
Definitely. When FTX, that scandal, what were they trading? Is that all meme coins? Was that different cryptos?
Yeah,
they're different between meme coins and established crypto coins.
Well, as an established, anything but Bitcoin has someone who can change the ledger, who can change the blockchain. Bitcoin, you can't do that. It's a beautiful system. The checks and balances are immutable. I mean, that's the beauty of Bitcoin. Any other blockchain that is owned or operated by a company or people can be and will be manipulated. And FTX was one of those. What I believe FTX was really used for was slush fund into the Democrat Party and politicians, not just, and also to some Republicans as well. That Sam Bankman, he got abused by his parents, I think, allegedly sued over it. But when you see what was going on there, and the money that was just being, slushed right through his parents and foundations, big time. They had nonprofits and all kinds of.
And he was the number 2 donor to the Democrats.
That's right. That's right.
That's right. You doing that?
That's what it seemed like to me. Yeah,
because you're doing shenanigans.
Big time.
And they're also doing amphetamines.
I mean, it's a polycule, Joe. It's just a polycule. I mean, it was it was sad for these kids. They were just all excited and doing stuff, and I mean, I've raised money from Kleiner Perkins and Sequoia Capital, and when you get them all googly gaga over, oh, this guy was so cool. He was sitting in the pitch meeting and he was playing a video game. He's such a genius. I mean, what? Are you kidding me? Venture capital investors are not necessarily the most sophisticated.
Well, they want results, and if they get results, they'll put on the blinders.
What I was just reading about Elizabeth Holmes.
Oh God,
She got screwed. Oh yeah. I'm sorry. Well, okay. So she was in a situation where the so-called smartest investors in the world, which included Colin Powell, and everyone was in on this deal. Everyone's like, "You got to get your money in now. Bring everybody in. We got this big fund. This is going to be it. This is the blood test. It'll change medicine." And they hyped her up. They put her in the magazine. Got her, she's looking like a female Steve Jobs, and she got caught up in it. And falsified.
She changed her voice. She started dressing like Steve Jobs. She started lying about results. She fired people that didn't go along with it.
Yes. But does she deserve to go to jail for 10 years for ripping off people who were stupid?
Yes.
Really?
Well, you can't rip people off.
I think
it's
I
fraud.
think you have restitution and things
Hundreds
to
of
do.
millions of dollars people lost. And that's not restitution. You don't have that money. You have to pay it back because your product starts. So they've dumped all this money and lost.
It's a civil crime, and there's definitely some blame on the investors, but the investors were too big to look stupid. So I think they pushed a little bit more on her than she was. I'm not trying to defend her
You
false
think she should go to jail at all?
Yeah, but not for 10.
How long? A couple days?
Yeah, just a couple of days. Yeah, just enough to transition, Joe. Just enough to become a dude, and then we're good to go. No, I mean, it's just another example of big money being stupid, and maybe they could just admit that. Like they pushed her. I know how it goes. I remember we had a pod show, which has a lot of sophisticated investors, and Sequoia. It's just like the same people. Elon. I met Elon when they launched Tesla. I was at the hangar where they did the first test drive. It was interesting. And I was like, this guy seems like I'm expecting. He's not really talking much. like, what's going on here? It's like, what's happening? And so we were doing podcasting. So this is right after, maybe a year after Steve Jobs put it into iTunes and the iPod, and so there was money coming in. And the first thing they said is, you've got to be in San Francisco. Well, if you want a media company, where's the last place you want to be in San Francisco? You could be LA or New York. No, you got to be here. And
Why did you get San Francisco?
so they could come and see the office and check out the operation and make sure their money's being spent well. And
How often are they going to visit?
no idea. They're always dropping by. What's going on? So you're doing reports. And
No, they just want to hang out with the cool guy.
yeah, well, that too, maybe. But then, it was definitely a struggle. We were actually kind of profitable for a bit there, but it was, like GoDaddy ads with promo codes. Code Bongino. I mean, it's like, it was like, are people really listening, or are they just using the codes? And there's always a lot of, well, no, not like that. No, there's scams of, when companies we didn't do this, but when companies need to raise more money in Silicon Valley, then they'll buy some traffic from bots, and I'm sure it happens with comedy videos too. Like, I need some traffic on this video, let me buy some bots. And so
You definitely can do that, right?
right, of course.
Yeah.
But then at a certain point, YouTube had come out, and on YouTube, everyone has to do video now. You got to do video. You can't do audio. Got to do video. And then it got even worse. Like we sat in a board meeting, like, have you seen Juiced? Juiced. Like, you remember Juiced? JOOST. Oh yeah, it was the guys who built Skype. They built this video platform that was basically a peer-to-peer streaming television shows, and there was no doubt about it. You've got to go video, be more like Juiced, make your interface like Juiced. So at a certain point, you're like, well, what am I going to do? Am I going to risk running out of money? Am I going to listen to what they say? Do they really know what they're talking about? And ultimately, the company ran for 10 years and no one exited. It just kind of got folded into other things. So it was not a great investment of their money or my time, honestly.
Well, it's kind of amazing that the video platform is still just YouTube. And now, YouTube just passed Netflix now as the most watched thing.
Oh, they're the big. They're not even counted in streaming data, the streaming wars. But yeah, they're the big. I have YouTube TV. I don't have the cable. I don't have cable anymore. It's like
I watch YouTube on TV more than I watch anywhere. Because there's so much variety. There's so many different things you can search. In fact, you can essentially find anything. Like, if I'm interested in some particular region, world, ancient history, I'll punch that into YouTube. And it's got thousands of videos on it.
It took them a long time to make that profitable inside of Google because if you see how many videos are being uploaded daily and transformed into digital video, and I mean it's crazy the amount of computation that goes into YouTube and the amount of bandwidth that is being sent. So I think it took a long. They never really reported the numbers. They've only done that in the past couple of years or how much revenue. Now, of course, YouTube is making bank. I mean, it's
shocking that no one's come up with anything.
It would take too much money. So much investment that goes into doing that. It's a lot. I mean, you remember your bandwidth cost back in the day pre-Spotify. Think how do you solve that when you have 100 million videos being posted every single day? I mean, you have to have billions of dollars in startup money.
And they're struggling to get people to use your app. But remember that one company that came up with it?
Yes.
Was that what it was? They spent so much money.
Was it Katzenberg? And it was a Hollywood thing. It was a Hollywood. I think it was Creepy Jane.
And they got a bunch of famous people to do short videos.
Short drama. Yeah. They put $2 billion in, and
they blew it real quick because you can't manufacture something that's viral.
No, you can't. And that's kind of like TikTok. We talked about TikTok last time. Obviously, it's not an issue now that China's fine for TikTok because as I told you, I think it's because they were eating Silicon Valley's lunch. $4 billion taking away revenue from them, and just looking at the people who sponsored the bill, it seemed like they had a lot of donations from Google and Amazon. It seemed to me like there was issues there. But what people misunderstand about TikTok is it's not just about videos and the format and how it flies by. It's about the shop. The shop is their magic sauce. If you look at the back end, the influencers who get paid on TikTok, they have this whole back end with rankings and who sold more stuff. Half the videos on TikTok, once you get out of your algorithm, half of them are about products. And people are just selling products, and it's all from China, and it's all been coming in under the $800 de minimis tax regulation. So there's no import duty or anything paid on it. They actually have, I think, Temu now has warehouses in America. So it's just Chinese crap that we're buying over and over again. It's wildly successful. It's not really about the ads on. Do you get ads on TikTok? A lot of ads. Okay, good. Yeah, so when it was going to go away, I'm like, I got to get this app. I got to see what happens. It's like this is going to be crazy. So I get the app, and I'm using my Graphene OS phone, so I can lock off all access. All it had was my location. Can't hide that from my IP address and my name. So on TikTok on a Graphene phone, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, and you can actually block it from accessing your contacts, blocking.
But still, that was too much for you. That little bit.
Well, it's my experimental. And so all it knew was Adam Curry in the Hill Country. And I think it went Curry, black man. Hill Country, probably about 50 churches where he is. Boom, right away. I'm getting black preachers, Hellstone, Brimfire. Oh, yeah. And it's just like, and on and on and on. It's been phenomenal. And some of these guys are pretty good. The ones that fall back, it's like the guy catches them every single time. And so their algorithm is just give that person more of what they want. They're not trying to do like us, like in like Meta or I'm not sure about X how that works, but when you inject some people who are against it or have a counter argument, like when I was on the last time and I talked about my coming to Jesus, dude, there were TikTok videos with millions of views of just this, this is one bit. And if you looked at it one time, you just get the same over and over again. You get all kinds of Jesus stuff back and forth. That's all. Not anyone going, yeah, you guys are crazy. This is no good. None of that. So it's a very friendly. It's kind of the Chinese model. It's like give people what they want and don't try to interject them or spin them up or get them angry and then throw it at them in the face when they're all emotional. So it's very different. It's very different. So I don't know if it'll be worth anything to anyone buying it unless you have the shock portion. Without that, I don't know. I don't think they have all that too. You gotta have the products. You gotta have the cheap Chinese products. That's the problem. It's like you have that stuff. I mean, you have to keep buying them from China. Yeah, it's fun for us. Like different crazy people. Morag all the time. He's in an algo of just nut jobs. He's like, blue hair, look at this. He plays clips on the show. I'm like, dude, you gotta do something else in your life. But it's just amazing how those kooky people are getting so much traction.
That was the thought that it was a Chinese psyop. They were accentuating all these people, and that was like ruining the culture of America because it was showing all these blue-haired psychopaths with beards and lipstick.
But it's really polished. It's really. So I heard the same thing. I heard people saying, dude, you're wrong. They want to get rid of TikTok because that's where MAGA lives. I'm like, huh? And then it was because that's all they got. They got MAGA. And then
that's what offends them. So
exactly. So it's very social media. The internet in general is kind of a bad idea. It's kind of it's good for many things, but it's two sides of the same coin. It's good and bad. I mean, why would you say it's a bad idea? Well,
you were just talking about it to shift the balance of
because of the psyops. If we're not aware of the psyops, the DARPA, Defense Agency Research Project. I have too many DARPA. Since the 70s, they've been looking at social networks and really there's a guy. He came up with a law of large numbers, and they figured out that in a computer network, regardless of the content, depending on if you have enough nodes, you can predict where the information will flow. So if I'm talking about something here, if they boost the right nodes, they can predict where that information will go. And that's how I don't think even Elon can stop that from happening. It's not an algorithm thing. It's literally like a law of nature thing. That's the way it will flow, and you can start injecting things to the right nodes, then you'll propagate some message. And I mean, that's happening all the time, everywhere. I mean, once you start looking, it's like, where's that coming from?
Well, I think we need to educate people on how to digest social media, and I think you should treat it the same way you treat junk food. And I think there's certain aspects of social media that are really interesting. I like them. I mean, most of what I get on social media is what my friends send me. That's how I do.
Sure.
And this is how I stay sane. It's like my friends send me wacky things, and I go, oh my God, it's like my friend Christine Kozinski, she sends me the nuttiest trans activists screaming, and the nutty guys who think they're women. And then me and Toxicora, we exchange murder videos, and car accidents and animal attacks. And then,
Before breakfast.
I try not to, but sometimes I have to check my text message because I have business stuff and I have things going on, guests and this and that. So I do check, but it's very intoxicating to just sit there on the toilet and just start toilet scrolling. But you gotta develop discipline. And discipline's important for every aspect of your life. You have to know when you've gone too much.
That's not easy for young kids.
Right, it's not, but I think they can learn just like they learned it.
But you need parental guidance, and also the parents are hooked on it themselves.
I think you need a message. I think this this conversation is part of that message. You know, I think kids need to realize that you are wasting time. If you spend 2 hours just scrolling through TikTok, you're not wasting time. And there's stuff you should be doing, and you're going to be depressed if you don't do it. You're going to feel weird. You're not going to feel satisfied. You're not going to feel like you're on a good path. You're going to not have a lot of respect for yourself if you just sit on the couch all day and scroll through TikTok, which many people listening to this have done a whole day, just sitting there eating chips, scrolling through TikTok, and just wasting your day. That is possible to do. I think there's ways that you can incorporate it into your life where it's interesting, and I've got good algorithms now, especially on YouTube, but pretty good algorithms on Instagram too, where most of the stuff is showing me stuff I'm actually interested in. So
do you get those videos when you're interested in the topic and then be like 5 different videos that are being suggested to you in about 5 minutes, and you're like, this is just an AI voice that's cobbled a whole bunch of old things together and it's a new version of it. I'm not learning anything.
Yeah,
there's a lot of that.
There's always those too. I think YouTube is the best. It's I'm interested in specific subjects, right? Like I love cars. I love old cars.
This, by the way, lots of people love restored cars. We love. I think you still have your car. Which one? Corvette. Oh yeah, beautifully restored. Just last time I saw it. But this is what I think the president is doing. He's trying to restore us back to being that great American muscle car. And I think everybody loves a beautiful restored muscle car. You know what I mean?
Well, America's making real muscle cars right now. But this is one rare times where America's got very exciting automobiles that are out there. We've talked much about the Corvette CR1, which is breaking all these laps.
Is that the good engine?
Good engine, 1,000 horsepower Corvette.
Tino won't let me buy one.
Says you got to.
No, I'm good. No,
he tells you what to do.
No. Like, that's a douchebag car. Yeah, for me, it'll be kind of.
Why?
Yeah, I mean,
It's awesome.
Ever since I started flying 350 miles an hour, I don't care about how fast I go on the ground.
It's not even how fast you go. It's just, that's why I like old cars. It's not even how fast.
I had a C5 though. I didn't have it for a long time. They're a little shit.
They really got good around C7. C7 was
that heads-up display was cool though.
C5 yeah, that's the other one. Come on, son. That's not a douchebag car. That's a American car.
Yeah.
That's a fucking American car.
Yeah, it's nice. Can I get my dog in? Can I get my dog? 95 pounds.
What is it?
She is Great Pyrenees Akbash Rescue Mud. Oh, yeah. Completely white. Yeah, she's very
look how awesome that looks, man. You don't take your dog everywhere. Reward yourself, man. You're a pod father. Get a fucking Corvette. Look at that thing. That's beautiful. The performance gap's unparalleled. It's an amazing car.
A friend of mine because he's a real American car nut, he just bought a Tesla Model 3, and he bought it for the autopilot. He says, I wish this came in 16-cylinder, multi-turbo. He says, oh, yeah, this is the autopilot. Just that. It's the autopilot.
I have a Plaid. I have a Plaid Tesla with woodwork markers.
Yeah, does it have the autopilot?
Yeah, it's self-drive. Good. I don't use it that much. I like to drive. But just the capability of the car, it's the speed, the effortlessness. Just drive, just takes it. No sound. Beautiful, man. It's beautiful.
Yeah,
but it's different. So I like old air-cooled Porsches. They're not fast. They're not fast. Because you're manual.
The truck clutch, like, you gotta push that thing in.
Well, it's the floor mounted to the different old Porsches are different. But it's what they are is a physical experience. It's like a ride. It's a fun, exhilarating experience where you hear the engine, you're shifting the gears yourself. It's exciting and engaging. And that is more important to me sometimes than just speed. They're don't need to go fast. It's not even about going fast. It's the whole experience. Yeah, you're feeling the rear end break a little with your ass. You know,
Can't do that anymore in these modern cars, man. It doesn't work anymore. We used to put Porsche engines into VW buses back in the day. That was awesome. You can fit it in a Beetle too. You can fit a Porsche engine into it.
Oh yeah, a lot of people have done these Beetle transformations. Hyped up Porsche engines and put it back of those things. Yeah, there's a whole like modding Beetles.
They're Volkswagen. Remember how many there were in the 70s coming in from Germany? I had a 1303. I loved my Beetle.
Yeah, when I was a kid, my friend Jimmy that one. It's just cheap on gas.
Mine was like I had to jump start it because the lock had broken. So
You jump started every time
every time you got in, and then I lost my gas cap, so I just had a rag in there. And then if I went around the highway to the right, and if my tank was too full, then gas would leak out, and my front tire would start to slide off. It was an experience. Back, we were 18, just like, I gotta drive this thing. I love that. Was a good game. We weren't scrolling on TikTok, Joe Rogan. We were doing dangerous stuff.
That's true.
We were jump starting our cars, and
Well, I think we're lucky that we grew up at a time that there was no internet, and we were going outside to do things, physical activity. And then as we got older, recognized that there's this technology that's connecting the whole world in this weird way. And we're experiencing it as people grow up before. I think we're real lucky.
well, you're a big part of change, certainly in young men. I mean, I've seen so many young men who follow you and follow your workout regime and listen to you. They listen to you about what you're saying about health, about food, and you're an important voice in that regard. You really help a lot of young men in our country and far beyond. I mean, I know you don't take compliments like this well, but it's very important.
Well, I'm very happy.
Very, very important what you do.
So a lot of young men just feel like just connected to the world. Nothing seems to be that is interesting. And they're being pushed into this box. We're still trying to turn them into a fucking chihuahua. You know, like, this is like the evolution of the wolf and the dog. That's what's happening with men. Like, for some reason, men are supposed to be beautiful.
You know, there's in the 60s. So I've been ever since I got saved. I've really learned about our American history. I've been blown away by how much. A lot of you talk about the 60s and when they outlawed psychedelic drugs and put it on schedule. That was the exact same time when the Bible was basically taken out of school, and it was I think the church in general kind of went into itself and kind of became everything you do were there on Sundays.
Can we pause for a minute?
You got to be.
Let's pause and come back and talk about it.
Jesus.
Yeah. Oh, man. That's better, right? We're going to talk about the vaping thing. So you're saying that there's nothing wrong with vaping.
Well, I didn't say there's nothing wrong with vaping.
Well, so what is that? Can I see it? Yeah, of course. Yeah. Maybe it hurts somebody with this. You want to fuck somebody up? Well, you get a good grip.
Yeah. No, it's like brass knuckles almost.
Yeah.
Like holding a roll of pennies.
Yeah. You wouldn't do that. That's also.
That's why I carry my gun.
That's probably better.
That's the battery. The battery's heavy. So when I gave up, I've always
take a photo of this?
Yeah. So it's the top button. Press it and just start.
What was the flavor of this?
Tobacco-ish.
Tobacco-ish.
Yes, tobacco, basically.
That was a little bit.
Yeah, you
take a big one, right?
Let it warm up a little bit. Let it go. Yeah, press the button. And then it's crack. Yeah. Go. There you go.
That's definitely different than the gas station ones.
Oh, you don't want those. This is organic juice. It's got 0.3% nicotine. I wind my own coil made out of silver. The cotton is American-made cotton, not from China. I've got into this. Yeah.
What's the cotton for?
So the cotton sucks up the juice, and then the coil warms up. No, the cotton has the juice in it, and then when the coil warms up, it creates the vapor from the juice that's in it.
So you have to fresh the cotton.
Yeah.
So you just dump your cotton in the juice.
No. It's, the juice it's in the tank. Yeah, it has little wires in there, so
you
it
just
crawls
put
up.
cotton every now and again.
Yeah, and winds new coil from time to
How long
time.
do you have to wait for it?
It depends. I do it usually once every couple of days.
That doesn't give me the weird head rush at the gas station.
That's Chinese crap.
That's the one I like.
I'm like, all right, well, good luck to you.
I would like the first hit. That's what you like off those gas station vapes. It's like you're chasing the dragon. You get that first hit. First hit's like,
So
it was relaxing. And then after that, you never get that again.
So I really got into this. There was a store in Fredericksburg called Vaporlicious. They've retired now. They've retired, Jerry and Kathy, and they're two old hippies from.
Why did they make it so unreal?
Well, you can get all kinds of different versions, but I'm a serious user, so I have this whole battery. I have a whole kit with me, man. I got a screwdriver to open this up.
And that doesn't fuck with your lungs or your health.
No, I've never felt this good.
Okay, so this is different juice. So what is the juice? Because the thing about the actual oil is the issue, right? Yeah. And this is the thing, like a lot of these cheap ones that you buy off the gas station.
You don't know what's in there.
Right.
This is glycol, which is it's essentially the same stuff that's in the theatrical mist machines.
Okay.
Only much watered down, and all it does is just produce vapor. And so, what is vapor? Well, it's mainly water, and of course, you're mixing it with nicotine. And nicotine, that's the piece that I've always liked about smoking. But now I don't get the tar, I don't get all other contaminants, and I also don't get high. I stopped. I used to smoke a lot. I stopped. Just haven't felt like doing it anymore. Like a glass of wine, but and so this, I do have Gorilla Grip on it. It's like everywhere I go, I'm like, where's my vape? Where's my vape? So I'm fully aware I'm addicted to more the motion of it because I would roll up, I could roll with one hand behind my back and so on. It's a real split of tobacco and weed, and then you will go out and I put it down and I'll pick it up again. At a certain point, it was like 3 in the morning. I'd wake up like I have to go roll a joint. I smoke a whole spliff, go back to bed. I mean, it got to be a little. I was smoking a lot, and without it, I'm very productive, Joe. I gotta tell you, I'm super productive. I'm a little nicotine. And
That's just caffeine.
well, those are my two drugs. Caffeine and nicotine. I really do.
It's a very good drug too.
Yeah. Is there any bad stuff? I mean, I know it constricts your blood flow in your mouth and other parts probably, and the opposite of putting something in your stomach. I don't know, but you like those pouches?
Yeah, I do. But I wanted to see what happens if we took time off and I went out of the country for 5 days. Didn't bring it. That's fine. Didn't bother me at all. I was wondering if I'd be itching for a while.
Like, I'm okay on the plane. I can fly to Europe. I'm like, I'm okay. I don't need to take it. This is a very bad idea. You do not want to be caught on the plane.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Of course.
Can that set off a fire alarm?
I don't know.
Can you blow it right to the floor?
No. You can do what they call zero vape, which is basically you inhale and you just hold it in until nothing comes out. Yeah. Or I've done one of these, but
Yeah, I know. I've seen people do that.
but that is not approved. So it's okay. I can handle not vaping for 8 hours.
So what's in the gas station when you get into that?
Who knows?
What's in the oil?
Who knows? Who knows? That's maybe what killed some people early on in COVID. It might have been bad. A lot of THC, of course. This pre-made cartridges. You just don't know what's in it. It's like don't vape that stuff. Do not vape pre-made things. I mean, this is fun. You get to learn how to do it. It's manufacturing. I can really get into it. Like I got this diameter silver wire, five loops or 6 loops for different impedance. Oh yeah, there's a whole. I mean, this tank, this thing is like, try different. Must have 18 different vapes that I've tried. This is the one.
Somebody gave me one at one point in time. It was like, I was carrying around a phone. It was like I was carrying around the size of your football.
Yeah, that's me, baby.
That's me.
I don't want to have another heavy thing in my pockets or in my camera.
Yeah, no, this is okay. Oh,
But you decided that the phone was too invasive, even with the graphene OS.
yeah. Because you can still do everything that's not being tracked. And so I used to go to bed, go to bed at the same time. We always watch some stupid, like we're in season 7 of Seinfeld right now. So we'll watch a half hour of stupidity and then I go to bed. And I used to be on my phone, for half an hour scrolling stuff or whatever. Okay, I'm tired. Yeah, because my brain has been working overtime on whatever inputs I'm giving it. And now I'm like, well, there's nothing to scroll, so I just go to bed and I'm out in 3 seconds. So I sleep. I sleep all the way through, and I wake up in the morning. I'm refreshed. I feel good. I don't look at social media the first hour I'm up. I mean, I do Bible readings and stuff, and devotionals, and I text a buddy of mine, and I'm ready, man. Then
Do you do social media in the morning?
almost not at all.
So when you do it from a computer?
Yeah,
Check that out.
yeah.
And when you did that, one of the questions I had about that, does that do voice to text?
It can.
Andrew? Oh, that's good.
However, of course, when you do that, Google is basically keeping your transcript. There's a company in Austin called Pluto.
Wait a minute. So if you just text, it doesn't keep your transcript?
Oh, I'm sure it does, but I'm not sure how much of that it does, but when you speak into it, it goes to the Google servers. The Google server then transcribes it and sends it back to your phone. It's not happening on the phone. It's happening on Google servers, and they probably keep all of that, or my voice, or whatever. There's a company in Austin called Futo, Futo, and they have an open source voice to text system that don't keep your transcript. And they're some good guys. I've been messing with that. It's not quite as fast.
People that work on that phone?
Yeah, you can install it. Yeah, this is like extra.
But do you ever send messages with Google Voice or with voice to text on that phone?
I've been using Futo.
Oh, you have?
Yeah,
on that phone?
Yeah.
So I use it on my phone all the time. When I'm in my car, I press the little button.
With Apple Siri. Yeah, so who knows what Apple's doing with that? You don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
It's all right. It's okay.
So I went to Boston. I was in Boston.
Yeah.
So we went to go see the Doobie Brothers. And
When was this?
last year.
Really?
Yes. And it was wild. It was in Massachusetts. It was one of these, like amphitheaters, it's half covered. And we were the youngest people there. And people were sparking weed. You could smell the whole place. They were like 80-year-old dudes smoking doobies. It was like amazing. And the Doobie Brothers played, and it was like, the first 45 minutes is them doing, this is from our album from 5 years ago. Dude, we want China Grove, give us Long Train Running. So eventually they get into that. But like Michael McDonald, What a Fool Believes, I love that song. He would do it syncopically, like, instead of doing the song, like we all remember, they do What a Fool Believes. Like, no, don't do that. It was really disappointing. But the opening act was Steve Winwood. Steve Winwood's now almost 80 years old. And I get goosebumps just thinking about it. He wailed. He did, Mr. Fantasy from Traffic, which that 3/4 of that song is a guitar solo. And he's just like, and the crowd is going nuts. And he has all these young kids with him. And you see the close up on the screens, and they're like, dude, look at what he's doing. It was amazing. I bring it up because the next day, did you go up to Plymouth? Yeah, Massachusetts. Sure. Right. So Plymouth Rock was kind of disappointing because it's a rock. It's just a rock. And the structure around it, like, okay, it's a rock. And there's a little sign next to it that says, we don't know that this was really the rock, but some guy in church who was 90 years old at the time said, yeah, I think this was the rock, so that's the rock. You were talking about the Georgia Guidestones a few episodes ago with somebody. Did you know that we have an actual guide stone in America, in Plymouth?
No.
It's called the Monument to the Forefathers. I'd never heard of this. It's about 2 blocks in, and it's, I think, arguably the largest granite structure in America, certainly maybe in the world. It was completed in 1890, and it is the guide stone of America. And no one knows about this. Is here. Check it out. This thing is huge. And it's literally in a cul-de-sac, a residential area. There's no road to that. It was completed in 1890 after 50 years of building it. And so this is the formula for America. This is what I was going before. The formula for America. So they constructed this so that if we ever lost our way, we could find our way back. You know, when they talk about America was built on Christian values, I'm like, what does that mean? What does that even mean, Christian values? Even the word Christian is like, that was actually a slur back in the day. It became public for Jesus believers. So in the middle is faith. That's her name, faith. And it's 4 sides. And one is law, education, morality, and liberty. And it has all these cool inscriptions. It's really something amazing to see. And I believe that's the formula that you need to get back. You live like Joe Rogan lives these 4 sides. You understand law, morality, education, and liberty. And if we can get back to that, that would be just. In fact, all of our early presidents, all of them lived by the Bible. Every single one. They wrote about it. They studied it. 1778, one of the first acts of a Congress was to print the Bible for everybody. This is done by a group called the Wall Builders. And David Barton has all this. These are the receipts. So it's a Bible, but it has 3/4 of that book is writings by our early presidents, all the way up through Reagan, and this David Barton guy. He has all of these originals. I think he lives in Alita, Texas, and it shows you what our code was in the early days up until the 60s, and that's when we got this big argument about we can't have. The whole the First Amendment is the right to establish a religion, and that has been perverted throughout the years to say, well, you can't have the Bible in schools, and the government can't tell you to do this, and you can't be talking about it. The whole of Congress used to be church, and that's how we started. And you don't have to necessarily be a believer or saved by Jesus just to understand where we came from and the basic tenets of law, where those guys created it from. The receipts are in the Declaration of Independence. Our Bill of Rights, our amendments, are rights, not that the government gives us. They all say the government shall not infringe, the government may not do this. It's what the government did not do because we had rights given to us by our Creator. And I think if we got back to a little bit of that in America, we might get a bit more of that, which is why certainly all the Jesus freaks are like, President Trump is talking about God. He says God saved him to save America. I mean, a president is a big deal when he does stuff like that. And you can just look at the people around us. Russell Brand, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens. There's a lot of people who are now starting to see this. And I know you love history. That's why I love that for you. Because when you see where it comes from, a lot of things start to be clear. And that sculpture, that is like, I had no idea it was there. I'd never heard of it. It's not in any books, but it's kind of a template for where we came from. And I think it's kind of important that we look at that as well as, all the other things that we're looking at now, AI, social media, and we can't just be sitting around for 4 years going, yeah, Trump, yeah, Elon, stomp and live. We've got to find some spirituality one way or the other. It doesn't have to be God. I would like it to be. I've got to find that.
I think you're saying some wise things. I think that people need some sort of a moral or ethical structure to live their life with. Jordan Peterson always has this thing of whether or not if you believe in God, if you live like you believe in God, followed by you can live a better life. And that is true.
I believe it. I believe it, absolutely. And it's very
moral
simple things. Yeah, it's very simple things. The 10 Commandments aren't that hard. You know, it's like that's your law. If you believe that government, I mean, government is an extension of God. If you believe in states governments, and I think that God gave us Joe Biden for 4 years. I really do. He said, y'all got to take a look. He has humor too, by the way. Like, you should take a look. And there's a story of, I think it's Daniel, about King Nebuchadnezzar. And King Nebuchadnezzar, he did not follow God's law. And so God turned him into a donkey, basically, and he was out grazing for 7 years eating grass. I'm like, that sounds a lot like President Biden. That he just turned him into a grass-eating donkey who had nothing left, you know? So, this,
Well, you have to see what happens with the guy to really understand. That's why people who grow up in poverty really can appreciate success a lot more than someone who's a trust fund kid, right? Of course. You have to know what it's like when things go bad. And our country just experienced 4 years of being governed by people other than the elected leader. And it's pretty clear now. And you know, the way Mike Johnson laid it out, that Biden didn't know what was in the executive.
I didn't sign that. Yeah.
It's kind of crazy. I mean, it's interesting because some of that, like how much it can be attributed to faulty memory and how much of it is actually they passed things by his desk. I don't know. But at the end of the day, we got to see that this was not a good direction. This is a terrible direction. And I think that was like one of the biggest mistakes that Kamala Harris did. So she went on the video and asked her what she did for when she said nothing.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
But also, look at President Trump. I mean, can you take a more wrong guy in the auspices and the opinion of presidential and everything? And he learned a lot during his first term. I mean, this was a turnaround, epic proportion. And I know
What's the biggest political comeback?
it's
In the history of the world.
it'll be in the history books. This show will be a part of that. It's going to be incredibly important for us to look back on this because, you know, it's often the misfits. You know, that's what we've got to love the most. So when I see blue-haired people, I'm like, I really want to love them. Yeah, they probably
Well,
don't understand it, but
crazy, chaotic energy. We just found something really wrong to push things back and be better off. But it's also, it's like what damaged them up to that point. What kind of a life they lived that left them in this place where they're 35 years old, weeping in front of city council meetings. Like, who are they? What went wrong? And this is things like we kind of encourage this victim. And we reward it as social credit. And it to be a special class of people say outrageous things, and people allow you to. That's not good for anybody. Just like if you have kids, you know what it's like. It's not good for kids, but you got to tell them, like, well, that's not real. You can't do that. That's not yours. Like, there's things that you have to learn, and if you reward victim mentality, then people look to become victims. And so, like, when I laid out all the fucking people, the homeless, and all the problems, as if that makes any of the things she's saying make sense, because she has all these problems. No, that's not. It's not how the
well,
world.
you're right. It's been rewarded. And it's been rewarded by political operations,
Yes.
mainly to get votes and to bring. These people have a vote too. You know,
Right.
They have a vote, so bring them in.
This is a part of the psyop of the USA. And the psyop of just the government in general, these control structures that are essentially police to make sure that they remain in power.
You know John Perkins?
Yes.
Have you ever had him on?
No, no, no.
Oh, man, because he wrote about this. Yeah, Confession of an Economic. Wow. I mean, basically, USAID, that's what they do, but also State Department. So, you know, Marco Rubio seems like a good guy. I kind of like him, but they've got intelligence units inside there. There's all kinds of things that happen in the State Department. So I hope that also gets uncovered.
Well, Mike Benz was explaining yesterday. It was like, this seems so intertwined. Like, how are you gonna? What can be done in 4 years? He goes, no, this can go. He's gonna basically it's gonna take forever to apply. Because you have to understand how these trends go. He laid it out in 4.5 hours yesterday. I probably talked for 3 minutes for the whole podcast. I'm not kidding. It was just,
With Mike, you gotta like,
yeah.
can I get the transcript of the show and go over it slowly? Because he goes fast.
Well, this thing that will happen is viral clips of specific things that he highlights and says that are very significant. They're going to go out.
Yeah.
Those are already out. And I'm sure they're all over that right now as we speak.
And I love that Doge is. I was skeptical because you know, heard this during the Reagan administration. Reagan was going to do all this. He was going to make government efficient, and of course he didn't. When I hear that they're going to do the same thing to the military, amen, man.
Well, they have to be accountable to an audit.
Yes,
Yeah,
they haven't done one ever.
Well, Pentagon's failed 7 of them. Yeah. The thing is, like, fraud's real. You know it's real, and people are pilfering, and if you go unchecked for long enough, that becomes part of the way people do business. And once that's established, and it's been established for decades, that's very difficult to stop. As soon as you start investigating it, people go to jail. They're going to try to stop you from investigating it. They're going to try to like burn records. And it's going to get wild.
As I'm sure Mike told you, and I can't wait to see it. It's not just fraud. It is the actual system. Instead of us being open, and I think like Trump is doing, like, hey, we're just going to have tariffs on you. NATO, you don't like it? Boom, we're not going to protect you. You know, got to be fair about this. You can't just be soft. We've been doing all these subversive things. Big money is just going to NGOs and nonprofits. I mean, the whole Ukraine thing. You know, like, did he play the Victoria Nuland recorded phone call?
No, he didn't.
My
He showed the Biden and said, you know, prosecutor had to be fired with $1 billion.
Right.
That son of a bitch.
Well, Victoria Nuland in 2014, the Russians, I think, they released it. They recorded a phone call, and she's literally talking to the ambassador. Okay, I want to put this guy in the government, that guy in the government, this guy in Senate. Clinch, leave him outside. He could be the mayor or whatever. I mean, that's not cool. We have some stuff to repent for when all this comes out, and we should pick ourselves up and move forward and just be honest. I think we can do with a lot of honesty too.
I hope so. But the problem is there's a lot of people in trouble who are trying to stop that from all this accountability.
Was Mike bullish or bearish on it?
Place store. So no one knows exactly what's going to happen. That's what he is right now. I asked him how to sleep. He didn't know.
He needs prayers.
Yeah, prayers. I'm sure he needs that. And I think his fight is very noble. He's right. And it's accurate. And the amount of information that guy's got in his head is astounding. Yeah. And he's pulling it all off his head while we're talking. This constantly. Yeah. I used to work at the State Department. Uncovered all this stuff. Been chasing it down forever. I mean, he's a legitimate historian on this.
And thank you for giving him that platform, please. And thank you for giving Trump a platform for all the things you've done. But the people think of CIA and these types of things. They always think, you know, dark guns, you know, secret stuff. But no, it's really subversive writing articles. And my whole family kind of comes from military and intelligence background. So I've heard, you know what I learned? This is crazy. Well, my uncle was big in the CIA. He was the national, he was basically Tulsi Gabbard to Bush Senior VP. And then, you know, like Iran-Contra happened. You know, basically became ambassador to Korea. He was exonerated, but he was moved out to different posts. My aunt passed away a couple of years back. And when my cousin was doing her eulogy, she said Aunt Meg were actually outranked Uncle Don in the CIA. She ran the Russia desk, spoke fluent Russian, but had promised never to tell anybody, not even her own kids. I'm like, what? Aunt Meg spoke fluent Russian and ran the Russia desk in the CIA and outranked Uncle Don? Like, that's some crazy stuff. Crazy. And all those folks, you know, they remember Russia as the real bad guys. I mean, I went to this is my own USA story. So in 1988, I think it was, we had the Moscow Music Peace Festival. Do you remember that? And this is before the wall came down, and it was, I was the only MTV person who went on a 727 from New York. It was Ozzy Osbourne, basically Black Sabbath. It was Bon Jovi, Motley Crue, Skid Row. We stopped in Germany to pick up the Scorpions. Oh, that's so dude, this you'll love this.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Wow.
So the movies and filming things even back then. So the reason this happened was Tico Torres from Bon Jovi. I mean, so Doc McGee, who was the manager of Bon Jovi and Motley Crue, I'm paraphrasing the story, but I'm pretty sure it's correct.
That was Ozzy.
Oh, really?
I just realized that was Ozzy and Sharon Osbourne.
Oh, yeah.
Look at Sharon.
Look at Sharon. She's like a kid. And like a British housefrau, a nice roly-poly. She's not even, no old face for her. So,
Old face.
Ozempic, yeah. So,
Ozzy.
so Doc McGee's Learjet had been caught smuggling in bales of marijuana into Florida. And his get out of jail free card was he was supposed to organize an anti-drug and alcohol concert in Moscow. Right. So this is where I'm pretty sure USAID came into it, and the CIA. And so this was supposed to be a complete drug-free, alcohol-free. We're all going to go there. We're going to do a huge one-night concert there for a week. On the plane, Ozzy